Thank you so much for your patience, and we apologize for the late start this evening. We had an incredibly packed closed session agenda. We try to be very mindful of your time, and this was unusual this evening, but we appreciate your patience, and we'll do our best to run a very efficient meeting, given so many of you are taking time away from family, friends, and your children to be here tonight. We're moving directly into item 4.0, the call back to order, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. As we begin the Pledge of Allegiance tonight, I do want to share that over the course of several board meetings this past year, we have had some of our student leaders who traditionally administer the Pledge of Allegiance express peaceful protest and a desire not to lead the pledge. We respectfully heard their voices and are changing things a bit to acknowledge that students should not just be expected to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. We should institute a different practice, recognizing there are different desires based upon students throughout the district, as our diverse, beautifully diverse district has many different opinions. And so beginning tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our board secretary, our Superintendent Jorge Aguilar. So if everyone will please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Tonight we will have our broadcast statement, item 4.2, read by Student Board Member Halbo.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Saturday, June 22nd at 6 p.m. and Monday, June 24th at noon, and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative, along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you so much, Student Member Halbo. We'll have a chance to recognize you tonight, as this is your last board meeting after an incredible year where she has contributed as such a powerful voice on our board. Item 4.3, our stellar student recognition. Tonight's recognition is going to be for the Kids Congress for Pesticide-Free Schools. If I can have you come up to the dais. Before we have you begin, I'm pleased to say that the students of Pacific Elementary collaborated with Caleb Greenwood Elementary and held a day of learning with a rally to ban harmful herbicides in the district on May 31st at Pacific Elementary. These collaboratively named events were the Kids Congress for Pesticide-Free Schools, and we had student delegates, many of whom were very young, attending from Pacific, Caleb Greenwood, and Ethel Baker. The event culminated with 2 years of work for 33 fifth graders at Pacific. The students became fascinated with this issue based on research done in 4th grade and undertook a year-long effort to educate others about the harmful effects of pesticides and the need to help native bees. They became passionate about stopping pesticide use in our schools, and they then undertook a garden project. First, with the goal of researching herbicides, then with the goal of working to ban harmful herbicide use on school grounds. Along the way, they received support from some amazing organizations like Sprouts Market, the student leaders of UC Berkeley's Herbicide-Free UC, and additional local and national leaders and organizations. On May 31st, the Student Congress, the Pacific fifth graders, taught student delegates about the dangers of herbicides, the alternative to chemical herbicides, and gardening pesticide-free. Then Caleb Greene students led the delegate in activities, an art response, and a rally to kick off their official student movement to ban harmful herbicides on Sacramento City Unified School District campuses. They're deeming their campaign Herbicide-Free SCUSD. Let's give them a round of applause. Do we have our student speakers who are going to come up and share a bit about the project? And we have a video. And we also have a video that we're going to cue. Will we be doing that after the student remarks or before? What would you prefer? Before. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you for me being here, and it's a huge honor. And hello, my name is Eduardo. Thank you all for coming coming out this evening. I will be speaking to you about the beginning of the Herbicide Congress. Our class started by making a small garden dedicated to native bees and plants. However, after many months of hard work and learning about herbicides, we decided to do more research on these chemicals and figured out that these chemicals are not only dangerous to humans, but animals as well. These are dangerous because for humans it is very cancerous, and for animals it is more than likely to kill them. Then we took action. Our course of action was to get many supporters, such as Caleb Greenwood, Miss Lindsay, Sprouts, and Mega Food, and many others that are here to join us today. And these supporters have helped us so much that they helped us create our Kids Congress, which is very helpful in getting us to this meeting, and they supported us all the way to here, and hopefully until the end.
Wonderful. And our next student speaker.
Good evening, President Ryan, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Sophia Aguilar, and I attend Caleb Greenwood, where I just finished 4th grade. On May 31st, a group of students from my school went to Pacific Elementary to attend the Kids Congress for pesticide-free schools. During this Congress, I learned that Roundup can cause severe health risks such as cancer. One thing that surprised me was that groundkeepers could have used other chemicals instead of Roundup. One last thing that I learned was about the 5 Bs, such as bees, bats, beetles, butterflies, and birds. Without the 5 Bs, humans wouldn't exist because they help pollinate our food supply. Pesticides kill these helpful animals and jeopardize our food supply.
Hello, my name is Kira Doherty, and I'm going into 5th grade at Caleb Greenwood Elementary. We decided to do this art project to reflect on what we learned at the Pesticide Congress. We each traced and cut out the shape of our hands. We wrote down what we learned and how we could take action. Then we read them aloud to everyone else and laid them on the painting. The center of the painting reads, "With heart and helping hands, a child can accomplish anything."
Con ganas y con el deseo de ayudar, un niño puede lograr cualquier cosa.
And with that, do we have one more student?
Our class made a video about how we don't want herbicides.
Wonderful.
We want Sacramento City Unified School District to stop spraying weed killers, especially Roundup, at our schools.
There is some growing evidence that many weed killers, especially Roundup, are very dangerous and may cause cancer. Also, Roundup or glyphosate was added to the list of chemicals known to cause cancer. ABC10.com, June 27, 2017.
Also, the California Healthy Schools Act has a lot of evidence that weed killers like Roundup can cause cancer.
Also, the California Healthy Schools Act says school sites should use the most least toxic pest management as school sites.
The California Department of Pesticide Regulation has best practices for schools that try to avoid using dangerous chemicals at their schools. For example, Long Beach Unified School District is already using steam to kill their weeds.
Why use dangerous chemicals to kill weeds when there's many more natural ways, such as steam? Steam also kills weeds quicker than other chemicals. Roundup takes 1 whole week to kill just one weed, but on the other hand, steam takes about 24 to 48 hours.
Also, most chemicals such as Roundup affects a lot of things such as our food chain. For example, if you spray Roundup on a plant, it will travel in the roots, stem, etc. It soon will end up in all our fruits. And the pesticide can sometimes end up in our honey because when the bee pollinates the plant with pesticide on it, the bee has all the chemicals on its fur. So then when it goes to its beehive and makes honey, all the chemicals go in the honey as well.
This is why we want Sacramento City Unified School District to stop spraying weed killers at our schools.
We have seats for you. We have seats for you.
Wonderful. So we are going to actually come down and also present you with certificates. And I have to tell you, I am so proud of the incredible work you're doing. My husband leads environmental justice work for Attorney General Javier Becerra, and he gave me one charge when I joined the school board, and that was to ban Roundup and pesticides at all of our Sacramento City Unified Schools. So I am very proud to say that I've been working with Paul Towers and the Pesticide Reform Action Network, and we have a model school district resolution that I will be working with you to bring forward at the August board meeting to do just that. So thank you for your tireless advocacy. So we didn't say this tonight, but one of our guest speakers this evening was the superintendent's own daughter, Sophia Aguilar from Caleb Greenwood. Will you turn around and wave to everybody? Congratulations, Sophia. Our next student recognition goes to Genesis Bonilla Laura. Our next student recognition goes to Diana Chihgil. Our next student recognition goes to Yori Foncheca Gonzalez. Next, we get to recognize Tanya Ramos Alenes.
The next certificate goes to Ray Linnea Harris. The next certificate of appreciation goes to Elijah Vang. And then, this is an awesome name. The next certificate goes to Tuesday Paulson. Tuesday here? That's an awesome name.
How about Shayla Katek? And Kira Doherty.
I have Kadarat Panai. Oh, and I think I might have butchered that name, but he's not here tonight. Austin Vang, another Vang. Sylvester Martinez. Eduardo Romero Jimenez.
And we were just notified that the students did a beautiful art week work project for us. So we're going to turn it around, and they've asked to all take a picture with their original art piece.
You guys are all taller than me.
That's why I'm hiding in the back. Put Christina in front of the kids.
You thought you were going to get away with that, didn't you?
Thank you.
That's a good question. Superintendent will take it.
Again, congratulations. We've learned that we had a few students who were called who were not here tonight, and there were a couple who are here who did not receive certificates, and we are going to make sure that we get your names and that we also get your certificates processed right away. And thank you for being such young and powerful advocates for environmental justice reform. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes,
Mr.
Madam
Barron?
President, several announcements out of closed session. The board unanimously approved a settlement agreement regarding a special education matter, OAH case number 2018-1178. The other closed session matters to be announced. I will defer to the superintendent regarding the appointments of the principals of 3 different schools, and that will be followed by an announcement by Board Member Pritchett regarding the evaluation results of the superintendent pursuant to his contract. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you. I am very pleased to announce that the board, by unanimous vote, approved the appointment of Mr. Anthony Perez as Principal, John Morse Therapeutic Center. I'm also very pleased to announce that the board, by unanimous vote, approved the appointment of Mr. Eric Chapman as Principal of OW Earlywine Elementary School. And finally, I'm pleased to announce that the board, by unanimous vote, approved the appointment of Mirinda Burton as principal of Bowling Green Charter Elementary School, Ken McCoy Academy.
Me next? Okay.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. At this time, Board Member Pritchett will announce the action taken in closed session regarding the superintendent's evaluation.
Thank you. I am pleased to announce that the board has completed its evaluation of the superintendent's performance and that he has received, as with prior evaluation, As with his prior evaluation from July 1 to 2017 to June 30th, 2018, a positive evaluation exceeding expectations for July 1, 2018 to June 2019 by a unanimous vote of the board.
Thank you. Before we take comments from board members, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do, President Ryan. There's 6 public comments. If you could come up to speak on this item. Carolyn Cabillas, Liz Gean, Patty Colston, Marisol Avina, Michelle Ribolcaba, and Rachel Ditmore.
Thank you. And I want to remind you, since we have a packed evening, we will be keeping you to a 2-minute per public commenter time frame.
President Ryan, board members, Superintendent Aguilar, I'm Caroline Cabillas with the UC Davis Latino Alumni Association. I'm also with the State Chamber, Hispanic Chamber, and I'm a resident of this district. Less than 2 years ago, you brought Superintendent Aguilar on board to improve learning in this district so that our students, predominantly low income, Black, Brown, and API students, could have equal access to job preparation in college. You selected him based on his vision, his leadership skills, and demonstrated record of success. You own the data now that shows he is accomplishing the things that you brought him here to the district to do. So we appreciate hearing that he's continuing to get your support, to continue the work that he started, and that the district needs to complete for our students, for your students. As board members, you must also individually and collectively own the issues and solutions to the receivership issue. The budget projections still say that the district will run out of money. Your healthcare costs are not sustainable, and you ran for the board to work for your students in this community. So now you must make some strategic decisions, as you'll be accountable for the process going into the next election cycle. So one, it's compelling for you to continue to address the systematic inequities for Black, Brown, and API students in the district, and also to make structural changes for the long term to fix the budget challenges that you're facing today. With your evaluation of the superintendent and your support of his efforts, it says to us that you understand what he brings to the district and how you can use his wisdom, his vision, and his leadership skills to help you get down this road for this tough decision-making that you're going to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can reset the clock. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Liz Gean, and I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen because Sacramento City Unified School District is my school district where I live. And I am very pleased that you all have given Superintendent Aguilar a good evaluation. I think he deserves it. I was very impressed by the fact that on his first day, he chose to spend his Saturday meeting with community members, with community organizations. I don't know of another superintendent that has done that. I knew that he was different because I had heard about him and his relationship building and commitment to relationships from a student organization in Fresno that I have partnered with closely, Californians for Justice. His commitment to working with the community and using data to show his colleagues and the community what needs to happen for equity to be realized has impressed me. And I encourage the board to support his efforts to do what's right for students in bringing equity to all students, but particularly to the students that have suffered and who need it the most in Sacramento City Unified School District. There's no reason why we can't do better. And I think we are on a path forward to that, and I think it's because of Superintendent Aguilar's vision and the support by the board. The changes that I have seen over the years have been dramatic just in the time the superintendent has been here. So I have a lot of hope for forward progress and even greater change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gean.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, members of the board. My name is Marisol Avina. I'm here as a member of the community. I'm very pleased to hear of the positive evaluation that the superintendent received unanimously by the board. I think that the continuity of leadership is going to be very critical during these very difficult, challenging times that the district is facing. The revolving door that we've seen of superintendents has hurt the district's ability and willingness to make really tough decisions and tough calls that are needed to address the fiscal crisis that we have and the structural deficits. Despite these challenges, the superintendent is delivering on what the community asked for when you all were searching for a new superintendent, which was to increase graduation rates, increase college readiness, and he has done that. He's delivered on that promise despite the challenges, and I'm sure that he's going to continue to do that. And I just encourage the board to stay really focused, really committed in supporting the needed structural changes to finally fix the budget, and also standing behind the superintendent who is committed to delivering an equity vision that addresses systemic inequities for students of color. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Rubalcaba, and I am a parent at Matsuyama Elementary School, and I am here to personally thank Superintendent Aguilar. I know that a couple years ago when our district was looking for a new superintendent, we were concerned about where our schools were going and how to best move them forward and help our students achieve those goals that we set for them. And so I am appreciative and so glad to hear that we have chosen, I think, the best leader for our district at the moment, and would encourage you all to keep in mind, I know personally I'm on the PTA board at Matsuyama, and I sit with my principal once a month, and as her principal's report at the end of our meeting, she always talks about what's happening in our district and in our school, and she always has such positive things to say about Superintendent Aguilar and kind of the data and the use of that data into our district and how that has helped some of our students of color. And for me particularly, I think that it would make logical sense to keep that continuity of leadership, because even though we've had so many conversations about where our district is going and the health of our financial records, I think that at this critical juncture, it is important to see the positives in our district, and obviously that is yourself, Superintendent, I appreciate that, and our board as well, but there is still a lot that we need to do and work together, and at this juncture, I think it would be great to continue under your leadership and hopefully be in an even better situation 2 years from now. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
My name is Rochelle Ditmore. I'm here as a community member and also on behalf of City of Refuge. And first, I would love to say to the entire board, thank you for your service. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your sacrifice. It's seen, and I know that there's so many needs and there's so many holes, right, in our systems and in things that we have to address every single day. But who you are and your commitment to those places that matter the most, my life is one of those lives that have been impacted because of people like you. So thank you. And on behalf of our superintendent, we could not have chosen a more humble and truthful and honorable man. And I'm so honored to be a part of this city and to be connected to Sac City Unified School District. I do want to tell you just one quick story, because I think that these are the moments that really count. And they're the stories that our superintendent would never tell and would want to remain hidden. But about a year and a half ago, there was a 5th grader from Bret Harte Elementary School that was arrested on an accusation. And our superintendent ended up stepping in and standing with this young man and believing. And if you knew this young man's history, you would know how the trajectory of his life became what it was. And not only did our superintendent step in, and through collaboration of community and law enforcement, this young man was released from juvenile hall. He actually personally assisted helping to move him to a school that happened to be in an opposite neighborhood that was our rival gang neighborhood, where this young man ended up, through City of Refuge, getting on a football flag team, became MVP Player of the Year, and today holds a 3.5 GPA. I remember the day that we got a note in our door It was way too late with a $50 bill in it and a note to this young man that said, "I believe that you can make it. Congratulations on your success." And that note was from our superintendent, Jorge Aguilar. So thank you for doing those things in places that no one sees. And we believe as we continue to move forward, we're going to see true equity really be accomplished under your leadership.
Thank you.
Madam President, Superintendent, board members, my name is Patty Colston, and I was fortunate enough to get to speak on behalf of Dr. Aguilar 2 years ago. I work for the California Student Aid Commission, which is where I first met Dr. Aguilar, and I just wanted to provide you with some updated information, hot off the press, regarding Dr. Aguilar's outcomes here at the Sacramento Unified School District related to FAFSA completion, as well as California DREAM Act completion, GPA submission, which is a requirement in the state of California for a student to be eligible for free cash for college. We call the Cal Grant. That's our most common program. So in 2018, under Dr. Aguilar's leadership, FAFSA and CADA completion, not just submission, but completion, rose 9%.
Wow.
In 2019, we had a 7% increase. And that increase is in comparison to county-wide numbers. So in Sacramento County, I think there are 14 different districts. I don't know how many serve seniors, but your numbers were 9% and 7% higher than every other district in the state. I mean, in the county, I'm sorry, in the county. Now, CSAC, we need a GPA in order to consider a student for a Cal Grant. And in Sacramento County, there was about a 48% GPA submission rate. Here in Unified, 2018, 58%. So again, a 9% increase over the average school district in the county. And in 2019, a 7% increase over every other district in the county. I'm sorry, do I have to stop?
Just wrap that up, please. Thank you.
Okay, and that equates to about $10.4 million in free money for college for students in the Sacramento
Wow.
Unified School District.
Wow.
I
Thank
can go
you.
on. And
We can take your comments, Ms. Colson. Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate those comments. Wow. That's a lot of money. Thank you. I appreciate all of your comments. So with that, we are going to take board member comments on this item. Do we have any board members who are offering it? Looks like we have Member Morawski, followed by Member Wu.
Thank you, President Ryan. So working with Superintendent Aguilar was one of the reasons I was excited to join this board. I had seen the presentation as a parent on the guiding principle and his vision of equity, access, and social justice pretty soon after coming on. And I was very impressed with his commitment to student achievement, to continuous improvement. I think one of the most telling things that I've heard from him lately is that he wants to be held accountable to ambitious goals around student achievement. And, you know, for anyone who's worked in an organization or has seen organizations, for a leader to say, please hold me accountable is something very, very special. I believe the superintendent is committed to our students and to our community, and he's using data to tell stories that have never been told about our district and that need to be told. And I personally am looking forward to working with him for many years to come. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Board Member Morawski. Board Member Wu.
I too want to thank the superintendent. I want to congratulate the superintendent, and I want to assure the superintendent that I will be here, if not collectively, all of us will be here to guide you and to see you through the tough fights that lay ahead. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Wu. Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Ryan. Superintendent, I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate the work that you've done of putting our students first from the day that you walk through this door. And I've said it to my principals that are sitting in the audience, and I've said it to this board, and I want this whole audience to know. When you were interviewed, we had 2 top candidates that we narrowed it down to. Very hard choice. Superintendent was not my first choice, but he got the job. And there's not a single day that I wake up thinking, thank goodness I was wrong, because he has made a difference. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. Board Member Minnick.
Thank you. Well, he was my first choice. I'm going to tell everybody, I knew it. No, I'll say that this has been a rough 2 years, and we have taken on a lot, and you have really set the direction for this district in a way that we needed. And people always ask me all the time, how do you feel about him? How's he doing? And I always tell folks the same thing, that every single day I'm reminded of why we hired you. And I appreciate all the things you're doing. I appreciate all the things that we hear about here. And then I'm constantly hearing about things that I didn't know about, like supporting that young student that Ms. Ditmore spoke about. I know there's just so many things going on that we're not even aware of, because you're so committed to this community and to our kids. And so I was not at all surprised that you had a stellar evaluation, because you are doing amazing work at exactly the time where we need it the most. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I too, in contemplating how I wanted to serve my community and ultimately deciding to run for school board, one of the biggest, I think, factors for me personally was knowing that I had a superintendent in our school district who had a story like mine, has a story like many of our students. So you were part of that inspiration, and I certainly, as a parent, believed in your vision of equity, access, and social justice as well. I appreciate the fact that you really rely on data, not as something to fear, but as a flashlight to opportunities to do things differently, to really highlight those inequities in our system that need to be addressed, because we are leaving so many students behind. Do appreciate your big, bold ideas. Sometimes I don't know if we're ready for them, but I appreciate you having them, and certainly just like with everything, right? The more we expect from our children, they rise to that occasion. So I appreciate those big, bold ideas, and I appreciate that you continuously challenge our district to step up on behalf of increasing student achievement. I, again, believe in your vision. I admire your commitment to our students. And I do also believe and support that you are the right superintendent for our times right now. So thank you. Thank you for your service. And I definitely want to thank your family as well, because I know that families are always the ones who suffer the absence of your commitment and your you being out in our schools and our communities. So that means that you're not at home with your kids. So I want to thank your family and for supporting you and your dedication to our district.
Thank you, Member Garcia. That was beautifully said. I don't know if Consuelo is here today, but what people don't often realize is that when there she is in the back of the room, you deserve a round of applause. When Consuelo and the family took the leap of faith to relocate their entire lives and 4 families 4 children to Sacramento. This was at a time when Consuelo had had a very successful career as both a teacher and a counselor. She has given that up to support the vision of this superintendent and the ability to ensure that the 4 children that they have brought to Sac City Unified are successful in these very difficult times. And we are so grateful, as Member Garcia said, for your sacrifice. You know, when we went out to look for a new superintendent 2 years ago, we heard 2 things loud and clear from the hundreds of community members that we spoke with at community events throughout the district. We heard that we, from a community perspective, were tired of the revolving door of leadership and wanted a superintendent that would make a long-term commitment to the district. And we wanted a superintendent that would have the courage to focus on student achievement and equity in a real and actionable way. We found both these things in Superintendent Aguilar. He has never been in a post for fewer than 7 years. He, in his time in Fresno, saw double-digit gains in college readiness, in high school graduation rates, and saw our Latinx students actually surpass white students in Fresno Unified for some of their completion measures as a result of his leadership. In the short 2 years that we've had Superintendent Aguilar in Sac City, we went from lagging the rest of the state in high school graduation rates and having the lowest in the county to actually improving our high school graduation rates, and at a time when the state stagnated, surpassing the state average. Incredibly impressive. We saw that college readiness rates increased by 4.9%, with an impressive 7% increase for Latinx students. We've seen an increase in our SBAC scores for students, which is absolutely incredible in math and English, demonstrating more students are on track to be grade level. We also saw a 68 percentage point increase in the number of students who were 4-year college eligible as a result of an SAT score. And within that, 1,151 English language learners and economically disadvantaged students who saw that gain. This is, in fact, equity, access, and social justice in action. And then finally, I just want to call out that Sac City is known to be dysfunctional for a lack of systems and processes over the course of many years, processes that have made it very difficult to do our work. In the short period of time that Superintendent Aguilar has been with us, he has created a performance and targeted action index to address grade level readiness. He has created an attendance, behavior, and course performance report that actually looks at critical attendance patterns and develops interventions as necessary. An early identification and information system with which Board Member Vang quite often speaks to has been incredible to identify the social, emotional, and academic risk profiles of students and take appropriate interventions. And then a host of other things, an A through G monitoring tool, a graduation status tool, a graduation course monitoring tool, counseling dashboard, and a FAFSA monitoring tool. And you heard Ms. Colston speak to some of the incredible gains, including $10 million in additional aid that have resulted in those critical interventions. We asked for someone who would move the needle on student achievement, and despite a very difficult fiscal situation, we have in fact done that, and we now have hundreds of students who are on track who were not on track before, and we are seeing closes, a significant laser focus on closing persistent racial gaps. And for that, I think our superintendent deserves a round of applause. Finally, I just want to share that moving forward, the board has directed the superintendent to tackle a set of ambitious goals that includes to continue to focus on closing the structural deficit, including a focus on healthcare changes and ensuring that we have a healthy reserve necessary to reinvest in students. We've also asked him to continue this focus on student achievement, which we think is so critical if we are going to see these gains actually actually hold and grow over the coming years. And we will be coming back to him with an additional set of goals that really recognize that his fortitude, courage, and compassion in doing this work will be necessary, and it will also require a continued focus on building the labor management consortium and the relationships necessary to become a high-poverty, high-performing district. And so with that, we are pleased to move forward with the positive evaluation, and we appreciate your service. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion? Second? All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Yes. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Board President. I did want to make a motion to pull agenda item 7.2 from the agenda and table this resolution for a subsequent meeting. This is a resolution that deals with college access, and the resolution that is essentially asking us to take an opposed position on a conversation that is undergoing at California State University relative to increasing the math requirements from 3 years to 4 years for eligibility. And it's just a really important policy conversation that I think should come before the entire board. I know that there is some related work happening through the Math Readiness Challenge Initiative. And one of those, one of 5 grantees is here at Sac State, who's working with our very own district.
Yes.
So as part of that conversation, that policy discussion, what I'd like to see is Sac State, present to us the work that they've been working on for, several years now, maybe staff analysis relative to that work. And also, if possible, hear from the teachers who are participating in that partnership, just to have a better sense as to this question of whether or not our district should be supporting a conversation that's happening in the higher education system relative to increasing the requirements for eligibility. I know that there are some districts in the state that already do this, and they do show that not only are students more prepared when they enter college, but they also have completion rates. And those are, really important, especially for the student population that we have here in Sacramento. So I just wanted to respectfully ask that agenda item be pulled so that we can have a bigger, broader conversation as a board. And again, hear about the work that's happening related to this topic. I understand that this, the Board of Trustees is not set to vote on something like this anytime soon. So there is some opportunity for us to have that conversation as we move forward in contemplating making this decision. I don't know if this recommendation is a good thing or a bad thing for our students, but I certainly want to have that conversation as a board.
So, Board Member Garcia, I appreciate your concerns that you've expressed. There is actually a pressing timeline before us because this will be discussed at the July trustee meeting with an eye towards taking a fall vote. Our ability to weigh in on this subsequent with LA Unified School District, San Francisco Unified School District, Anaheim, and others, as well as 40 civil rights partners across the state, including the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund, given the equity implications on this, is key at this moment in time. We have, per process, moved through the policy committee, where Board Member Vang and I decided to bring this before us. We do have a strong body of evidence. I think you have supporting materials in front of you. Given Brown Act and the process that we have put in place before, these items move through policy and then to a larger discussion with the full board. I would like to move forward, given the timeline before us, unless we have objections, and would welcome the conversation, including comments from the superintendent who has expressed concern. Do we have a motion to second the move to table? Okay. So without a motion to second the move to table this item, we will be moving forward with this item for discussion tonight. Yes, yes. So I'm going to take a vote to adopt the agenda again. A second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Those
So
opposed?
I would be a no based on that item, and then I have additional comments moving forward.
Okay, when we come to that item, it's appropriate? Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to adopt the agenda, a second. All those in favor noting that Member Garcia is opposed to the agenda adoption as stands. Item 7.1, the acknowledgement and recognition of the outgoing student board member Rachel Halbo, which will be presented tonight by Vice President Minnick.
All right, here we go. I have notes so that I don't get, misty-eyed or whatever. Tonight we're going to acknowledge our amazing student board member, Rachel Halbo, and all the work she's done. And I'm going to go through some stuff here. So, Rachel Halbo is a 2019 West Campus High School graduate, and has been our insightful, fearless, and tenacious student board member over the past year. And I'll mention one thing that I did say in my speech at the West Campus graduation. She's also my favorite board member. Sorry, guys. She's been an advocate for youth voice and actively involved in speaking out against injustices affecting our students and our community. Rachel also serves as the leader of the Student Advisory Council. This year, she led a team of student researchers in the exploration of teenage mental health and racial and gender disparities in student experiences. Her leadership of these projects in collaboration with UC Davis led to the creation of several policy recommendations currently under consideration by the Board of Education. She's masterfully juggled the role of leader, advocate, activist, and student. I'll also add that she has been an active member of our governance committee, and we have been very proud to have her there to ensure that the student voice is always represented. Aside from her community roles, she undertook leadership roles in her school's debate and swim teams. Rachel has shown great ability in both of these endeavors, helping lead her teams to victories on several occasions. She has clearly raised the bar of the expectations of a student board member, and so I feel sorry for the person that has to follow her. Though we're excited to celebrate her graduation from West Campus, we're saddened to say farewell to our amazing student board member. We wish Rachel good luck in her future endeavors as she enrolls at Gonzaga University in the fall. Go Zags! And we have for you tonight a small gift to remember us by. And with that, I will bring this over and let my colleagues speak as well.
Wonderful, thank you. Do we have any colleagues that would like to speak in recognition of Student Board Member Halbo? Board Member Pritchett.
Student Board Member Halbo. Boy, the tenacious, that was a good word for you. Good job, Michael. From the first day that you joined this board, you showed no fear at all, and that was something that we didn't regularly see with student board members in the past, but we're excited about what's to come for you, and I hope that you'll keep in contact with us, and pictures and selfies, and, and we get to track all of your successes.
Okay. Board Member Wu.
Student Member Halbo, you have been an awesome inspiration. You have been most caring of other students, and you are a great student voice. So thank you.
Board Member Garcia.
Yes, so In the short amount of time that I've had the opportunity to work with you, you are an incredibly smart, confident, thoughtful, but a fearless advocate in what you believe in. And I just want to wish you well. I know you will do well. You're a tremendous leader. But also in taking this opportunity and recognizing that you are a reflection of everything that great that happens with our school district. So you will be a great representative for our Sac City Unified School District. So thank you for your service and best of luck.
Board Member Vang.
So, Member Howell, it's been, gotta keep the mic on. I just want to say thank you so much for your fierce advocacy. It's been an honor, super humble and blessed that I actually get the opportunity to sit next to you and feel literally your energy. And you know, you've been a strong advocate for all of our students. And in particular, I remember when we voted on the SRO contract, you were, you represent not just yourself, but many of our students in the district. So I just want to commend you for everything that you've done for our students and for this district and keeping us in check to make sure that we're constantly student focused. And so I'm excited about your future. You're going to have a great time in college. I know we all know where you're going, so we need to lean in on Rachel. What do you think about this? This is coming for a vote. I need some advice. We know who to go to, but thank you so much just for everything that you've done for the district and our students.
Thank you so much. Board Member Morowski.
I won't belabor this, but Student Board Member Halbo, it's been my honor to get to know you over these last few months, and I cannot wait to see what you do with yourself because you impressed me so much. Please keep in touch.
Thank you. So I just want to finally say, it was right before Board Member Halbo joined us that her predecessor actually participated in the selection process of our superintendent. And I often say it was eye-opening for me because her voice was as strong and critical to the decision on who we would hire as any of our sitting elected board members. Student Board Member Halbo has continued with this leadership, vision, and willingness to speak truth to power, even in very difficult situations, often drawing her student experience at school, bringing it back, and courageously sharing, but also challenging to do better, to recognize the needs of students who quite often aren't fortunate enough to have a seat at the table, a voice at the dais like Board Member Halbo does. And you have done a remarkable job in representing students without a voice well and ensuring that their voices are heard. Thank you so much for your service. And with that, we get to present you
President Ryan, if I can just say, Member Halbo, I do want to thank you for all of your work. I am always impressed and look to Member Minnick, who has been such a committed board member in providing mentorship for our student board members. And most of the times he says, yeah, I didn't talk to her about that. And when I look to my left, you're not reading from notes. So clearly you have spent a great deal of time studying our agendas, understanding the issues, and then putting your critical thinking skills to work. And I've always been impressed by the quality of those critical thinking skills. So please keep in touch. Certainly we expect to hear about the amazing work that you're going to be doing up north, but do hope that you will return back to Sacramento and be of service to this wonderful community. So thank you and congratulations.
Student Board Member Halbo, we would love to hear from you if you don't mind.
I have nothing prepared, but I would really like to thank everyone who's here for this wonderful opportunity because it has been an amazing experience for me, especially knowing that coming out of my junior year, where the high school policy debate topic for the whole year was education policy, that this was something I was interested in. And by chance being elected to this committee, simply because I knew the past student board member and she gave me an application on time, was clearly by luck, but it ended up to be a really, really important experience and something that has helped me to realize that I want to stay in education and work somewhere in education. Who knows where I'll end up, but we'll find out. And I'm really excited to get to continue to pursue that interest at Gonzaga. And so it has just been an awesome opportunity to get to learn more about the policies and the process that goes on within a school district. And I will say that it is certainly a blessing in a really terrible disguise to be a part of a school district and in a position of relative power. In a school district that is going through such tough times on very many different angles, from very many different angles. But it has helped me to understand that there are a lot of things that we can do in order to help to, challenge the systematic oppression and things like that that are in place, and to change the system from within. And so hopefully I will get to continue doing that somewhere. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Student Board Member Halbo. Thank you. So on this next item, item 7.2, approving resolution 3088, advocating for college access, success, and equity for all Sacramento City Unified School District graduates. What we're going to do is we're going to read portions of the resolution, take public comment, and then questions from board members. So in opening this, I just want to say, under Superintendent Aguilar's leadership, we have developed a laser focus on the idea of equity, access, and social justice. With this, adopting a guiding principle to ensure that all students have an equal opportunity to graduate from high school with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. We see this move to instill a four-year graduation requirement, a four-year admissions requirement for math at the CSU as being a constriction of that access mission versus an opportunity to create clearer pathways for students into the California State University system. We know, and data has demonstrated, that there are inequitable opportunities for access to four-year colleges across the state. That if you are Black, Latinx, or Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, your likelihood of having access to rigorous A through G coursework is significantly decreased. And at a time when we should be upholding our commitment based on the master plan of creating pathways into and through college, we are in fact constricting access, turning away at the CSU in the last cohort nearly 150,000 students who met eligibility requirements, silently raising the bar, if you will, both around the requirements for GPA and the requirements for SAT scores to ensure admissions. This is incredibly troubling. When we look at this move, I think it's important to note, before we have Board Member Vang read some of the key provisions of the resolution, that this comes at a time when the UC system actually decided to table a suggestion to add an additional year of science to their admissions requirement. And they did that because after deep discussion with the Academic Senate and others, they found that there had not been an analysis done, a research-based analysis on the equity implications of making such an admissions change to students. And so they said, we are going to do a 3-year disproportionate impact analysis before we choose to move forward with a recommendation of this nature. Unfortunately, that has not occurred at the California State University system, and I think why you see the long line of civil rights partners across the state objecting and saying we appreciate the intention of improving math readiness, and there are many ways that can do that, and we certainly support the efforts locally at Sac State to increase math grade level proficiency. But raising the bar for admissions without studying and doing due diligence around disproportionate impact for historically marginalized groups could have grave unintended consequences. Board Member Vang.
So I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Resolution 3088, advocating for college access, success, and equity for all Sacramento City Unified School District graduates. Whereas the California State University Quantitative Reasoning Task Force and the Academic Senate for the CSU has put forth a resolution that proposes to add a 4th year of math quantitative reasoning to the AG college preparatory requirements as part of freshman eligibility for students entering in fall 2023 or 2024. Whereas Sacramento City Unified School District serves over 42,000 students, including 17,000 students who are Latinx, 5,900 students who are Black, 17% who are Asian origin, of which 2,500 of those students are Hmong, 2,000 are Chinese, 1,300 other Asian. Whereas Sac City is fully committed to ensuring college access for its ethnically diverse student body by improving the percentage of graduates eligible to attend California public colleges and university. Whereas the preparation of students for college is under the purview of secondary institutions and should be done to ensure equity via California Education Code and not a mission policy where there will be student winners and losers in accessing a 4th year of math and quantitative reasoning and thereby CSU admission. Whereas Sac City is fully committed to working in partnership with the CSU and other post-secondary institutions to make a variety of high-quality math courses available to students in their junior and senior year, whereas the Sac City School Board calls upon the California State University Chancellor and Board of Trustees to honor its commitment to be the People University by providing broad access to an excellent education. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sac City Unified School District Board of Education formally opposes the passage and adoption of a CSU proposal to change its freshman eligibility requirement to add a 4th year of math and quantitative reasoning and urges the CSU Board of Trustees to vote against such a proposal that would further exacerbate access challenges for our Sac City graduates.
Thank you, Board Member Vang. With that, we're going to take public comments. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, President Ryan, we have 5 public comments. If you could stand in line as soon as you hear your name called. Liz Gean, followed by Tanya Pellegrini, Carl Pinkston, Renee Webster Hawkins, and Chris Wong.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar and President Ryan and the board. Public advocates, I'm Liz Gean with Public Advocates. Public Advocates joined a coalition letter with the Education Trust West and 37 other civil rights and education equity organizations to CSU, asking CSU for more evidence to back up their proposal. In our letter, we were especially concerned with the impacts on students that are already underrepresented at CSU and the consequences for students suffering from a number of conditions in the K-12 schools in which they enroll and attend. For example, the shortage statewide of teachers certified in the STEM fields would really relate to being able to prepare enough students in an additional year of math. Students in districts that don't offer 4 years of A to G coursework. What we wanted to know was, what is the research showing the clear connection between the additional year of math and the academic success in college, and with a comparison to CSU students that only had 3 years? What were those students' trajectories, and how are they faring in comparison? We appreciate that the board is considering this and weighing in on this question, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gean.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Pellegrini, and I'm a staff attorney with the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund, also known as MALDEF. MALDEF is a nationwide civil rights law firm that advocates for civil rights and on behalf of the Latinx community in the areas of voting rights, immigration, education, and employment. MALDEF supports resolution number 3088 that formally opposes the passage and adoption of a Cal State University proposal to change its freshman eligibility requirements to add a 4th year of math requirement. A proposal to add a fourth year of math reasoning to requirements for freshman eligibility raises several serious concerns, in particular when it is done in the absence of evidence that clearly articulates why this change is necessary, and it lacks definitive evidence that it will not pose a disparate impact on Latinx, African American, and Native American students. Math should be done in partnership with K-12 institutions, not through admission policies by the CSU, and with complete disregard to the current availability of additional math offerings, qualified high school faculty, and inequitable access of A through G curriculum in this very district. In the 2017-2018 year, only 44% of Latinx and nearly 46% of African American Sac City Unified graduates completed A through G coursework, which means that over 50% of Latinx and African American students would in effect be ineligible to apply to the CSU system under this proposed change. The CSU, long traditionally known as the People's University, has become more and more selective, and access is denied to tens of thousands of eligible students every year. This proposal by the CSU will only further constrain access. For these reasons, MALDEF strongly supports passage of resolution number 3088. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carl Pinkston with the Black Parallel School Board. We come out in support of the resolution 3088 for a couple of reasons. One is that for African Americans, it will disproportionately impact African Americans, given the fact there's only 76% of African American graduates in this district, and of those, you only have 29% that are AG eligible. So the challenge becomes any additional requirements will actually reduce that number from 29% to possibly somewhere in the area of 15. People ask the question, why? All we have to do is go back to Proposition 209. When it was race neutral, in an assumption that it will help more people have access, it disproportionately impacted African American students into higher education. Also, the other critical component is that most of our African American parents, and particularly students, do not go to UC colleges in California. And the reason is because the bar is continuously getting higher, higher, and higher. Black Parallel School Board just recently participated in a graduation ceremony for our students. At least 90% of our students are going to out-of-state colleges. 90%. And we only had one student that was going to Sac State. So it clearly shows that this is not the right direction that the UC region should be going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Renee Webster Hawkins, and I'm a parent of two children. Both are children of color, and both are adopted out of foster care. I'm in support of this resolution, and I'm in support of the resolution with a friendly amendment, and that is to include in your whereases the students that are a part of all the students that this resolution would support. In particular, the student groups identified under the local control funding formula, your low-income students, foster youth, homeless youth, English language learners, and also students with disabilities, because these students have the same disadvantages, the same underrepresentation in our higher education institutions. And also, I would think that a People's University would recognize the context of the students that are coming into that university, including the disruptions that occur in the lives of these student groups. And so I would recommend, my friendly amendment is after the whereas that breaks out the students by ethnicity, to include a whereas. 70% of students enrolled in CSUSD are identified as socioeconomically disadvantaged, including 207 foster youth and 319 homeless students, and 14.6 students have disabilities. And then in the following whereas, following the phrase ethnically diverse, add and economically disadvantaged. student body. I think this fully embraces the students that we have and recognizes the challenges that they have, and in no way predetermines whether or not they can be successful in college. It may just have indicated that there were some disruptions in their K through 12 education that have gotten in the way of yet another year of a rigorous academic course. Thank you.
Ms. Weber,
Yes.
will you, Webster, sorry, will you please bring me the language that you just shared? I tried to take notes as best I can, and I
will.
think that Nathaniel did as well.
Can I email it to Nathaniel?
Yes, we need to adopt it, though. if
Yes.
we-
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Good additions.
Hey, good evening, board. My name is Chris Wong. I'm a graduate of SUSD Schools, and I have some questions that I hope you'll address in board member comment. Okay, so when I was in elementary school, in 6th grade, we take a placement test that places us into our math class. So say I get placed into, like, it used to be pre-algebra, but say I get placed into math 7, then I take math 8 in 8th grade, and then I take math 1 my freshman year of high school. What happens if I have a bad year and fail that under if we have 4 years of math?
Yeah, and actually, that's addressed in one of the letters we received from superintendents who were very concerned that that then would make them ineligible for a 4-year college.
Okay, great. And then, my next question is, what options do we currently have for students who perhaps fail a math class at some point in their high school career?
Great.
And then, for Member Garcia, you mentioned, so do we have like any evidence like supporting that 4 years of A through G would boost our college readiness? Is there, because I know I was reading about this before I got here, like Long Beach has seen increases since implementing it. So like I know like we wanted to table this discussion. So are we still in the evidence gathering stage, or are we?
Great questions.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So we'll try our best to answer those questions, and we appreciate your comments this evening.
Thanks.
With that, we are going to have Superintendent Aguilar, followed by Board Member Garcia.
Thank you, President Ryan. I did want to give context with respect to my recommendations on this topic on a couple of pieces. One is when I expressed to the chair of the CSU trustees the concern from Sac City, it was based on a number of arguments. The first is this is the first year in which we hired and have someone that is monitoring our master schedule. And so the idea that we could very quickly and nimbly add a 4th year of math into our master schedule is something that that I'm concerned about. The second reason is that, as you may remember, we entered into a very unique partnership in which we share information with our partners in higher education. And I'm just generally very cautious about raising admission standards for the type of students that we serve in Sac City Unified. In my previous career in higher education in the Central San Joaquin Valley, this was an issue that was of grave concern, the low eligibility rates among students, and particularly underserved, historically disadvantaged students. So somebody pointed to the data. I'm sure they got it from the California School Dashboard. We have slightly just over half of our students who are completing the A to G course pattern today. That involves 3 years of mathematics. I would want us to continue to partner with CSU Sacramento in capitalizing on this unique data exchange agreement and continuing to study ways in which we can make sure that students who are completing 3 years of mathematics, completing the A to G course pattern, aren't needing remediation courses when they reach the CSU or the community college system. I know that there are concerns from a master plan for higher education, but I just think that it's important to consider that these kinds of changes, and I'm happy to hear that UC has also taken a pause, raising admission standards in communities like Sac City, where we still have many of our students who are not completing the minimal requirements that don't require 4 years of math or don't require 3 years of science, is something that we need additional time to understand how we shift our master schedule so that we could possibly offer across all of our entire district 4 years of math for all of our students, or even 3 years of science for all of our students. I think we are very fortunate to have, although it's barely surviving, a master plan for higher education that still admits the top third through the CSU system. We are not there yet. In Sac City, we are not at a place where all of our students have access to the CSU system. So I would recommend that we continue to foster the relationship with CSU Sacramento, capitalize on our ability to analyze data, and understand how we can impact the variation in performance among our schools by ensuring that we have stronger professional learning, stronger relationships between our math department teachers and our math faculty at CSU, as well as Los Rios Community College and UC Davis and UC Merced. So certainly I hope that this is something that the CSU system will consider very seriously and understand the aspects that we have put forward in terms of our arguments.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Aguilar. Board Member Garcia, and then if there are any other board members with comments and questions, please make.
Yes, so I wanted to clarify that I didn't necessarily have an opinion about the policy that's being proposed, but rather the opportunity to have a policy discussion that's broader and more comprehensive relative to graduation requirements and college eligibility, et cetera. So it was really to have that opportunity, and I think the public commenters really brought up some really good points that I think would be great to further explore in a separate item. So a couple of things I think moving forward. I know that maybe some of my colleagues here on the board are far more I guess, knowledgeable about this particular issue. I just wasn't aware of it. It was new, so I wanted to really have that opportunity to have a broader policy conversation, because we are taking a position on a resolution to oppose something. So I appreciate the supporting documentation that came in today, but just moving forward, it would be very helpful to have supporting documentation to understand the rationale for some of the proposals that come before us. So I don't know how that could work. I know that Board Member President Ryan, your organization, College for Campaign for College Opportunity, is a leader in terms of opposing this particular policy proposal. But this is information that I think should come before us as a board in understanding sort of the background. And I didn't realize that the superintendent had written a letter in opposition to this policy. So this is really helpful information, and that's why I wanted to have a policy conversation, because I know it's a big issue. So again, a friendly request that moving forward, we get background information on why we're making certain recommendations, especially when we're being asked to oppose something. And again, I still want to have that presentation with Sac State and maybe district staff in their analysis in terms of that collaboration that that work that's happening right now, as well as hearing from the teachers on how all of that work is happening in terms of developing professional development and course development as this conversation continues to evolve. But I just wanted to make it clear that I just felt that we needed to have a broader policy conversation. I just don't feel prepared to have, to support this resolution today. But thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia, and I appreciate your feedback. Traditionally, we have had these items move through the policy committee where they're vetted, and then they come to the full board, but I appreciate a request for additional supporting materials prior to the resolution itself to help inform your decision-making.
And just one additional comment, and also to inform our public, right? It's in the spirit of transparency. I think it helps our community know why we're taking certain positions. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Morowski?
Thank you. I think I'd echo Board Member Garcia's wish for, more supporting information, so we can have more time and information to digest. I guess just wanted to clarify, and maybe this was discussed in the policy committee, but it's the opposition is to the proposal, but it seems like it's based in, we're opposed at this time because we're not convinced that there is evidence supporting that this will actually improve outcomes for our diverse communities.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
So I wonder if it's appropriate to add that in. I know it's in some of the whereases,
Yeah.
but maybe in the
And-
resolution, we could say that would further exacerbate access challenges at this time and in absence of clear evidence that this change will improve outcomes for our diverse communities. Just to be more clear that it may not be a kind of no, never kind of opposition, but it's a little more nuanced.
I like that. So at the absence of evidence in this time that it will improve outcomes for our diverse community. I think we can do that at the end of the last, now therefore it be resolved. I will also say, in moving forward with the resolution, we were very intentional about recognizing the full commitment to working in partnership with the CSU to make a variety of high-quality math courses available. And this in no way hinders the work that's occurring at Sac State, which is really around preparation and collaboration across faculty and teaching in both institutions. And so I do want to make sure that I point that out, and that Andrea Venezia of Ed Insights at Sac State has in fact been calling for data and conversation at a broader level that is intentional and multi-years to recognize disproportionate impact before a decision at scale, system-wide of this nature, would be made. So with that, do we have any other comments? Okay.
Also, the two amendments, one from Renee to the third whereases, and also Member Morowski's comment for the now, therefore, let it be resolved. If we can make those amendments, I move to pass.
Yes, so, yes. So we have two significant amendments, one that will be clarifying amendments. In the third whereas, we would add LCFF groups, whereas 70% are identified as free or reduced price lunch, and calling out the specific LCFF groups in that piece. And then we would be going back to the last, now where therefore it be resolved, that the Sac City Unified School District Board of Education formally opposes the passage and adoption of a CSU proposal to change its freshman eligibility requirements to add a fourth year of math quantitative reasoning, and urges the CSU Board of Trustees to vote against such a proposal that would further exacerbate access challenges for Sac City Unified graduates at this time in the absence of an evidence-based approach.
Sorry, did I miss it? Did you say on the fourth whereas?
I did.
That add the economically diverse?
Yes, so
Okay.
that the 70% got
Yes,
to that piece.
thank you. Okay.
So with that, I want to go ahead and call for a vote and appreciate all the community members to come out and speak on this critical item, as it does, in fact, potentially constrict access for students that we are working diligently through our guiding principle to create additional opportunities for. So do we have a motion? We move from from Board Member Vang to adopt with the clarifying amendments, and we have a second. Student Board Member preferential vote.
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Those abstain?
I just want to say, I appreciate Board Member Morawski's clarifying language that I think just further crystallized sort of where I was coming from. I was concerned that the oppose was too harsh of an oppose. We're closing the door on the conversation. So I just want to thank you for saying at this time, because I think that's a critical distinction. So with that, I'd be more than happy to support the resolution.
Wonderful. So the motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Moving on to item 7.3, the Core Growth Awards, which will be presented by Dr. Iris Taylor and Vincent Harris. And I am so excited to see so many incredible educators and teachers in the room who have been a vital part of this work.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability. I'm joined this evening with Dr. Iris Taylor, our Chief Academic Officer, and Rick Miller, who's the Executive Director of the Core Districts Organization. Tonight, we actually have an opportunity to do something really important, and that's honor the work that takes place at our sites, our teachers, our students, our principals, the support staff, the classified staff, and then actually central office leaders as well. There's an opportunity now to present the Core Growth Awards to many of our sites that are here this evening. These awards actually showcase student achievement impact, specifically in English language arts, mathematics, or both subject areas. And so tonight we have the honor of recognizing both 1-year and 3-year winners. And with that, I'll turn it over to Rick Miller, who will give you a little bit more context about the Core Growth Awards, and then we'll do the most important work of honoring our sites this evening.
Great, thank you very much, President. I appreciate it. President Ryan, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar, thank you so much for having us here this evening. Again, my name is Rick Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the Core Districts. Core, if you don't know, is a collaborative of 8 large urban districts in California that works together around equity issues and access. And you, of course, Sac City is a founding member of the Core Districts. And so what we're here today to celebrate is growth. And basically what happened is, you may know, we share a data set with each other and we try to learn from each other. One thing that constantly frustrated us was that while the state appropriately pays attention to proficiency and how our kids are doing and whether or not they're proficient, they do not recognize schools that do a great job of bringing kids from the bottom all the way up. And so if you sort of start at the bottom, you come just short of proficiency, on our dashboard, it's not really shown to be a meaningful measure. And so we thought at Core, it made a lot of sense. We're going to pay attention to those educators who are doing phenomenal work, bringing kids forward, even if it's not recognized in the dashboard. So we created a growth model as a way to understand this great work by these teachers. And so we at Core then partnered with Ed Trust West to better talk about and show these schools across the state who are doing enormous work, who are bringing kids farther faster, specifically with an equity focus, and who are taking our Black and brown youth and kids in poverty and doing exceptional work with them. So we also want to highlight what we call the power of 2, which is this notion of that if you look just at growth, you may see kids who are making enormous projects but are not progressing to be college and career ready by the time they graduate. And again, if you look at just proficiency, you're missing incredible progress. And so it's really the power of 2 when you look at them both together where we think you find the most important progress. So we also, as Vincent mentioned, we have both 1 and 3 years. We recognize 1 year of growth, but in particular, we pay attention to 3 years of growth because it's a sustained growth. It's a year after year continuous improvement that we're really trying to look for. And I know that you as a board have said is a top priority of yours. So with that, we're going to sort of show you which schools are here tonight that have earned this award here in Sac City. It's a good number of them. We're very proud of the work they've been doing. But I do want to ask if there's any questions from the board about our growth model, about how we do this before I proceed to ask the schools to join us. Great. Okay, so with that, let me start by asking if we could ask the principal or any staff members of the school, any teachers that are here from the school, to please join us up front as I call your name. So first, with 1 year of high growth in both ELA and mathematics, Alice Burney, the Waldorf Inspired. And also, if you could stay up here as well, and we'll take a picture. Next, Bowling Green Elementary in both ELA and mathematics.
We had to go take pictures with them.
Caleb Greenwood Elementary in both ELA and mathematics. California Middle for English Language Arts. Elder Creek Elementary in mathematics. Ethel Phillips Elementary, ELA and mathematics. Genevieve Didion, ELA and mathematics. Golden Empire Elementary. John H. Still, mathematics. Kit Carson International Academy, ELA and mathematics. Mark Twain Elementary, ELA and mathematics. O.W. Irwine Elementary. Pony Express Elementary, mathematics. Sequoia Elementary, mathematics. Susan B. Anthony Elementary, mathematics. And finally, in 1 year of high growth, Woodbine Elementary, ELA and mathematics.
You're gonna have to squish a little.
Should have everybody stay up so we can come take a picture.
You want to see? Can I kick that out of the way? Yeah, okay. So now to move forward to our 3 years ago, I do want to add that our data set doesn't just include the core districts, but actually includes over a third of the students. Actually, we're close to almost a half the students in the state now are part of this that we look at in a number of schools. And less than 10% of the schools across our network actually showed 3 years of growth. So this is an exceptional amount of work from these schools.
Amazing.
So with that, I want to bring up your schools. We'll ask them to come forward as well. So California Middle in mathematics. Camellia Elementary, mathematics. Before I mention this next one, I do want to say it is exceptional to have 3 years of growth, but to have 3 years of growth in both ELA and mathematics is actually almost unheard of in our data set. So it's a crazy word. So with that, Oro Warren Elementary, congratulations.
Great.
Father Keith B. Kenny in elementary in ELA. And your amazingly second school that did this in both English Language Arts and mathematics, Fernbank Middle School. H.W. Harkness Elementary. John Bidwell Elementary. Leonardo da Vinci Elementary. Oh, K8.
Oh, yay, Deb.
Martin Luther King Jr. K8. Phoebe Hurst Elementary. Oh, okay. And finally, West Campus High School. So thank you to the board. Thank you for your incredible work. These are great schools, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
The photo?
If we can please ask, before all of our principals leave, we want to recognize Dr. Iris Taylor. I think many of you know that, to our great dismay, Dr. Taylor will be leaving us soon. She has been a remarkable leader, one of the best in the state, if not the country, in her role as Chief Academic Officer, someone who has worked tirelessly to lift student achievement and at great personal cost at time this past year, managing having a spouse back in Tennessee while she continued to execute the vision of the board and the superintendent here because she loves our children and our teachers so much. Iris, please come up. We would love to recognize your exemplary leadership.
Can I just, thank you, very unexpected, thank you very much. I just want to say that it's with a heavy heart that I leave Sac City. It's been my home, and I've just enjoyed the work, and I will say the past 2 years under this superintendent, I always tell the story of how, I was kind of a skeptic of superintendents, like they come, they go. However, under Superintendent Aguilar, I must say that you have made me a believer and just the power of the superintendency. And to see this board rally around this superintendent, I am very excited to see, and I will continue to look from afar at what happens in Sac City. Very, very excited, and know that the changes that we have been instituting and putting in place will go far in changing the trajectory of outcomes for the students in this district. So thank you.
Thank you. And we have a comment from Board Member Vang on this item, and then Board Member Pritchett.
So I just wanted to say congratulations to all the schools that were recognized and all our amazing site leaders, our principal. But I also want to give a shout out to all our teachers because I know that this work cannot be done without them. And so congratulations to all of our teachers because we would have not seen this growth without each and every one of you. And so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you so much, Board Member Vang.
And before Ms. Terry Smith leaves, please don't leave the building yet. I see you at the door. First, I want to congratulate everyone that was involved in all this, but a special thanks to Ms. Terry Smith. This, with a heavy heart, as Dr. Iris Taylor said, Terry Smith will be retiring from our district, and many of us had know Terry as our kid's first grade teacher. She was my son's first grade teacher, and he's now 26 years old. And she became the principal of the same school that she was a teacher at. And so she'll be sorely missed in the community, and I hope she'll keep in touch with all of us. Thank you for your service.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Board Member Pritchett. Moving on to item 8.0, public comment. As I shared earlier, we have a tight agenda and we're running over already. So we're asking you to take no more than 2 minutes. If you have several comments on the same item, you can combine your time for a total of 5 minutes. And with that, do we have any public comments?
Yes, President Ryan, we do have public comments. I count a total of 16 public comments. I will call them up 5 at a time, but first I want to read the public comment disclaimer posted on the board agenda. Members of the public may address the board on non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Please fill out a comment card available at the entrance if you wish to provide a comment today. We ask that comments be limited to 2 minutes with no more than 15 minutes per single topic so that as many people as possible may be heard. It's within the board president's discretion to reduce the amount of allotted time for each public comment in an effort to provide the opportunity for all individuals to be heard within the allotted 30-minute time frame that we have set for public comments. Board values comments received, but the law requires that board members not engage in back and forth conversations on items listed on the agenda. The board may, at its discretion, refer a matter to district staff or calendar the issue for a further discussion. And I'm going to call up individuals on the topics that were submitted. We have 4 related to contract negotiations, 2 related to child development cuts, 2 related to layoffs, and 8 other public comments. And I will call up first those who want to speak today about contract negotiations. Tara Thronson, followed by Nicole Gustafson, Allison French-Tubo, and Sawait Siyom.
Thank you. And before we have Tara and others begin, I do want to say that for the last several months, we have been allowing for a much longer, sometimes hours worth of public comment. I have heard many pieces of feedback from parents, from community members, that even though we offer childcare until 9 o'clock, that it's been difficult for them to be as engaged as they would like, given the length of the board meetings. And so I want to let you know that while the board made a conscientious decision to extend public comments far beyond that discretion to shorten the time to 1 minute per person and a total of 15 minutes per topic because of the budget crisis, moving forward, we will be going back to running a much more efficient agenda so that we can ensure we are maximizing community engagement and parent participation. For many months, we were ending our board meetings before 9, and I think that board members heard from our community that they were happier and more able to participate. And so it is our intention to return to that. And with that, please.
Good evening. My name is Tara Thronson. I am a parent of 2 in Saxony Unified School District and co-founder of Parents United to Restore Our Schools. I've learned so much in the last 2 months attending these board meetings and researching the budget situation for the past year. But it feels like we're still stuck in the same cycle. We need our leaders to resolve your differences so we can all start working together to provide stability and invest in our students, in particular with a focus on equity. We need you to start rebuilding trust with each other. I know that's difficult, but we're counting on you and union leaders to find a way to do that. We need healthy and collaborative relationships with the district and union leaders. This is my message from the parents from our last meeting, and I have done a little arts and crafts sign for y'all. You have 70 days until the next school year starts. Parents will not tolerate this conflict continuing into our kids' next school year. 70 days. This summer, we expect the district and the union leaders to mediate your current contract and negotiate a successor contract. You've heard me say this over and over again, but you have 70 days now. Please take action daily. We beg of you. Resolve your differences so we can all move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Nicole Gustafson. I have a 5.5-year-old that's going into kindergarten. I have to follow Tara. the contract dispute needs to be resolved prior to the new school year. Everybody needs to work together and collaborate to find a solution that works for everyone. We want dates, but what you're planning to do in the next 70 days, because I feel like it just continues to, there's no resolution, and it's frustrating. The parents, the union members, and the board members need to work together and to figure out healthcare as well as the OPEB pre-funding. And I'm hoping that you are going to continue to do the 4% reserve, because I think that's conservative. I know you guys are working on other things. My other concern is the CFO. Do you guys have a timeline on hiring someone? Because I feel it's important for them to be onboarded quicker so that they can be buy-in with the current new things that you're trying to do. And I wondered what the long-term goals were for OPEB pre-funding. So
Wonderful, thank you. If we can reset the clock, thank you.
I'm Allison French-Tubo, a parent of 2 students, and like many others, my top concerns are the status of budget negotiations with labor partners, the limited amount of time that we have to get those addressed before the school year, and especially the concerns about health care costs and pre-funding of retirement benefits. I know that I, as a state employee, pay a certain percentage of my salary towards that, and I feel that's a wise investment on my part, and I hope others can recognize the wisdom of such investments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Superintendent, Board President, and other members. Sawait Sium, I am a parent in the district. I have 2 children in the district and one who'll be joining shortly. First of all, I just want to acknowledge all of the hard work that you all have put in to resolve the current financial crisis that we are in. And so thank you. I think that I speak on behalf of Parents United to Restore Our Schools. We are parents in the district who are concerned about the state of our schools. And I speak on behalf of all of us to say that we trust that we've elected you all, and we trust that you can work together to solve the situation at hand. We don't profess to have all the answers. Many of us are smart, we have degrees, and but all of that is neither here nor there. I think what's important is that we trust and we expect that you will resolve the current situation. With that said, we've also heard from parents in meetings that we've had that there's a desire to be engaged, not just when there's a crisis. I think that many have felt that we perhaps were asleep behind the wheel, and as President Ryan mentioned earlier, many parents also can't come to these board meetings because of just challenges, right? And so, we also would ask that perhaps we could find creative ways to engage parents throughout the year. And we'd love to collaborate with you all as we figure that out. Like, what does that look like, right? Really empowering their smart, passionate parents that really care about their kids and their schools, as we've seen, as parents have really come to the table to be a part of the solution. So we just ask that you would think about that and consider us as you're thinking about ways to engage parents. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next round of public comments is from those wishing to speak about pink slips and child development cuts. I'm going to call them up together. Erica Sanchez, followed by Alice Mercer, Amanda Vargas, David Aleman, Yumiko Trimmingham, Yolanda Padilla, and Lucille Brandon.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Erica Sanchez, and to the SCUSD board, I, along with my class of 2020, am entering my senior year at Rosemont. After spending my high school career at Rosemont High School and experiencing a multitude of teachers, I can without a doubt say that the English teacher, Mr. Andrew Jones, has been unfairly pink-slipped and deserves his spot as an English teacher. In the past, I have had teachers who have let kids smoke weed under the lab desks. I have had a teacher who has pulled down not only mine but other female classmates' sweats to make sure we were not wearing anything underneath. I have also seen a non-African American teacher appropriate African Americans and her students through her box braids, though 2 of these 3 teachers still remain at my school. It is true that he has only been here for 1 year, and so he obviously has the least seniority. We believe it is unfair that he be cut without the students' input. I can confidently say that my third period English class can vouch for Mr. Jones. He puts time and effort into his career, and it shows through the lessons that we have been taught. I have learned more about the English language and my writing this year than any other year I have ever had in my high school career. This class did not feel like a typical school curriculum. It felt as if we were all tailored to, individually. Mr. Jones has had an impact on everyone I have ever interacted with at my school, even though they have never had his class. I finally feel valued, not as just a student, but as a peer. Nothing but positivity surrounds his reputation at my school, and it is not fair to us nor him that he be fired. He provides a safe learning environment for all of his students, and I have never witnessed unjustness with his actions. He was the environmental club leader, and he was offering creative writing for the students of 2020, though it seems like we will never have that chance, considering the whole 3 years that I've been there, we have never been offered a single class as creative writing. So basically, I will leave you with this. Please reconsider who you are taking out of your kids' schools. You could fire the teacher that gives packets every week, or you could fire the teacher that does his absolute best. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board. My colleagues are going to yield their time to me. Thank you. I'm David Alamán with the Child Development Program, and I'm one of the social workers there. I want to ask you all, do you believe that preschool is important? The 0 to 5 education, do you believe it's important? Yeah? No? Yes? Yes? You know what? I don't know if you've seen Kevin McCarty's writings and Superintendent Thurman's and their videos on preschool. Have you seen those? They're very, very informative and powerful, okay? And even the governor, he's going to put money into this area, right? Do you know in your core, the first year core schools that you brought up here, out of the 11, out of the 16, the first core, 8 of those, we have child development preschools there. On the 3-year achievements, of the 11 there, actually, there's 2 middle schools and high school. 8 of those were elementary school, and of those, 6, we have child development preschools there, okay? Preschool is very important. It's real easy to talk about the end. Oh yeah, I'll look at the high school graduation and college entrance and all that stuff. But all the research is showing 0 to 5, helping those kids, but Head Start's even more. It's about getting the parents involved. Your program here is a comprehensive program. We've got mental health / social workers. We have the parent engagement that your DLAC and African American Achievement Task Force want to have. We get the parent. We ask every parent, have they thought about a family goal? And we respond to those that choose to give us something. We've gone before federal reviews year after year after year. And we do great in them. In fact, the last one, we got some great accolades for our Sac City district. I don't know if you guys know those things. And yet, if this is so important, why have you allowed the dismantling of a quality program? I came up here several meetings before, and I said that we were a jewel in part of the crown of Sac City. But it's getting plucked out, and nobody seems to think about it or care. I'm just dumbfounded by this. It's ridiculous. I've emailed some of you people here, and I get some little answers. I email back, and I don't get anything. I've emailed Kevin McCarty. I've got one going out to Phil Cerna real soon. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that we've been dismantled. And now you're going to talk about the lease of 3 of our sites to the other agency who said they were going to provide services for our kids. And we already know that 384 of them are going to the Sacramento area, not Sacramento district. Would you drive to Howe Avenue and El Camino every morning to take your child to preschool? Would you? That's where you'd have to go to the closest one in San Juan. Okay? I don't know what to say to you guys, but we have a very beautiful and efficient preschool program. Now, I'm going to end with this. Our parents were misled. Head Start requires that you have parents involved because that's part of the war on poverty. You guys talk about transparency, equity, access. You're cutting it out. Half of our program is gone. I haven't even brought up the numbers in the state program. And that's for families that just aren't low enough, below the poverty line, which Head Start takes. These parents make a little bit more money, they don't qualify, but we have the state-funded programs and we can put them in. And we still offer them all the services that Head Start does. You folks are missing out something here, and week after week and month after month, you guys are just letting this go by. And all the teachers that are laid off. We've had teachers here that were hired with our director already knowing that there were going to be cuts. And they hired these people that came from out of town, came from other programs, because this is the quality program. This is the district, the Destiny District, right? And we brought them in.
Thank you very much. That was 6
I
minutes.
hope this doesn't fall on deaf ears, okay?
Thank you for your time. Please.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm a single parent of 4 children, 16, 12, 8, and 5. My 5-year-old is at Bret Hart Child Development Center. I was saddened to hear that her teachers and teacher assistants got their pink slips. I was told because they were promised something, and yet you guys have failed a broken promise. The first reason was the budget. Then they came around and said, not enough staff. Well, those 2 things were corrected. Now they're told something else about a setter program and you're gonna transfer. Well, my thing is, try to put yourself in our predicament, not only as a teacher, as a parent, and as a student. My daughter's 5 years old. The last 2 years, she suffered not only from losing her great-grandmother that she was so close to, but now helping me, even as a 5-year-old, taking care of my grandma and my grandfather. And distancing herself from her father, who was no longer in her life full-time. Now, at the beginning of her starting Bret Hart, she was doing excellent until all these changes came about. It's kind of uncomfortable as a parent being called by the teacher saying that your child is doing this, doing this, doing this. When I tell you those teachers went above and beyond for my child, that's something that you just can't take away. Excuse me for being sensitive. Like I said, you have to put yourself in somebody's situation. It goes deeper than a disagreement. These are our children. These babies are not only being taken advantage of every day, they're being disrespected, they're being killed, they're being raped. These teachers put their all into taking care of these babies, and we have to take this situation serious.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your candor.
I'm not done, just give me 30 more seconds. When I tell you my daughter's teacher goes above and beyond, we have separate text messages and calls, and John, I don't know his last name, he's a director of the district also. How are they gonna get located at different places? You guys aren't thinking about transportation. My 8-year-old, we had to move from Elk Grove, like I said, to move with my grandparents because it's my last living grandparents. You guys aren't thinking about what the parents are going through, relocations and miles. I kept my 8-year-old in the Elk Grove School District. You wanna know why? Because the principal and the director of Elk Grove thought deeper than money, thought deeper, and we weren't in the area. They saw a single Black mother trying to do her best in raising her children. I just want you guys to take that into consideration with these budget cuts and pink slips. It goes deeper than what we want. What about these babies and these teachers? I apologize for being sensitive, but
Thank you.
you're welcome.
And you're taking the remainder of that additional time?
I'm sorry?
You were sharing your time with
Oh,
her?
I just was coming to be supportive because I've been up here 20 million times with you guys, and I do feel like it falls on deaf ears. I have called so many people, I don't get any callbacks. The only callbacks I get are from Jackie Bonini. It is appalling, the unprofessionalism that goes in with these administrators and how they treat people. You guys cannot imagine the heavy cloud that has been hanging over these classrooms these last few days. The walls are getting bare. It's so sad. And I just feel like, you know, at first it was like, oh, you're a parent, you have a voice, you're important. Oh, because yes, your voice has to be important because as part of the budgeting and the laws, parents have to have a say. I don't feel like that's true. I have not heard anything from anybody. I've sent several emails, phone calls, nothing. I don't hear anything. All I get is unprofessional comments like Lucille was saying about, oh, first it was this, first it was that. There was an admin subbing at the school the other day, and I asked her, I said, is there really like, is there gonna salvation or what's gonna happen? Well, there's a lot of violations at this school, and then the admins, their healthcare benefits aren't the same as the teachers, and it's just, it's like, I'm on the defense because my kids are losing their teacher, their classroom, how unprofessional is that to treat someone like that? And everything's been shady and secret through the teachers have not even been involved in what's supposed to happen. How is that professional or even fair? Nobody has answers to anything. And that's like the social worker was saying, I don't feel like anybody really cares, to be quite honest. I mean, it's days away and it's heartbreaking. It is really sad. I mean, the kids, you can see the difference in their moods. The teachers are sad. They're trying their best. They're hanging in there, and it's just, I just ask you one last time, please, please step in and do something. You guys have the power. Please, please. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Alice Mercer, and I'm a teacher at Bancroft Elementary. This year, 175 teachers and 200 classified staff were given reduction in force notices, or pink slips, for layoffs. Let's review what led to this. In December of 2018, the district projected a $35 million deficit. In February, teachers pointed out that there were errors in the enrollment projections. This was ignored. Our contract was violated, and we were forced to take a one-day strike. Meanwhile, out of sight, before the strike even occurred, Superintendent Aguilar acknowledged the error in an email to County Superintendent Gordon, which amounted to somewhere in the ballpark of $7 million a year. And yet those RIF notices remained.
and we were pilloried. We were treated as the problem. In May, the state budget was revised upward, and the financial consultant that you hired from outside discovered that you were undercounting revenue and overcounting expenses. This meant that there was more money, and by the end of the month, the deficit was gone. But still, teachers have not been called back, and the rifts remain. Those teachers are not going to wait. There are other districts out there hiring. They will find jobs. We will not be anywhere near a destination district. We're going to be a district to flee from. This needs to be fixed now. Thank you.
We have 8 more general public comments. If you could come up in order, please. Maria Rodriguez, followed by Julie Snyder, Cecile Nunley, David Fisher, Rosalie Nugent, Renee Webster Hawkins, Rich Vasquez, DBF, and Marisol Avina.
I love that you brought your knitting up.
President Ryan, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar, my name is Maria Rodriguez, and I have a son that was kindergarten to graduated, and now I have one son left who's a senior at JFK. I am a satisfied customer of the SCUSD school district, and I know things are complex and there's difficult things and there's good things. I wanted to say 3 things that I think are really positive in this school district. One, Superintendent Aguilar, I really appreciate that summer meals are provided to students and that the communication for that has been abundant. If anyone doesn't know that there's meals, they should, and I thank you for that. It's very important. Student Halbo, what everyone said about you, I think it's amazing that you have this position, but board, I want to thank you for making that position a position of value. You give her a preferential vote. I don't really know what that means. I do know that when schools were closed, the vote was 4-4, but the student vote didn't count, so therefore schools were closed. Why have someone up here if their vote or voice doesn't count? Somewhere along the line, when I took a hiatus from coming to these meetings, that changed, and I appreciate that. You have a high caliber student because you care about what she thinks. And third, thank you, President Ryan, for welcoming people to these meetings. At the beginning of this school year, you sent out a message. I heard it. You said, come to the meetings. I didn't really want to come to these meetings anymore, but here I am. When I used to come, I used to put a book here called A Tale of Two Cities, and I used it as a reminder to myself that there were a tale of 2 city schools. There were different city schools, the city schools my kids went to and the city schools that other ones went to. I've taken that book down now because I believe in the vision of the superintendent. I hope that every meeting I come, I knit. I hope I stay until 1 o'clock if I have to, and I look for the positive. So I'm going to bring this every time. I've resupplied my rainbow yarn, and hopefully it'll just go down. And when I'm done, someone can have it.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, President Ryan, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. I'm Julie Snyder. I'm a 24-year veteran of our district. I teach science at Rosemont High School, and every day I can go into my classroom with the assurance that things will be okay because of our school resource officer. I'm here to speak in support of maintaining the contract that we have with our SROs in our district. When I began, we had about twice the number of officers that we currently employ. But even with the ones that we are able to employ now, I feel that they're doing such a tremendous job for our schools. We're fortunate to work with Officer Pete Lopez, and he in particular is just an exemplary person. I have never heard a negative thing about him in the 14 years I've been there. He does so much more than just act as a presence and as a policeman. He works with after-school programs. He's there at sporting events. In fact, our coaches have said that they don't even feel safe without his presence there because he does so much for our community. We've never, in our district, ever had a major incident, as you know, and I really believe the SROs are one of the main factors behind that they've done such a fantastic job. We don't know of the things that they stop. That's okay, right? We just know that we're safe. The small price that we pay, the $1.4 million, is well worth it to ensure the lives of our students and our staff. And I sincerely thank you for supporting them. I hope that you continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
see, I don't know if this works. Well, good evening, board members, Superintendent Aguilar, and I do want to commend the board and just say thank you very much for giving the positive evaluation to Superintendent Aguilar. I didn't come up here because I'm only going to limit myself to coming up 4 times. So, but I wanted to say that thank you so much, and I'm so proud of all of you because I know I've been admonishing all of you to say support the superintendent. So it's been really, really great to see that. The one item that I did want to bring to your attention, I went to the board bylaws. Let's see, this is Sac City bylaws, and the part, that paragraph there with the little underline, it says any board member, superintendent, staff member, or any member of the public may request that a matter within the jurisdiction of the board be placed on the agenda. And it just has to be in writing. So I am making a request for an item to be put onto the agenda because it doesn't say board members are any more important than staff or a member of the public. So I am making a request. I know I've been talking about the attendance for quite a while, and I think at the next board meeting would be a perfect time to have an agenda item regarding attendance and how that impacts our students. So I am making that formal request, and I will give it to whoever.
Give it to Nathaniel, and I think it's very appropriate because we'll be coming back in August,
Yes.
gearing up for the school year, and this should be a critical area of focus.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association and parent of 2 children in the district. Ms. Mercer kind of referred to it, but in an email recently obtained by SCTA, it shows that on April 1st, 10 days before our one-day strike, Superintendent Aguilar confirmed in writing to Superintendent Dave Gordon of SCOE that with respect to enrollment projection reconciliation, the district, this is quoting, the district has confirmed that some school sites were not included in the calculations. The total enrollment for these schools is approximately 730 students and will increase revenue for 2021 and 21-22 by more than $7 million, end quote, and that's $7 million per year. So over a 3-year budget period, $21 million. So this vital information only became public 6 weeks later when the district submitted its 3rd interim budget on May 16th. And it was a crucial part of the $69 million turnaround from December 2018 to May 2019, which made it clear that state takeover was not imminent. So our question is, why did the superintendent and Superintendent Gordon keep this vital information from the public and continue to portray the district as on the brink of fiscal insolvency over 6 weeks?
Tonight?
When was the school board informed of this mistake? Why didn't school board members ask for an explanation regarding the projection of a loss of 1,000 students before voting to gut child development and lay off more than 400 certificated and classified staff? And at least as importantly, what safeguards are in place that a mistake like this doesn't happen again, especially in light of the district's latest numbers, which still project a 400 student loss next year, 10 times more than normal? Speaking of enrollment projections, last week we expressed our concern that the district is making another huge enrollment undercount, this time equating to possibly over $4 million per year in lower estimated revenue. Ms. Nugent, ceding your time. We asked the district to explain the 400 student drop, and the district could not do it. At a meeting which was to discuss rescissions of the layoffs and surplusing, representatives from Human Resources acknowledged that particularly at schools like Crocker Riverside, Sutter Middle, and West Campus, those projections make no sense. They have long waiting lists. Offered no solutions to fix the problem or that anyone was working on the more accurate projections. The district's inability to answer these basic questions has resulted in the delay of surplusing process. Meanwhile, while the district moved at lightning speed to move forward to rescind layoffs for 9 highly paid administrators while continuing to decimate child development, our preschoolers, it seems to be slow-walking rescinding layoffs for certificated and classified staff. Yesterday, finally, it took some baby steps to correct a few errors. The district finally gave notice to rescind 6 K-12 educators and 10 child development teachers who were laid off. But we suggest the district should rescind all the layoff notices, since it looks like the number who remain on the layoff list are about the same as the current number of vacancies. Take a look, there's like 140 vacancies. This would make sure that those educators remain in Sac City while we wait for the district to get its act together. Finally, on another note, the document you have, the latest myth to bust is that Sac City spending 91 cents per dollar on salaries and benefits for staff is some sort of outlier. We looked at the 2018-19 second interim budgets for Sac City, Elk Grove, and San Juan so we can compare apples to apples. The result? While Sac City spends 90.9% of its unrestricted general fund on salaries and benefits, Elk Grove spends 91.3% and San Juan spends 93.1%. Elk Grove and San Juan actually spend a higher percentage on salaries and benefits. Meanwhile, we have an agreement to lower the cost of benefits in order to provide more resources to students. We ask that the district immediately implement that binding agreement. It's been well over 500 days. My last sentence is, we asked yesterday that the district agree to expedite arbitration so that we can have this resolved during the summer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, members of the board, Renee Webster Hawkins, and I'm here to speak to you as the member of two stakeholder engagement committees. I have two requests on procedural matters for the board, notwithstanding the fact that, President Ryan, you manage an amazing meeting given the wealth of and breadth of information and issues there are to tackle. But that said, there's two important procedural items that I urge you to consider to promote transparency and authentic parent and community engagement. The first one is to agendize all stakeholder engagement group comments at the beginning of the agenda on that first meeting of the month when community groups are given 2 minutes apiece. This would be in recognition that the representatives of those community engagement groups are already volunteering hundreds of hours each year to educate their communities and advocate for student success. In the years that I've been coming to these meetings before a year, the last meeting 2 weeks ago was the very first time that I saw members from the DLAC here, from the English Learner Advisory Committee, and that's, I think, a reflection of the fact that our comments are always 10, 11 o'clock at night, and parents can't stay that late on a routine basis. So if you want authentic stakeholder engagement, please adopt practices and procedures that demonstrate that you want to hear our voices. The second item is to post all PowerPoints prepared by staff as part of the agenda on your board website at the same time as the board meeting. You're taking action in part on information that's in those presentations that's not in the staff report, not in the board packet, not in the resolutions. So it might be a requirement under the Brown Act to post it, and if it's not, it's in the best interest of transparency.
Thank you so much, Ms. Webster.
Hello, I'm Deborah Bernard Fagan. I'm the mother of a child on the autism spectrum who has been working between two school districts, but I'm only going to talk about one today. I've had to move my child from one school district to another in order to continue furthering his education. My attempts to get my child into this public charter school that my child currently attends were met with much resistance. Stan Eccles, Stefan Brown, Cindy Kilby, Jack Kramer, all told me that there were no openings and that my child did not qualify for this public charter school that any child in the Sacramento school area should be able to attend. The day I sat in on the orientation, there were 36 freshman openings. Once I reached out to the Office of Civil Rights, a space became available. I accepted. Once my child was in the school, I then asked that my child be assessed in all areas of suspected disability. Scott Ford was put in charge of the assessment. And from there, further issues arose. My child's records have been requested pursuant to the Education Code Section 56504. The school year has ended and those records have still not been released. I've made 10+ written requests for 504 accommodations for my child to Denise Lambert, Becky Bryant, Scott Ford, Jerry Chase, all of those who told me my child did not qualify. They provided, or was he able to receive accommodations? Scott Ford and team completed their assessment after 4 months, from 9/10/18 to January 10th, 2019. At the January 10th IEP meeting, I was told my child did not qualify for IEP or 504 supports, although he was on both in the prior school district. The prior school district did not do the assessment as I requested. They just placed my child on an IEP. In addition, at the 1/10/19 meeting, none of my child's teachers were present. I had to request notice of each person's need to be in the room. At that meeting, I was told my child was too high functioning and did not qualify for additional supports.
Yeah. We are happy to take any further comment that you have in writing. Stefan is here, and we will take that tonight. And thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you. I'd like to receive your response within a week. I'll be sending that to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, President Ryan, and members of the board. Just want to get out here and get my voice heard. It's been I don't know what you want to do. I don't know what you want the poor and uneducated to do. Just come up here to say, you know, we're in this budget crisis, and what do you want us to do? We look to you for leadership. We look to the teachers for leadership. You guys are supposed to be guiding us to get out of poverty. You guys are supposed to direct us. Right now, I feel like the educated is fighting the educated right now. My kids and myself, we're in the middle of this. The school experience is poor right now. We are people. We are not robots. That stuff, we feel the tension on the campuses and with people, you know, and now I'm feeling it. 91% of the salary and benefits are going to people. Let's have a goal to get that down to the average. What can we do what can we provide our kids if we had that extra money going to the services for kids? And again, like some people are making $100,000, $150,000, $200,000. If they're making that much money, how are they being held accountable? That's massive amounts of money for no results. We need results with people making that type of money. The budget meetings were informative, and I appreciate that, getting out to the community and stuff. And so I hope that, you know, you continue to do that, because that does make a difference. It makes it easier to just hit the corner and right near our schools and stuff. So I appreciate that. I did not like it seemed like we were beating up the 9% during those budget meetings. We know the 9%. We beat it all up. We cut it all up, right? We need to focus on the 91%. That's where the cuts need to be made. And I'll wrap up here pretty soon. It is easier to build stronger children than to repair broken men. That is what I'm being faced with as my children went to a poor school. And that's what I'm tasked with, trying to repair them, because now at the high school level, my kids are not up to par. We didn't have no experiences. Please do not destine the next generation of kids that. Please do not destine the next generation of kids that. Come to the table, work it out, let's move forward. We cannot move forward until we get by this. It's affecting your families. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. I echo his comments. My name is Carla Mendoza. I have 2 daughters at SCUSD. I'm not just here on behalf of my kids. I'm here to speak up for those without a voice, low-income communities, communities of colors. Those are the families that suffer most in these situations, such as the budget crisis that we're currently in right now. I'm very pleased to hear about the superintendent's positive evaluation. I'm very pleased to hear and know that he has a heart after underserved communities. I really hope that the superintendent stays the course to see this thing through. People go broke because they do not live within their means or know how to save for a rainy day. This situation is embarrassing in a thriving economy and a wealthy state. I know that you didn't create this situation. I am aware you inherited it. However, nothing good is going to come out of this situation if genuine conversations do not take place. I just want to encourage everyone to come together in good faith and find long-term solutions. Everyone, just please put your pride and your egos aside and come together to address the deficit. Work towards healthcare savings, establish better reserves. Sometimes you have to completely take things apart in order to put them back together correctly. Please learn from past mistakes. I hope that once this situation is resolved, we can focus on our kids again and invest in our children, putting more funding towards school programs. We have to do better for our kids. Failing to fix this mess is failing our children. And I just want to be clear, now that you've gotten the attention of parents and community members, we're not going anywhere. We are going to continue to pay attention, stay involved, and speak up for our kids. and the community. We're going to continue to encourage you to work hard and harder until this situation is resolved. I'm very excited that a new CFO will be in place soon. I hope that he or she is motivated and will hit the ground running and ready to put new and fresh ideas in place, innovative solutions to fix this problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening again, Board President Ryan, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. I'll be brief. I know the hour is late, but I just did want to echo all the comments that came before me to encourage all of you and all 5 labor partners to come together to find a solution to our structural deficit. As the other speakers have mentioned, we really owe it to our students to do that. We need to put them first, and we all need to come to the table and really look at the healthcare savings, because when we have almost twice the regional average when it comes to premiums, we really need to look at that in terms of savings and look at that monopoly healthcare provider that's in the contract that really needs to be addressed. And we also encourage you to have a healthy reserve for a recession that we know is coming very soon. So thank you. Please stay together, stay the course, and encourage everyone to come together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
It's the end.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 9.0, Board Workshop, Strategic Plan, and Other Initiatives. Item 9.1, approve the 2019-2020 school plans for student achievement, which will be presented tonight by Vincent Harris and Kelly Odipo.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I work as your Chief of Accountability and Continuous Improvement. I'm joined tonight by Dr. Kelly Odipo, who's our Interim Director of State and Federal Programs, and one of our award-winning principals this evening, Shannon Henry from John Bidwell. We're excited tonight to talk to you a little bit about our school site planning process. And really, as we talk about the emerging systems that we're trying to build, this is a great example for us. And so historically, this has always been on the consent item, but we thought because of some of the transitions we made this year, it was important to share them with you directly this evening. And so we'll stay within our time limit and honoring the time of the evening. But definitely want to give a shout out to all of our site leadership teams, all of our school site councils. As you know, really this is one of those kind of local control items that's so important for realizing our equity, access, and social justice guiding principle. And so it's through the work of our site teams and our school site councils that we're excited to bring the plans to you this evening. You know, as we think about the district's core value and our guiding principle, our site plans become probably one of the most important artifacts about how we can disrupt the inequities that exist in our system. And so as our leaders, as our site councils looked at our plans, they really took a strong view of how can they create conditions of equity and excellence at their local level. And so tonight you'll hear a little bit more about how we went about that work this school year. And so I'll turn it over to Dr. Odipo right now.
Good evening, President Ryan, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar when he comes back. So the SIPSA is really an action plan, and it's an action plan to raise student achievement. This action plan is driven by state and local data. And the SIPSA is also, or the school plan for student achievement, is also used to meet the requirements of state and federal categorical programs. The plan also includes all of the expenditures or proposed expenditures related to those state and federal programs. In addition to that, the completion of the SIPSA allows school sites to utilize their funds in order to execute the strategies and activities that are listed within. So the SIPSA and the LCAP are related in a few ways. The first way is that the SIPSA aligns to the goals that are within our LCAP, as well as our LCFF, supplemental concentration funds, are included in the LCAP as well. So the development of the SIPSA, that process also mirrors the LCAP process in a couple of ways. First, both documents are required to be based on a comprehensive needs assessment, and they should have goals that are directly related to increasing the academic achievement of students. Both documents also require a level of consultation with the community. And in a moment, we'll talk about, as Mr. Harris mentioned, we'll talk about the school site council and the roles and responsibilities of the school site council related to the SIPSA. In addition to community involvement, the SIPSA also requires a mid-year check, a progress check, if you will. So one of the important bodies that help to develop the SIPSA is the school site council. And the school site council works collaboratively with the principal and the staff to develop the SIPSA. So their basic role is to advise on the creation or the revision of the SIPSA. They approve the SIPSA, and they also recommend the SIPSA to the board for adoption. And two of the most important roles is that they help to monitor the plan, and they also evaluate the programs within the plan for effectiveness on increasing student achievement. So one of the drivers of our efforts to revise our SIPSA development process was our federal program monitoring and the findings of one of our Title I elements, which was directly related, and you'll see on this slide, which was directly related to our planning documents in an effort to increase student achievement. And I won't read all of the findings for this one element, but one of the important things that I'd like to point out is that our CDE reviewer actually recognized when we submitted our plans for resolving this finding and also our plans for revising our SIPSA development process. Our Title I reviewer recognized that our district is starting to create systems that, or put systems in place that we can work with our sites in order to create academic programs that strengthen the outcomes for all of our students. So one of the things that that's important to recognize is that the SIPSA development process is really a cycle. And like the LCAP, it starts with a comprehensive needs assessment. And that needs assessment is based on, as Essa says, verifiable state and local data. And based on that data, the school site, along with the school site council, then develops goals, and they identify strategies or activities or actions and tasks in order to accomplish that goal. In addition to that, they align their budget or their financial resources to support those actions. And then there is continuous monitoring and evaluation of program, which is assisted by the school site council. And this process keeps going on and on. So I know that you've seen this slide before, so I'm going to just get to the full picture. So this graphic really reflects the theme of our work in developing a process that is driven by data and helps us to develop a process that integrates the budget, the LCAP, and the SIPSA in order to create a coherent plan to improve outcomes for students. So one of the things that the SIPSA is based on is the dashboard. And this slide really helps you to make connections between the dashboard and the PTI. So you'll see on the right-hand side of, on the left-hand side of the slide, the dashboard indicators. And on the left-hand side, you'll also see the PTI elements, are the PTI indicators that are directly related to those dashboard indicators. So there is an integration between the California dashboard and our Performance and Targeted Action Index. And lastly, this is a slide of the actual dashboard that principals see within our cycle of continuous improvement tool. And ESSA states that our SIPSAs must be based on the California dashboard information. And so as principals and school sites go into our cycle of continuous improvement tool to start to develop their needs assessment, that first part of the cycle, this would be what they would see. And as they look at their dashboard indicators to find out where their students are, where they're performing, this is then linked directly to the PTI elements. So this is the beginning part of how our school sites actually begin to develop their needs assessment. So I'm going to hand it back over to Mr. Harris to continue talking about our integration of our SIPSA and our budget process.
This slide you've seen a couple of times over the last several months as we've talked about this notion of how do we make all of our staffing decisions now more actionable. And so one key element of this is that beyond enrollment at sites, we also now are asking more important questions about how does staffing link to those dashboard measures that we're trying to move. And so you can see here, this is just an example of one of the things we asked our sites to do during the one-stop staffing process is not just think about their staffing needs purely in terms of FTE, but also think about what dashboard indicator do you think you'll see movement, which will directly tie, of course, to movements on our Performance and Target Action Index. Ultimately, as we talked about change in any organization, change really should be about engagement. And so this slide is really important because it speaks to our effort that actually started last July about how can we effectively change our site planning process to make it more integrated, to make it more cycle continuous improvement oriented, but also more student achievement accelerant in terms of all the plans really accelerating achievement for all of our students. And so we brought together a team of folks, and you see some of them listed here in terms of really being able to say, so what are the tools that leaders need? What are some of the trainings that leaders need? And then ultimately, this became kind of our focus group of folks that we listened to while we pressure tested the new process. And so we got real-time feedback because this group met weekly, except for holidays, vacations, and other big district initiatives, basically met weekly since about July 30th of last year, so that we could really stay intensely focused on either planning, implementing, or reflecting on the work. Because of the changes that we were able to make through tools, we actually were able to do more data mining. And so we really focused a lot of energy on really understanding goal one in our SIPSAs. The reason that this was really important is that our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Iris Taylor, and our instructional assistant superintendents actually were doing concurrent professional learning with our principals around the cycle of continuous improvement with a special emphasis on doing a more detailed view of goal one. And so we data mined what were some of the selections via the tool that folks made in terms of goal one. You'll see here that actually the first bullet is the one that was chosen by the vast majority of leaders in terms of increasing performance as it relates to math and English language arts. And then other sites, depending on their local context, focused on chronic absenteeism, reducing suspensions, increasing graduation rate. Now, it's important to note, this is just one of generally the 3 to 4 goals that sites have. So other sites probably chose other different goals than the ones that are listed here based on our local context. But we really put an emphasis on goal one because in terms of making the change and making an integrated change, we understood we really had to focus on one goal just to make sure we saw the results we were looking for. With that, I'll turn this over to Principal Henry to give you a perspective, though, that any change is never easy and you never get it all right the first time. And so we think it's really important to talk about some of the challenges and lessons learned as well.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. I'm just going to talk briefly about some of the changes and as Vincent mentioned, it was not easy. It was very messy at times. But it is a culture shift, so it does require an element of patience and fortitude. But one of the things that I want to note is that when you're in a Title I school, there are so many priorities. There are so many places to start. But choosing something and really sticking with it and looking at measurable outcomes is something that we had to get really good at this year because we want to attack everything, of course. So there is this balance between the sense of urgency that we have for all of our students and the other idea of the structural, systematic changes that take longer to develop. So we kept that in mind as we went through this. But there has to be a shift in practice. Looking at data in itself is not enough. We have to be looking at the right data at the right time with the right students. So we have to know what we're looking for and what we plan to do with it if we're going to invest our time and energy in looking at our data. So finding the right data to look at, it was could be a challenge, but also using the data in meaningful ways to impact our students. I want to end with just the idea that you can't concretely measure growth mindset. So how do you measure things that don't necessarily show up in the data, but feel good, right? That still make you, that motivate you and encourage you to keep going because you've had a shift in your lens and perspective. So the cultural shifts are challenging. Having the robust system of data is critical, but as the slide states, the real work is in changing our practices, our instructional and data practices. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll simply wrap up with the next steps. The real theme here is learning and monitoring. And so the next steps all orient around this notion of we're going to be, obviously, we've looked at the plans, evaluate them for approval, but now we're actually implementing a monitoring plan for the next school year. And so we look forward to sharing with you next school year things that we learn as we monitor this process, improve this process, and engage our principals in making the proper types of supports and creating those supports where appropriate to continue this refinement so that we can actually make this whole process a case study and a successful implementation of a CCI. We'll make mention actually next week for a couple of days, we actually are going to come back together as a smaller work team, including a cross-section of departments and some site leaders to actually get into our first major conversation about what happened. What were some of the opportunities that we could have done differently? What were some of the wins in the process? So we're literally going to be doing that starting next week. And with that, I'll end the presentation and turn it back to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have 4 public comments. Renee Webster Hawkins, followed by John Perryman, Sarah Williams Kingsley, and Tracy Berardo Torres.
Good evening, President Juan, President Wu, Superintendent Aguilar. Renee Webster Hawkins, and I am on the LCAP PAC, but also on the School Site Council for Matsuyama, K through 6. And I love what is happening with the development and maturation of the SIPSA, as you've just heard from Mr. Harris and Dr. Odipo. And I'm fortunate to serve on what I believe is a high-performing School Site Council at Matsuyama, as we had already been examining the data in the ways urged by these new expectations. And we welcome the system-wide adoption of a similar protocol to truly identify the needs of students at site level and design services and interventions that will help our young scholars level up to their highest potential. I know the community is pleased that the district has uploaded the LCAP and SIPSAs for the dependent charter schools to the district website. As a community leader, parents have repeatedly told me how hard it has been to obtain these in the past, and including them right alongside the district's traditional schools, SIPSAs on the district website will ensure transparency and greater accountability for the programs and allocation of funding at these dependent charter schools, so thank you. In my involvement with other parents and community leaders, it is well known that not all schools are created equal with regard to the transparency of the school site councils, the membership, when the meetings are, when the minutes and draft plans are available, and in short, how the decisions are made. So I would urge the leadership to draft expected guidelines for all sites to follow to ensure that this important planning tool is well understood and accessible to all parents at each school. And that includes making efforts to invite families in all languages at each site and to ensure that the parents of students with disabilities who don't have a recognized forum at the school site are welcome as well, to listen to these voices that may not usually come forward in the development of the school plans. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees. I wrote down that I'm in favor of you adopting these plans, but I'm still going to criticize the process. I like school site plans. Recognize that all large organizations have continual tension between central office decision-making and decentralized decision-making. Generally, central offices win, and resources get declined to decentralized locations like school sites. Sac City is no exception. The amount of supplemental and concentration grant money used to be 25% going to school sites, now it's 15%. Less than 25% of Title I money goes to school sites for governance under the school site plan process. It's the central office that makes decisions largely invisible. It's been over a year since Title I has been on the board agenda with public information about how you're spending that $19.6 million. In that context, I want to copy someone who is smarter than me, and I'm going to request that you put Title I, that central office spending, on the board agenda some night, so I can come criticize it directly. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Sarah Williams Kingsley. I'm a parent member of the School Site Council at Isidore Cohen Elementary, and also serve on the CAC with Renee and Kenny. Will be speaking later, but I wanted to address something that really jumped out at me about this SIPSA work team. The school site councils at each school are made up of 50% parents or other community members, and there wasn't, as far as I can tell, one member of the public who isn't an employee of this district on that work team. I have been engaged in school sites both in Sac City and in another district, and the process of developing a school site plan is broken. Honestly, we get money late in the year that needs to be spent immediately. We have very little data on which to base our decisions. The cycle of continuous improvement is a joke. We literally, yes, I've read the dashboard. I've dug deep into the dashboard for my school, my neighborhood school, other schools in our district. Our school site is not using that data. We're receiving no parent training other than a very basic PowerPoint about what a school site council is at the site level. I've contacted the district about doing parent training and have received no response. We have no information about how to use that data to really make informed decisions. The school site that my son attends is Title I. We have 80+% free and reduced price lunch students. We have high numbers of students with disabilities as we have special day classes. We've got significant students, non-white students. We've got a whole bunch of populations that need help at our school site, and we're not getting proper information to make those decisions. It could be done better. It should be done better. And the idea that this is like, oh, hey, we're improving is not acceptable.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Tracy Verardo Torres. I am actually just coming off 2 years of having served as the chair of the site council at Satterville Elementary. So I have the pleasure of working with Lori Owen, who is on the committee helping improve the SAPSA. I actually am up here to congratulate the committee that's worked on this. I do think the more intentional integration of data and dashboard work with the plan itself is helpful. But I too also have some technical advice after having served on this for 2 years. There is, as I'm sure the committee is well aware, there is a timing alignment problem here with when the school is able to get their allocation and their needs to budget and identify how they're going to spend that happens actually before the plan is even fully developed or adopted at the site. So that is something that I hope the district, as you work through this process, will address, because otherwise that becomes really just putting eggs in a basket instead of putting a real plan together that you can implement based on knowing what you need and what you have. I do think, I actually disagree with some of the other speakers, I do think the emphasis on a cycle of continuous improvement is important, and there may be an ed code issue to this, but part of the problem with the SAPSA then is it is only a one-year document, and the expectations for the process that you saw that goes into this for a document that's really supposed to only be used for 1 year and then updated again in full for the next year creates a problem to really see growth over time and really be able to do that planning, implementing, and reflecting. So to the extent, and again, that may be an ed code problem, but to the extent that's something the district could either augment or think about doing multi-year plans where you are building in annual progress but looking at growth over time, it seems that would be much more in alignment with the data that you're looking at. Thank you.
Are there any more public comments? That's it. Any comments from the board? Okay, seeing none. Morosky and Member Garcia. So Morosky first.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, and thanks for all of your work in this integration. And I've been pleased to learn in various presentations over the last few months about that work. I have just a couple questions. Just wondering, what is the oversight like of the SIPSAs? Does anyone look at at the district level, whether those plans are aligned with the needed the indicators that jump out as being problematic on the dashboard?
And thank you for the question, Board Member Rowski. There's kind of two real tracks of oversight. One is this notion of looking at the strategies the site is using and comparing them to their dashboard indicators. And that really was a partnership this year with our instructional assistant superintendents and chief academic officers. So they're doing the strategy review, if you will. And then separately, Dr. Odipo and Kathy Morrison actually do the technical review. Are we in compliance with the allowable costs? Are we spending in ways that are appropriate based on what title funding is geared towards? And also doing a review as well of, do the plans make sense in terms of helping all students? So those are kind of the big tracks of support. I don't know if you want to add anything or if that seems sufficient.
Okay, thank you. It would be good to have a little more information about kind of how we decide how many funds are allocated this way down to the school sites, and whether there are any guardrails around how those funds could be spent. I didn't, look at all 70 or however many. I looked at a few, and some of them raised some questions to me about just, instructional materials or things that just seemed really broad. And so just trying to put that together with how the funds are supposed to be used. Maybe if you can communicate that back to us.
Oh yeah, we can do a board communication that provides more detail, but in the context of title funding, there are definitely guardrails that we can definitely speak to very specifically. Now, in the context of the work for local sites, there is some element of local sites know best as well. So there is a tension between
Right.
specificity and also allowing sites through their site councils to meet their local requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. So thank you for asking the question about the monitoring. I had that question as well. And I'm wondering, I appreciate the alignment of the SIPSA with the LCAP, but I'm wondering, and having served on a school site council, it was a high-functioning school site council. We did dig into the data in order to identify need, in order to also inform the decisions we had to take with very limited resources, so we can have the biggest impact on those great areas of need. And again, it reflects a high-functioning school site council. The timeline resonated with me because when we finalized our plan, it was with the funding, it just didn't quite align. So I think there's room for maybe just looking into how to better align those. But one of the things I wanted two questions. One is, what's the role of the LCAP, the PAC, in receiving maybe SIPSAs and maybe sampling some of the SIPSAs in order to understand the need of at the school sites, and how that is informing the conversation of updating on an annual basis the LCAP?
In terms of the overall role of the LCAP PAC, certainly its focus is on our district plan. And so there is no mechanism by which we show all site SIPSAs to the LCAP PAC because, of course, the school site council is the governing body to validate the plans of the site. One of the ideas that we've been talking about, though, as we get more systems in place, and as Dr. Odipo described, because the base measurement for both the LCAP and our school site plans come back to the California dashboard, we actually are looking for ways to greater synchronicity, because this is actually a great opportunity where policy actually is creating an opportunity for us to think of district and site level alignment more specifically. But in terms of the LCAP PAC, like having oversight over SIPSA specifically, that doesn't exist today. But there's an opportunity for us to think about, obviously our district plans really being kind of a summation of some of our site planning as well, because obviously, looking at the whole district, you're going to see many of the same conditions that exist at our sites, but our sites as well will have unique conditions. And so, there is that kind of the duality, if you will, of making sure our sites can kind of plan in their own local context, but we're making big investments, whether they be for graduation, college readiness, or for third grade readiness. We know that those things actually are district-wide, and so you'll see those things reflected both within the site context, but also within something like the LCAP document as well.
Well, I just think there's an opportunity to figure out how to roll up some of the information that we're seeing in the SIPSAs, and they vary, right? They vary in terms of quality even. So in terms of informing the conversation with the PAC as they're developing the LCAP and updating, et cetera. And then I did have a question about the makeup of the SIPSA work team. Did that include parents or?
Nope, I mean, that was a missed opportunity, certainly, I
Okay.
don't disagree, but, ultimately, this was our first effort at launching it, and because it was during work hours, we were kind of making sure we integrate it with the staff that we had the most direct contact with, but don't disagree that certainly parent voice, family voice, certainly speaks, is really important in this process. Obviously, in our school site councils, they're mission critical for that, so.
Right, so because they're a critical part of the school site councils as well as teachers, right? So I'm not sure if I recognize some names, and I know that some names are principals, but I don't know about parents and teachers being part of this process as they are part of the school site councils. So I think maybe moving forward, incorporating those voices. And then lastly, this is more of a just technical question, I suppose, on the integrating the side-by-side between the dashboard and the PATI. There is the college and career on the dashboard. I know that the career indicator is still like under development, but I don't see that reflected on the PATI. Are we just tracking locally the A through G, or are there plans about also tracking the career readiness component of that indicator?
So the career readiness component from the state is a summative component on the PATI. But for planning purposes, because of course we have the robust A through G monitoring tool, we believe that at least for this first year, using the A through G monitoring data is more actionable because of course the college and career readiness indicator has, it's basically a composite of several things with things that are done annually, like the advanced placement tests or IB tests. And so definitely our performance and target action index includes the college and career readiness indicator from the state as a summative measure, but from a planning standpoint, we think A through G measure is more actionable in terms of you can do things within a quarter to change that measure. So it allows you to have more of a formative feel for how your overall college and career readiness indicator might look at the end of the year.
Yeah, I just feel like we're missing the career part, and that's an important part, right? Not all kids are going to college and they're going to go into the workforce. So I just want to know how we're going to maybe work on incorporating that. And again, I realize that at the state level, that's still under development. So, but locally, I mean, nothing's precluding us from tracking that, I suppose.
Fair enough.
So, thank you.
Member Vang.
It's past 10 o'clock, so I'll try to keep my comments brief. First, I just want to thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate the alignment with SIPSA and LCAP, and just to echo what Member Garcia said, I think there is an opportunity for our LCAP reps to work closely with perhaps parent school site council reps. When we talk about alignment, I think that's a really good opportunity. I know that may mean that we're putting a little bit more work on the LCAP reps, but I think this is also a great opportunity when we think about building a pipeline of LCAP reps as well, also getting folks at our school site. I did wanted to ask what kind of support is offered to school site members and our parents. I think I heard one of the parents that came up to speak, and she was frustrated. And I wanted to kind of maybe if you could speak on some of the support that we have for school site council. I know that Ms. Henry here is one of our, I got to give her a shout out that she does incredible work at Bidwell, and I always receive her newsletter. She does everything in terms of outreach, and I know that we have a really good, solid school site council and also ELAC. I'm always getting all of her notifications, so it may vary from site to site because I think it also depends on leadership at the site level, right? But I think so that's one thing. But I also want to know what kind of support parents and school site members can ask for from the district. So if you can speak on that.
So one of the things that we offer is school site council training, and that training really focuses on what is the SIPSA, what are the roles and responsibilities of the school site council. We do at this time just offer the training to any school sites who would like to, so it is on a voluntary basis. I have had a couple of schools actually call my department and ask for them, but that is something that's written into our LCAP and that is available for a school site council. We do also provide technical assistance. I know Kathy Morrison has gone out to different school sites actually and have supported their school site council as well. I am new to this role, so I'll be doing the same thing in regards to Title I and Title I allowability and assisting school sites and school site councils in developing their SIPSAs in regards to the school-wide plan and providing school site council training as well.
So this is just a question. If the public wanted to know who the school site reps are for all of our 70-plus schools, how can I access that?
We currently don't have that information. We don't keep that information at the district level. So that would be a site level.
Is it possible that the district can collect that information? Because I think that's important to have. I'm also thinking about building capacity and thinking about our LCAP reps at will. Like if they wanted to reach out to our school sites, right? Like if we had a list of main contact for school site members at all of our schools, I think that's important information to have. So, I mean, that's just a recommendation, because I'm also thinking just alignment with LCAP. I think this is a great opportunity for our LCAP reps to connect with their school site councils. So,
thank you.
Member Morosky.
Really quickly, I just wanted to suggest maybe with the training piece, because it's like an annual process, maybe like a webinar that's recorded and can be played like from the website. You know, just some really easy ways to, like an explainer, what is the school site council, how, you know, what is expected. You know, could be like in 10-minute chunks or something, so people could just access that on demand instead of kind of waiting for a physical training.
That reminds me, thank you. That's actually a really good suggestion, but Board Member Vang, we also have a school site council website on our Sac City webpage as well with school site council resources. So that would be an opportunity to link something like an extra PowerPoint or a webinar as well. Yeah.
Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. And just adding to the webinar, having maybe parents be part of that, sort of what their experience is as parents, their responsibility, et cetera, their perspective, as well as teachers, right? So it's really including all the voices that are required to be on a school site council. So thank you.
Vice President Wu, if I can just mention very quickly, I think that if Ms. Henry can just maybe describe a little bit more deeply, because so much of our long-term success, of course, is going to depend on our ability to shift the organization's culture with respect to important work like this one, in which the SIPSA process has been perceived for many years, not just in Sac City, but I would say in most school districts that I've been affiliated with, as a very mechanistic, compliance-heavy effort. And here we're talking about embedding that effort with continuous improvement principles, and that is a complete mindset shift for our organization. And then based on the databases that we have created, to be able to take information from our 70-plus schools and the goals that they've established, and then feed them into the LCAP process for consideration, focus areas and such. But as superintendent, my biggest concern is how do we confront the organization's culture on something that has been so deeply perceived and treated as a mechanistic and compliance-oriented effort, that I would just wonder, obviously you weren't aware that I would ask this question, Principal Henry, but if you could expand on what's on slide 14, related to cultural shifts, maybe in how you approach the development, how you work with your school site team, et cetera, and just give voice to the principal's role in that?
Well, I think past practice, and I certainly don't want to speak for all principals, but for myself, I have taken many of the summative measures and built goals around those measures. So that could be CAS assessments, it could be assessments such as the CELT, iReady, those type of summative assessments. And this is more formative. This is more related to grade level per se, like we took third grade readiness. Well, CAS did not necessarily test kinder first and second graders. So what data did we use to address that? And we looked at the Bataille data. We looked to that for our trimester outcomes. And we also used some of the iReady data and some other local assessments to start looking at where those holes and gaps are. That is a shift in itself when you are juxtaposing the summative with the formative and making decisions about instruction and targeting areas, right? So the shift came where it is more focused. There's more conversation and dialogue about where we would like to go. The shift came with those concrete, measurable outcomes that we'd like to see along the way, those benchmarks that we may not have built in before, that we may have been waiting way too long to learn about because that trimesterly data wasn't quick enough, wasn't immediate enough. So the short-term, long-term goals, the idea that we have to be patient with the data, that we are not looking for instant or immediate results per se, that we want to make sure that they are long-term and they stick, that there are structural changes, systematic changes that don't depend on the teacher you get or the year you get the teacher or whatever, but that they are ingrained in our systems and that we have a safety net, that we have a plan B, that we're not going to look at summative assessments and say, well, 50% of our students didn't make proficiency, but 50% did. Whereas we're looking at it now, like how much did these students grow in that 50%? Can we dig a little deeper into those statements and see where the growth is happening or the growth may not be happening? So there's a lot more dialogue around the data, and there's a lot more hesitancy to just have a solution right away, to really explore and research and go through the cycle and try some things, and if they don't work, come back. And that was kind of our PDSA cycles that teachers were engaged in, to really test these actions that we wanted to put in place to make sure that they were getting the impacts that we would like to see.
I appreciate your response. I actually was going to ask a question about the culture as well, so you really answered that very thoroughly. I don't think we have any other questions or comments from board members at this time. Superintendent Aguilar, did you have anything else on the Senate? Wonderful. Thank you so much for your work. We are so heartened to see this focused and intentional alignment of the SIPSA with budget. And so with that, we are going to take a vote. This is an item for action. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstains? The motion carries. Thank you. Item number 9.2, adopting the 2019-20 Local Control and Accountability Plan. Again, Vincent Harris and Kathy Morrison.
Great. Good evening, Board President Ryan, Board Member, Superintendent Aguilar. I'm Vincent Harris, and I'm joined with Kathy Morrison, our LCAP SIPSA coordinator, and Gloria Chung from our budget office, our director of budgeting. It's my pleasure this evening to bring to you, as you know, 2 weeks ago we had and a couple of distinguished members of our LCAP PAC as well will be presenting with us. It was my pleasure 2 weeks ago to have the public hearing on our LCAP. And tonight, obviously, we're in conjunction with our district budget, we're looking for the adoption of our LCAP. And so we'll do a brief summarization, of course, a few of the key highlights from last presentation, give you a sense of some of the things we actually did, some work between June 6th and June 20th in terms of some of the feedback we heard from the board, and then, of course, request your adoption. So with that, much like the prior presentation, the LCAP becomes one of those ways that we are able to disrupt inequities in our system by being intentional in our planning and really actualize the guiding principle in terms of this notion of not just ensuring students have an equal opportunity to graduate, but also building on your comments in the prior presentation, ensuring they have the widest set of choices for post-secondary life after school. And that choices are more than just college, but their career, their military, et cetera, and building a system that enables all of those circumstances for our students if they desire. As you know, the LCAP is within Ed Code, and so the power of the LCAP is that it's not just a policy, if you will, but it speaks to the things we care about deeply as a district and as a community in terms of college and career readiness, safety, feeling emotionally safe, empowering our families, and of course, making sure the system works well. And so this is a great opportunity to see policy and the results for our system come together for us. And of course, tonight is an opportunity to adopt our plan going forward. We rely on this graphic a great deal to try and really communicate that while it's an aspiration, it's really something we're working towards from a system view. That as you think about our budgeting process, as you think about our site planning process, as you think about our district processes, they all are integrated. And so while they're not necessarily the exact same document, many of the needs assessment variables that go into our site plans obviously will impact us at a district level and will be shown through our LCAP. And then of course, our priorities are what we're focusing on in our budgeting process, so that our budgeting process is not just driven by what we've done in the past, but it's done by what do our students and community need right now. And so ultimately, a lot of this speaks to also issues of compliance, and so that's what tonight is about as well. But again, as we think about compliance, in this context, the compliance also is about how are we addressing the needs of our most at-risk students, and that's where you see references to the Comprehensive Support and Improvement Initiative, CSI, because it really is about making visible students who are most at risk and make sure our plans address their needs accordingly. And then of course, the board adoption is a critical step in ensuring that our plans have the appropriate oversight and review. And then of course, our federal addendum speaks to the integration of both our state and federal funding. Really coming back to this notion of the title funding we talked about in our SIPSAs really has a strong correlation to our overall district funding. Because both of them are based on needs assessments, based on the needs of our students. This graphic is really just meant to reinforce the notion that as we think about our work, the superintendent's spoken about this extensively throughout his time with the district, and it's been something that we, of course, value as staff. It's the notion of valuing research. And so as we think about the cycle of continuous improvement, what's equally important is understanding what does effective implementation look like? And so the whole premise here is just showing that with effective implementation, it still is about a 3-year timeline in order to see the results of an effective education intervention. And we think that's important, relates to the fact that the LCAP itself is a 3-year document, but it also relates to the importance of monitoring, the things that you spoke about previously. That's why we have to monitor, because we know that as we get into the implementation phase, if we don't do it well, we won't see what we expect to see at the end of the implementation plan. With that, I'll turn it over to our LCAP PAC members to talk about the outcomes that we value in our LCAP.
Good evening. These are our LCAP measurable outcomes for all students, and these are areas that there's been an identified need for improvement in our district. As you can see, they're listed: increased graduation rate, increase in students moving from off track to on track for graduation, reduction in chronic absenteeism, impact of interventions on improving attendance, reduction in suspension and reducing disproportionality in the suspensions, increased feeling of engagement and safety for everybody, and increase in reclassification rates. And these are also areas that we typically tend to see a disproportionality of the students that the supplemental funds are supposed to go to. We see a greater need in these areas. So we're hoping that we continue to see improvement, continue to see interventions, and just a lot of effort put onto these measures throughout the next year. And then this has been our stakeholder engagement since the last board meeting on June 6th. So you can see there's been 3 opportunities. On June 7th, a labor management consortium. On June 13th, the LCAP office hours were from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And on June 14th, the LCAP office hours again from 11:30 to 1 o'clock p.m.
Wonderful. Okay, so we have here a crosswalk of all the committees, the advisory committees that inform the board and how the LCAP relates to that. It's really important here to understand that we are working with many, many parent volunteers or community volunteers, and they don't have an infinite amount of time, but when they do raise issues, we want to know that those things end up being addressed in a monetary way through the monies that are available to the district. There are 3 issues that rise that are across all the committees: the closing the achievement gap, decreasing the suspension rate, and mandatory professional learning. And it's very clear that those are interlocking issues. When you see individual parents here upset about what's going on in their individual families, it's easy to say, well, you're one of 40,000, and how much is that related to the other 40,000 people? And how generalizable are we from those particular people? But when we see some of these problems, often one family's problem is replicated in hundreds of other families. And at that point, things like mandatory professional learning across all members of the staff and administration are some of the solutions to the problems these families are facing. When we look, all the talk tonight about A through G, for instance, it's very unclear to many parents and actually many high school students what those A through G things are, and they don't have links to all those web pages and keep track. So the district's efforts, creating the dashboards and having the counselors meet with students, those are essential, and they do work across many committees and many stakeholders.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent, board members. Just continue by talking about stakeholder voice. One of the biggest challenges in LCAP work is not only listening to stakeholders, but making their voice visible in the plan. So we were challenged to make these modifications to the LCAP by the persistent efforts of our parents and community members. One of the most significant comments, I think, especially following on the SIPSA presentation, is we heard that it's really necessary that our sites prepare the SIPSAs focused on student needs. And we also appreciate the comment about making parents in the district, or asking parents in the district, how aware they are of opportunities for engagement. Do you know about school site council, DLAC, the CAC, et cetera? And so we have been charged, and we will add a question to assess that awareness to the school climate survey next year. So these were considerations that reflect critical student need, but because they have fiscal implications or mandates for all staff or all schools, we weren't able to implement at this time. However, they are among the most persistent concerns in our community. And the theme really, I think, is around student supports that are social, emotional, and mental health related. I do want to mention dependent charters. With the enactment of Assembly Bill 716 in January, all charters in the state were no longer required to write a SIPSA. The LCAP can serve as their school planning document, and it relieves duplication for our leaders. We have previously asked our charter principals to write both a SIPSA and an LCAP. As mentioned, the dependent charter SIPSAs are posted, the dependent charter LCAPs are posted on the SIPSA webpage, and each of those principals have shared the LCAP with their community. And they are actually required to submit directly to SCOE before July 1st. And we just wanted to determine that as the board was asked to approve the SIPSAs, it does include those dependent charter LCAPs. So again, we are reaching the end of our timeline for the LCAP. And we wanted to bring the dollars in front of you just as a summary. The largest investment in our LCAP is Goal 1 with almost 90% of the funds committed through the LCAP for a total of $421 million plus. And I now will turn it back to the board.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, President Ryan, we have 4 comments. Liz Gean, followed by Cecile Nunley, John Perryman, and Renee Webster Hawkins.
Good evening. Again, Liz Gean with Public Advocates. The LCAP is tied to the budget in statute. It has the same times that it's to be reviewed as the budget and adopted. Unfortunately, the district's budget situation this year has had what I believe to be a negative impact on the public and even the PAC's ability to review the draft and the changes. For example, I know that Kathy has been working really hard to try to get information from the draft version to the current version. And the draft version said, we will explain how we intend to use supplemental and concentration dollars, and we're working with SCOE to make sure that we get it right. Well, I got those changes today. I don't know when the LCAP PACs did, probably today. And that really limits the ability to review and comment. In addition, the superintendent is supposed to comment to or respond to the LCAP PAC's comments, both the DLAC and the PAC. I haven't seen those comments yet, but all those together really should be part of the board's consideration. Honestly, I wish it was June 6th, the first hearing that you had on the LCAP, and that today wouldn't be the night that you're adopting it. Not because it's a bad LCAP necessarily, but the process hasn't been very good. And while Kathy and Vince strive to improve stakeholder engagement, which I appreciate very much, and I think they should be applauded for that, the minimum engagement really still needs to be looked at. And I hope to be a greater resource in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gean.
Good evening again, board members. I have a concern that has been already raised a couple of times. Number one, I remember on the June 6th meeting, at the last board meeting, I specifically got here so that I could get the binder. And then I was going to take it home and go through and start reading and comparing budget and LCAP. But I was shocked to learn the LCAP is not in here. The LCAP, you could only see it online. So then I said, well, I'll come tonight, and I'm sure I'm going to get a copy of the LCAP. Again, it's not in here. The only way you can see the LCAP is if you look at it online, or you would have to print out the entire 188 pages yourself, which I don't see that in other districts. I also, one of the things, and Renee brought this up, why aren't the presentations in the packet? Because I looked online and I have gone to other districts, and I know what the standard is when I've been at districts. You have to have your presentations ready the 72 hours, the same time that you're presenting things. So it's a little surprising to me. And then on the LCAP, you know, when it was June 6th and they talked about how, well, I'm sure they didn't have time, it was last minute. That's the same issues that the people doing the budget have to go through. Everybody at the district level, at the management level, we all have those same deadlines. We all have to meet them. And it's not right that here the standard is so low that We don't put the presentations in there. We don't have the LCAP there. You have to flip back and forth online, or you have to print it out yourself. It's just not right. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the feedback.
Good evening again, trustees. John Perryman. So the LCAP, I'm looking only at supplemental and concentration grant money primarily. And this is where you have a large amount of discretion as a board. It's not locked up in employee contracts. You have total discretion. And the document you have, you probably have to vote to pass it tonight or schedule an emergency meeting after some more fixes next week and pass a flawed document. I emailed you a list of flaws in the spreadsheet. Some of them are violations of the order of correction. Some of them are just misrepresentation of fact. The elephant in the room is that same line item I've been complaining about since January. $35 million for K through 3 class size reduction. Well, that's a base grant expense. It includes $7 million for collaborative time, but you don't list that, you don't disaggregate it. That means you're spending $28 million on class size reduction in excess of the 1:31 staffing ratio. $28 million in class size reduction is about 250 teachers. There's no evidence that you're doing that. Not in the budget, not in the surplusing. That's a false line item. And I'm going to push on that at the county level, at the state level, and here. You need to disaggregate that $35 million so that people know what it is. Look at Elk Grove, look at San Juan. They have a similar line item, and they disaggregate it. And their numbers for class size reduction are more about 10 million. I'm going to speak more about this on the next budget item, about class size reduction and staffing ratios. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, I'm Renee Webster Hawkins, and I am a member of the LCAP PAC, and I'm speaking to you now as an individual on that committee, not on behalf of the whole committee. I do want to commend my colleagues on the committee, Kathy, Katie, the others that are still here with us tonight, a really amazing group of individuals. You recruited us to be your representatives and to represent the community. And the LCAP PAC did not see the annual update LCAP draft for 2019-2020 until it was posted on the district website 3 days before the June 6th board meeting. The PAC didn't see the draft before the public did. The PAC that is convened by statute to advise you and make recommendations to you and the staff didn't see the document until after our last meeting of the year. I am grateful to Kathy for updating the very impactful crosswalk that you saw the updated version tonight. You may have noticed that there's a new column representing the priorities of the Community Advisory Committee. Kathy reached out to us, the executive committee of the CAC met, and we unanimously supported all 10 priorities identified by the LCAP PAC. And that is because students with disabilities are general education students first. And the LCAP can and should fully incorporate the services of all students, including those with disabilities. We don't have the benefit of understanding why, despite the overwhelming alignment of priorities among the LPAC-CAP and the African American Task Force, the DLAC, the Student Advisory Committee, and the others, that the proposed LCAP and budget includes the 11 individual line items of expenditures for activities. I don't know if this is working. This is the, I don't know if that's working. What I'm showing, is the slide that was shown during the budget presentation at the last meeting. And these are no doubt important activities, but they seem to be a back of the envelope list of individual actions rather than a deliberate assessment of the priorities identified by the community and stakeholder groups, and to identify the most strategic way to use this money. In particular, I don't recall one community engagement group asking for summer school. That's a reflection of a failed system during the academic year.
Thank you, Ms. Webster.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your comments. Do we have any other public comments on this item? Okay, thank you. So we're going to take board member comments. I want to thank Ms. Nunley, Ms. Webster, and others for sharing feedback about processes and better means for providing timely information. I know that it's challenging, particularly if you are a working parent and having to manage the myriad responsibilities of family and your job, to be able to delve into the nuances of fairly sophisticated LCAP plans as well as budget documents. I remember Mr. Perryman said he spent more than 8 hours going line by line through the budget document. I and others from the board appreciated beyond our read of the budget, getting to go into his detailed spreadsheet and reading his analysis of the individual categorical items. I do think the request that was made of trying to ensure that consistent with the posting of the agenda that we have PowerPoints is a fair one. I do think we have to be realistic about scaling back the PowerPoints somewhat. I know at one point we were at 40 slide decks and more in terms of the number of slides that were being offered. I would rather have 10 to 12 or 15 concise, cogent slides that we can provide in a timely fashion so that our public has the information they need, and then we can dive more deeply into the conversation beyond that. And so I hope that that will be a direction and a piece of feedback that the superintendent will take to heart moving forward. I do also want to echo my appreciation for the crosswalk. I think it's incredibly powerful to be able to see that and really help solidify how the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee was able to interface with all of these other critical committees in determining a shared agenda that benefits students. I did want to ask Katie to come back up for a minute. You presented on a couple of slides, including the measurable outcomes for students and the stakeholder engagement. I am very interested in hearing a bit more about how the LCAP PAC advised in the additional stakeholder engagement necessary to garner the feedback that you received.
How we advise in this specific?
Yes.
Well, we were welcome to attend the hours, reach out to other people, reach out to community groups, let them know that we had these hours available when the LCAP was being presented, get feedback, and ask people to also give the feedback to the district on the slides itself.
Were they well attended?
No, not really.
Okay, so I really appreciate hearing that honest feedback, because in looking at the office hours, 3 to 5, 11:30 to 1, you know, that can be difficult for parents. It can be difficult for working professionals during the day. And so I hope that as we continue to find opportunities to try and create meaningful engagement, that we look at doing things differently so that we are in fact going to communities where it is more accessible for parents to provide feedback, and doing it after hours in such a way that it's, let's say, 6 to 7:30, maybe with some refreshments to remove barriers to attendance and childcare if possible. The other thing I would say alongside that is translation services, always critical, and being able to do outreach. One of the things that I'm very proud of with the support of Renee and others in the Community Advisory Committee is, you know, 2 years ago we had a long meeting about all the communications deficiencies around the CAC. And since then, we have been very intentional about, I believe, oversaturation of ensuring that people understand when meetings are occurring, text messages, phone calls that are done district-wide, really promoting at a high level the meetings. I would like to see a same intentional focus for the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee stakeholder engagement sessions. I think that, alongside doing it in more accessible hours, is a way to ensure that we get more meaningful feedback. Thank you. Do we have other board member questions or comments? Board Member Morowski, followed by Board Member Garcia.
Thank you. I think in the spirit of, and let me first thank the LCAP PAC for all your hard work, and our staff as well. In the spirit of continuous improvement, I think at least for me as a newer board member and the first time I'm seeing this process play out, I don't know what to suggest, but I have not been able to wrap my head around it in as much detail as I think is necessary. I don't know if it would be advisable to have a deeper dive for the board on this, maybe in the community. It just seems like it's such a huge part. I mean, it was a monumental shift in how we're doing education finance, right, in the state. And so I don't know, I just have this kind of overall sense that maybe our processes haven't fully and sufficiently recognized like how different this is and what a big deal it is. And so I don't know, I don't have an exact suggestion on what to do, but I would throw that out there as an idea. And also the timeliness of having the completed plan. The increased or improved services, as Ms. Gean pointed out, not having the in a real timely way. It's difficult to review and see, make sure that it's justified as we want. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Board Member Morowski. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. So as a former LCAP PAC member, I think one of my recommendations and feedback before my year expired was that I think making the meetings more accessible rather than having them at the district office, perhaps choosing some school sites to have those so maybe more parents are able to attend. And it's just really localizing it, right? And, you don't have to go to every single school site, but being very strategic in terms of the school sites that you pick, and maybe you rotate them year after year to try and get more parent engagement and feedback. And I did have a question about, just so that I won't repeat what other comments that have been made. I did have a question about the considerations for the future slide. There's one that recommends that every site is required to have to draft a bully prevention plan. I'm just interested in just hearing about the discussion about why it's school site versus district, a district plan, because I'm just wondering, then they would vary from site to site, right? And I just don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but just wondering what the conversation was like.
I might turn to Katie to fill in, because this was one of her most persistent ideas. We have a bully prevention specialist in the district, and yet the bully prevention specialist is accessed when there is a complaint. So the theme was for the district to be more proactive about preventing bullying as opposed to reactive. And so if every site had a bully prevention plan that was known and recognized and lifted up publicly, it would be a preventive factor, I think. Do you want to add anything?
Sure, just that an evidence-based prevention plan as opposed to being reactionary in response to bullying incidents at schools. And just one bully prevention specialist is really not adequate for the amount of schools and the amount of students we have here. And we do believe that bullying is likely underreported. And even with that, there are many incidences of bullying. So for each school to have a plan for not only how they're going to prevent it, how they're going to improve culture at the school, and then ultimately how they will respond when bullying does happen, with the overall goal of reducing the incidence of bullying at each school site in our district.
So I appreciate the thought of it being a proactive, document as opposed to a reactive, but maybe somehow establish a baseline of, and then have school sites maybe add, right? Just so that we don't have too much variance from site to site, but.
I was just saying we did add a metric about measuring the N of bullying. It's added to the LCAP.
Oh, great. Great. And then I did have one more question about, sort of the feedback that, wondering if the board gets to see the responses from the superintendent in terms of responding to public comment. And then also, does the board get to see any, I don't know if we've received any feedback from the Sacramento County Office of Education after they review and approve our LCAP, if there are any comments, any suggestions sort of on moving forward, and if the board receives that information.
So we are always very transparent. We will post the PAC and DLAC comments. We will post the superintendent's response. That's always on the website. And I'll make sure that it goes to the board in a board communication as well. And your other question was around the technical advice from SCOE. We have also always lifted that up. They will respond by August 15th.
Okay, so it's, I guess, it's important, I think, for us to understand sort of what the recommendations are sort of moving forward, right, from year to year. And I want to echo Board Member Morawski's suggestion to have the board dive deeper into the LCAP, because I think it's our most critical document, and it drives our investment. So I would welcome that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Morrison. Looks like we don't have any other board member comments or questions at this time. This is an action item. Do we, second? All the board member preferential votes? Aye. All those in favor? Aye. None opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I'm going to extend this board meeting to 11:30. Do we have a motion? And okay. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you.
President Ryan, can I just, before our team goes back to their seats, I do want to just recognize all of your efforts along with our LCAP PAC members. I think what you heard in the previous presentation about SIPSAs on its own, just the SIPSA development plan, obviously is an area that we're going to continue to improve. And what you just heard today, again, through your comments, public comment, and questions from the board, is that the LCAP process also has room for improvement. For us, we are trying to tackle these two processes at the same time. So while we're trying to make improvements to the SIPSA process and we're trying to make improvement to the LCAP process, we're also trying to figure out how to create stronger integrations between these two processes. And I do want to just be mindful that that is going to require a great deal of energy and effort, which all of you have demonstrated already. And I think we're all up for that challenge. I do also want to recognize that our efforts are at least being noticed. Next week, the team will be talking about this process with all of the improvements that we have yet to make to the California Collaborative on District Reform at a 2-day meeting in Stockton, followed by what Mr. Harris said, a 2-day summer learning institute convening cross-departmental here at CERNA with CORE as one of our facilitators, again, just unpacking what we did through the SIPSA process, what we did through the LCAP process, and we will certainly give you an update on that. And finally, a week later, we received notification from 2 foundations that are going to be funding participation for Sac City Unified in the PELP, Public Education Leadership Program at Harvard. Given our financial constraints, we will be participating and inviting members of our LCAP PAC as well, and spending a week trying to further unpack the SIPSA and LCAP processes, and coming out of that experience with a problem of practice that will be monitored over the course of the following year or this next fiscal year by the Harvard School of Business and the Harvard School of Education as well. So this effort is not going to go away. It's a big focus for us in Sac City Unified. I spent time with our principals yesterday and also assured them that this is not going to go away. But it is creating a lot of anxiety, as you can imagine, because it's a system-wide and through the LCAP PAC community effort as well. So I do want to thank everybody for that attention.
And I love the idea of having parent advisory committee members be part of this critical professional development opportunity. So thank you for all your efforts. Katie, for my appointee, you are an incredible voice and advocate for our foster youth and trauma-informed practices, and we're very grateful to have you as well as the rest of the parent advisory committee members. Moving on to item 9.3, I'm hoping we can do this fairly quickly because we have we're running a couple hours, 2.5 hours behind, and we have 3 other items. So this is the approving of the Local Control Accountability Plan LCAP Parent Advisory Committee members. We'll be doing our member selection at this time.
Thank you, Board President Ryan, Board Member Superintendent Aguilar, Vincent Harris. In deference to Board President Ryan's comments, I'm going to suspend my 10 minutes of comments and just reduce them to 30 seconds.
Lovely.
Tonight, we have an opportunity to really continue the process of investing in the LCAP PAC. You've heard from them this evening, actually not just in our presentation, but their own Critical Friends comments as well, and we appreciate them. I just want to say as staff, this has been a really important advisory group. They've helped us get better. They're a part of our own CCI process, and with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Morrison to take you through the technical process of getting more members, and we're excited to welcome them.
Thank you.
Good evening again. So we reference again the California Education Code that requires districts to establish a parent advisory committee. And we do have a commitment in our district of maintaining a strong majority of parents, and especially parents who represent our high-need students. We are now fully implementing the staggered terms, and it's really exciting because I think we are tonight going to appoint a group of members to a 2-year term who will join experienced members. So we really have the advantage of institutional memory and the opportunity for innovation. These 3 bullets illustrate the role and scope that we typically expect of the PAC, so reviewing implementation and the progress we're making, providing input to the annual update, again, just reviewing all of the district's goals, metrics, actions, and expenditures, and then, as you saw in the crosswalk, synthesizing stakeholder input from the other community groups that we work with. I found these quotes from a PACE publication, and I thought they were really apt, so I brought them forward in full. Stakeholder engagement has been written about quite a bit this year in a lot of the policy papers that have been circulating, and one of the core ideas of LCFF around stakeholder engagement is that when you shift the resource decisions to the communities, it does influence decision makers, and reflecting the local context can result in better outcomes for students. And also when the public understands better about these plans, as it says here, they can hold all of us accountable for distributing the resources equitably. So we do have the PAC meeting schedule penciled in. We want to be very regular about it, and certainly I think it would be a good idea to consider moving it from the district office at times. I will now turn it back to Board President Ryan to proceed with the selections.
Thank you so much, Ms. Morrison. So I think what we will do is we will go ahead and begin moving from board member area to area and making the selections and ending with Superintendent Aguilar. So if we can begin with
Excuse me, Board President Ryan, we have 1 public comment on this item.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. Okay.
Maria Rodriguez.
No, do it. Do it. No board comments on this at all, yeah. Just our announcement.
Superintendent Aguilar, President Ryan, and members of the school board. My name's Maria Rodriguez, and I've been an active parent in this district for a lot of years. And I actually applied for the first LCAP PAC, and I came into this room not realizing that everyone had already been selected, and so I was like the only person who had applied who had not been selected. So I applied with some encouragement, and I came to this meeting tonight not knowing if I was going to be selected or not. And I literally had to tell myself this morning, let your ego go. It doesn't matter whether you're selected or not, let it go. And it's a big life learning for me. So I have in my life had the opportunity to be asked to be in leadership. I've also had the opportunity to ask people to be in leadership. And one of the things that I have learned is that if you feel you're not quite ready for it, you probably are. Because if you think you already know all the answers, you probably don't. So having said that, I think I know what's going to happen tonight. In any case, I am probably one of the most qualified people to do this job because I am freaking scared and intimidated. The amount of information, the people who are on this PAC, and the complexity of the school district is extremely overwhelming. And I will tell you that the reason I applied is simply because I believe in this vision, and I believe in the commitment. And I'm depending on you to do this, Superintendent Aguilar, to be committed to this city, these kids, and this vision. We live in a world and a country that seems so overwhelming, and this is one thing that I feel that I can do to make a difference if I were to be selected.
Oh, thank you so much. That was beautiful. With that, we're going to begin with Area 1.
Thank you, President Ryan. My LCAP PAC appointee is Marco Martinez. He's a parent of 2 at Sutter and Phoebe Hurst, a longtime coach of many sports and as well as robotics, an advocate for foster youth adoption. He was an English learner himself. He currently works with university faculty at CSU Sacramento and was interested in making sure our programs are results-oriented and effective. So look forward to welcoming Marco. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Area 2.
Yes, so I had the pleasure of having not just one appointment, but 2. So my appointment for a one-year appointment is Scott Graves. And I for my 2-year appointment is Allison French Tubo. So I have to say that I was very impressed with the quality of applicants that we received, and for the person who feels intimidated, you are going to be in good company because these are very committed and thoughtful parents and members of our community. So I look forward to really hearing on how your input and your thoughts in this next LCAP development. So thank you for applying. I'm very excited, and I'm honored that I got to appoint the 2 of you to the LCAP PAC.
Wonderful. Area 3.
Ms. Rodriguez, buckle up, you're my choice.
And thank you for having the courage and fortitude to apply a second time. We so value that. Area 4.
All right, thank you. I am very excited to appoint Rich Vasquez to the LCAP PAC. He is a parent of 2 at West Campus, 2 now, right? Because of the 8th grade promotion? No, 1 at West Campus. Yeah, I can't. One at Hiram, 1 at West. Gotcha. Sorry, my bad. Former PTA president, Tahoe Elementary. I got that right. Okay. Also a super engaged parent who is at every sporting event I have ever seen at West Campus. It looks like maybe he brought his daughters with him tonight, who will probably end up getting pushed to go to all the LCAP meetings too. But I am really excited to have you on board. So thank you.
Board Member Pritchett has one comment before we move on.
Oh, we can wait till after everyone's done.
Okay. Yeah. Area 5.
My appointee is a strong, fierce advocate for our students in Area 5. He has also been a longstanding member of the LCAP, and I think he's seen kind of the transformation of LCAP over the years. And I am so proud to reappoint him, but to a 2-year term, Frank DeYoung.
Wonderful. Area 6.
Michelle Rubicava. As you heard, she is a member of the Matsuyama family, so I'm proud to have her serve.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vice President Wu. Area 7, which is mine, I am incredibly proud to announce the appointment of Ryan Fong, an extremely active parent advocate at one of my Area 7 schools, a community member who's done tremendous work over the years and who I got to know a couple of years ago when we experienced a school tragedy, a death of an 8th grader, Mai and he was able to help us fundraise over $10,000 alongside myself and Board Member Vang to ensure that we were able to appropriately recognize her memory, and he has been a solid backbone of our community ever since. Superintendent Aguilar.
Thank you, President Ryan. For my appointment, I have decided to appoint Ms. LaShanya Brazil. She is currently on the LCAP PAC, so this will extend her term for an additional 2 years. We have seen Ms. Brazil through public comment, as well as a member of the executive board of the Black Parallel School Board, an advocate for the needs of African American students in Sac City Unified. So she's not here today, but I do want to thank her for her continued service on the LCAP PAC.
Thank you. Board Member Pritchett, you had a quick comment?
Thank you. Yes, I just had a quick recommendation for Kathy and Vincent. Can you maybe create like an outgoing survey for the LCAP PAC members that have left, just to kind of ask, an outgoing survey, 5 questions, to ask them about their experience and how can we improve going forward with our parents?
Thank you. Actually, I have done one the last 2 years, and it is a practice. I share the data, and we do ask them to evaluate their experience, how they experienced each meeting, the presentations, the facilitation, how well they feel they understand the LCAP. So if there's anything specific that you want me to ask, let me know and we can add it in.
Yeah, maybe you and I can talk offline.
Mm-hmm.
I just know that I've had LCAP members in the past ask me, am I just a check mark? And that's the last thing we want our LCAP members to feel. And I know that's not the way you guys want them to feel. So I want to just make sure that we're improving and making sure that our LCAP members are staying engaged.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And Ms. Morrison, I'm hoping that we might be also able to this summer do a barbecue with our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee members and board members. I think one of the things that's been interesting is we haven't necessarily always been as connected to them as we would like. And I think by far this is going to be the strongest LCAP Parent Advisory Committee we've ever had, with the depth of expertise that they bring. And it's extremely encouraging to me, and I hope will become a model for what we can do in the state. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on your exit survey, I suppose. It was great. So I thank you for having that. But maybe one additional question is, what other questions should we be asking, right? Maybe getting some feedback as to what other questions can be added to the survey. But thank you for sort of being very proactive in getting input from outgoing members. I did appreciate the opportunity to give some thoughtful feedback.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So this was also an action item. Do we have a motion to approve the selections? Do we have a second? All those in favor? Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Wonderful. 9.4, adopting the proposed fiscal year 2019-20 budget for all funds and education protection plan. Ms. Canfield and Ms. Amari Watkins. Yes, please do.
Good evening from the podium, President Ryan and members of the board. Last year decided at this very meeting to just introduce for that year, sort of my vision from a budget standpoint, and I've decided to do the same thing before I hand it over to Ms. Canfield and the rest of our staff. I think sometimes I've been given feedback about not being so cerebral. And so I thought that maybe I take the opportunity to try to just unpack as easily as possible what you're going to hear today from Ms. Canfield and the rest of the team that have put countless hours into this effort to get us to this point of proposing a budget for the next fiscal year. And I've decided to do it through a prop, perhaps just in terms of my legal training. This is the top of a three-legged stool that has been nicely decorated with our logo and the words "United for Equity" and "Committed to Excellence." And it's a three-legged stool because I think it represents what is necessary for this stool to stay standing. And we can debate what each of those legs of the stool should represent or do represent. But as your superintendent, I thought that I would share with you my own thoughts around what each of those three legs of the stool represent. And I think you're going to see it in the presentation that our staff will deliver to you. So the first thing I'll say is that those legs of the stool are in this bag here, and so I don't have any order in particular, and that's by design. I think that the three legs of the stool should be equal in length, equal in weight, and equal in value to us as a Board of Education and a governance team. So I'm going to take out the first leg of the stool, and the first leg of the stool happens to say that we ought to ensure that our budget represents a commitment to offer fair and competitive compensation to all of our employees. And of course, three-legged stool with one leg is not going to stay standing upright. The second leg of the stool that I have pulled out here says that we ought to make a commitment in our budget philosophies to have reserves for economic uncertainties. And I will incorporate that into this two-legged stool that won't stay standing, of course, and just speak to what I think you have heard from members of the public, what I heard in the form of my evaluation, which is that you have directed me to ensure that we close the structural deficit that we face by doing anything that's necessary to ensure that we don't just meet the minimal obligations of a 2% reserve, but that we are prepared for any eventual economic uncertainty that we face in Sac City Unified. I don't see that as a goal for me as your superintendent, but really a goal as a collective governance structure. And as your board secretary, I consider myself a member of the governance team as well. And the final leg of the stool, which actually I think is, you saw me open this, so I feel like a magician. But the third leg of the stool is titled both Closing Opportunity Gaps and Having Resources to Invest in Students. And again, it's only when each of these legs of the stool are equally sized and equal in length and equal in weight that this three-legged stool will stay standing. And I've actually sat on it, so it does work. But I'm going to leave this, this prop up for this presentation that Ms. Canfield and our team are going to deliver to you, because I think it represents a very strong symbol of what we're hoping to do in this next budget proposal to the Board of Education.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Ms. Canfield, don't knock the stool over.
Sit down.
She might
Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. Actually, I was going to say, if we go for 3 hours like we did last time, I am going to sit in it.
So I think, Ms. Canfield, since this is the second hearing of this proposed budget, we will hold questions until we've done public comment and had you present fully. Thank you.
Okay.
We voted to extend the meeting. I think it's 11:15 right now, and so,
Do we want to say 11:45? Because I extended it to 11:30 already.
yeah, we have 3 more items.
Do we want to say 12? We extend the meeting till 12 and hope that that is when we will end.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? We did from we have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead to the outline. I'm going to say good morning to a person in Scotland, Ron Fortson. He said he was going to be watching on his own dime, but I thought at first he'd be watching like at 3 in the morning, but now it's like around 7, so he's definitely awake.
goodness.
I'm sure he's watching. Anyway, I thought you would enjoy that. Anyway, so this evening we're going to talk a little bit about the budget. We're going to go over some of the things that we talked about last time, and then we're going to talk and clarify some issues that have arisen out in the public, just to make sure that everyone is aware of the information and has the facts. So you see the different items before you here. I want to just go ahead and go forward onto the next one. This is the education protection account that we spoke about last time. It's a requirement that needs to be done, for quite a many years. And essentially, it is just saying that we are acknowledging that we're spending $58.4 million and we're using it appropriately, and we're going to use it for teacher salaries and benefits. This was when the state was in crisis and they increased income taxes, and there was requirements that the governing board show that they have a public hearing and how they're going to spend these funds, and so this is complying with that requirement. This slide here is similar to the slide that I showed back in May, the first time that I spoke to you, but I added more years on, and I added more years on purpose because, as you know, in May, I showed that the enrollment projections were going to be, for 1920, we're going to be down about 400 students. And there's been some talk about, gee, is that going to happen? And we haven't been declining. Well, as you can see, Sacramento Unified has been declining. Luckily, the last few years, it hasn't been as dramatic, but if you look back and you can see that in 2009-10, there was over 44,000 students, and here we are in 18-19, actual numbers, we're at 40,660. So there has definitely been a change at Sacramento Unified. The district, based upon one of the FCMAT recommendations, went out and got a company to do the enrollment projections and use the cohort survival method as recommended by FCMAT. Decision Insight was the company that did comply with helping out the district and pulled together enrollment projections for the district. And they gave a enrollment projection. They admit that it's conservative. They're trying to prepare the district that they know that's, having fiscal issues, ensuring that you have kind of like what they would call the worst case scenario of what the enrollment could tilter down to, make sure you're at least staffed for that, and then build up from there when you see that you're going to have the students, so that you can make sure that you have students and teachers for every student possible. The other piece that I wanted to say, just again to be clear, the Decision Insight gave their enrollment projections back in December, and staffing one stop happened in February, and they did the regular schools. They did not do the alternative schools, And the alternative schools were included in one-stop staffing. The enrollment projections that were used there were based upon the numbers that had been happening at the school sites for the most part. So no, even though there was a mistake made at second interim for revenue projections for future years, it did not impact staffing. And I don't know if I can say it more clear than that, so that is one thing that I want to make sure that everyone understands, that the one-stop staffing had the appropriate numbers for the staffing team to be able to go forward and say what should the staffing level be at each of the individual school sites. Go ahead to the next slide. This one actually shows the enrollment trend losses, which I thought was easier to see than all those other numbers. So you can see that the past 2 years that the district has declined around 200 students. Then the prior 2 years before that, it was actually flatlined there, but those are positive numbers, a 57 and a 2. And then prior to that, you can see that there was a pretty steep decline. So the 400 that you see here in 1920, it is definitely more than what has happened the last couple of years. But what's interesting, again, Decision Insight, when we were talking to them, they pointed out that over 2/3 of all the urban school districts are declining. They happen to help 90 school districts in California. They also help some outside of California. And when I asked them, what is your larger school districts that you're in, the first one that they named off was Long Beach Unified. Well, for me, Long Beach Unified is one of those, districts that you want to be like, and so when I heard that Long Beach Unified used them and has used them for the last, 8 to 10 years, I thought, well, this is really good. Also learned that Decision Insight, if we can give them better information, they're going to give us better enrollment projections. So we could have provided them with a little bit more information about our schools that have waiting lists. They would make sure that those enrollments would be appropriate at those schools. So we can give them better rules, and they're going to give us better enrollment projections. They were very accommodating and talked to a large team of us. And I would definitely recommend using this company, again, because they have the tools and they have the expertise, and they can be a really good ally to an independent source to make sure that, you're seeing what you need a staff for. And this is an example of what they were able to inform us on. So I put a lot on this one slide just so you could see all of the different, major factors that affect it. So you're going to see, I'm going to talk about kindergarten enrollment, grade cohort, and residential development. So I'm going to start off with the kindergarten enrollment. You can see the actual enrollment there for the kindergarten grade for the past few years, and then what is being projected. What's interesting is that whenever they're doing this kind of analysis, they use trends to help, if it happens in the past, that it most likely will happen in the future. And usually whatever the recent past is gives more weight than something earlier, because it is the latest news that has happened. So when they're seeing that in 2016 that there was a slight increase in kindergarten, that was great. But then in 17, it came down 1.7%. And then in 2018, this year, it came down 129. The reason why the kindergarten one is so important is because that is the hardest one to predict. And then what's also important is because the kindergartners actually determine, what your base is going to be as you go down the line. When I get into grade cohort, you're going to understand you want as many students as possible in kindergarten, because you're probably not going to gain a whole bunch more. You'll gain a little bit. I can see at Sacramento Unified, your first grade, it can be a positive number higher than what the kindergarten was, because there must be some parents who don't have their kids go to kindergarten in the public schools, or just don't go to kindergarten because that's not required. But for the most part, the kindergarten enrollment is going to help, sustain you to know what your future years are going to be like. So you're going into the first grade now with less students than what you had normally. Well, that is one of the factors that is affecting the enrollment projections for the next school year. Moving on to the grade cohort, the district averages a 2% loss in students when a student moves from one grade to the next grade. That's what a grade cohort is. And you can see at the elementary level, it is more around 1%. It's not as huge. And if you want me to stop to say goodbye to Rachel. At the high school level, At the high school level, the loss is more, and one that is atypical for your district, where there's a huger loss, is from the 8th to the 9th grade. So you see 11% loss there. That's for the regular high schools for Sacramento Unified. 6% of your students in 8th grade choose to go to one of your dependent charters. So I'm showing the 11% because that's what's affecting the general fund, but 6% are choosing to go to your dependent charter schools. The other 5% is not staying with the district, maybe moving to another, charter school, or not going on to high school. So that is where there's a greater opportunity to dig deeper in and try to figure out what is happening with those 8th graders, to ensure that they are at least getting an education somewhere. And then the last thing is residential development. They did extensive research on all the different developments around the Sacramento area, and they project out, how many of these developments and when will they actually, sell and get families moved in. And based upon the type of a development, you can know how many more students you might have based upon that. And so they did incorporate some. It's not a huge number, but there is some in future years coming in a little bit better and will help offset some of that kindergarten enrollment coming down. So this slide here, I did purposely put after we talked about the Decision Insight enrollment projections, because I wanted to again remind the board and the public. This is a slide we saw before where the staffing team, when they got together at One Stop, besides providing teachers based upon the staffing parameters for the different types of schools, looked at each individual school, looked at some of those schools that, had challenges, maybe, or special programs like dual enrollment and GATE, some of the secondaries, making sure that they're able to accommodate for all the A through G if they're a smaller school like a K-8, to ensure that they're getting everything that they need for the students that are there. The board asked, and we did put out the actual school staffing, allocations for all the teacher positions. So anyone can go out on the website, look at any one of the schools, see the number of teachers that were provided. You can see the enrollment, for the current year. You can see the projected enrollment for 1920. And you can see the additional staff that they chose to give at individual school sites. This is an example of how transparent Sacramento Unified is. I can tell you that there's more financial information out on Sacramento Unified's website than I think you probably would see in almost any school district. And this is an example, again, how people can go out and see exactly what the staffing parameters are and what the allocations are for 1920. There's also been some talk about some specific schools. I'm not going to go through every single school, but I picked ones that were at the forefront of some comments that had been made. And so I'm showing you here these 4 schools, the enrollment change that was projected for those individual schools, showing you the number of teachers for 18-19, the projected 19-20 teacher FTE based upon the one-stop, the difference in the number of teaching positions, but you can see all of them are 0 except for one at West Campus is a -0.5. And then I'm showing you in the far right-hand side the number of FTE that was given above the staffing parameters. So these particular schools, on the most part, have waiting lists. 3 of them, have waiting lists, and then people were wondering, well, why is the enrollment, projection having them go down, and then in future years they go down more? Well, this is an example of some data that we can provide to Decision Insight, and they will take that into consideration, and then their enrollment projections will be better. But your staff knew that these were the schools where they were in demand, and they made sure that the schools were appropriately staffed. Another thing that we thought would be a good thing to add into today, because this year has been a more challenging year due to having a fiscal crisis and having to shore up the staffing at the different school sites, is I thought it would be good to have a slide that talked a little bit about the process for teachers who might be out there and wondering, what is going on. So again, the one-stop staffing process happened in the winter. That was when, with the enrollment projections, and the staffing team determined what the number of positions would be at each individual school site. Afterwards, it was determined that there did need to be a layoff of teachers, and so there was a reduction in force. The teachers were notified. Where we are right now is that we're in another important part, which is the teachers who were laid off were the least senior. But at some school sites right now, there are teachers who need a new assignment. They're not needed at their current school, but they are guaranteed a job. They are more senior, and we need to be able to put them in a school that needs the teacher position for the kind of subject that they teach. So this is called the surplus process, and they actually talk to each individual teacher, and the teacher gets to choose, amongst different choices where they would like to go. This needs to happen first, and then after we're able to place all of these teachers at an assignment for the next year, then we're left with any openings that we have right now due to resignations, retirements, or other reasons. And then Human Resources is able then to go to the most senior teacher that has been laid off, and then work with them to end up placing them in a position for the following year. And I know HR is biting at the bullet, wanting to do that. They care about every single teacher out there, and they want to make sure that they can get them into their assignment and get them all, into their new community and get them all comfortable. And so that's actually where we are right now. And then for the staffing process isn't necessarily over, because until we know how many cute little kids we have at each individual school, we want to make sure that we have the right number of teachers. So we're going to continue to watch the enrollment and make any staffing adjustments that need to be made before school starts. Again, we like to make sure that we have, the teachers there for the students. And then lastly, the leveling process that happens within the first 3 weeks of school. Again, actual enrollment is looked at, and teachers either are adjusted more to a school or less to a school, depending upon the actual number of students that have arrived there. So I know that's kind of a lengthy process, but I'm hoping that answers some questions out there for teachers who are wondering, what's going on. Please know that the district cares, and wants to make sure that anyone who we can give a job back to, we do, but we need to make sure that we have the students there, because we need to make sure we also stay fiscally solvent also. This list here is the list of the different management positions that we talked at length about at the last board meeting. A request was made for the program impact sheets to be shared online. Again, this is an example of the transparency. So we shared the original program impact sheet that went to our fiscal advisor for approval, and we also included the justification for reinstating those positions, and that information's been out and available for the public and the board to see. This list here is a list of different student support initiatives. Many of them are new, but some of them are continuing. And this would be part of the stool over here. This is the most exciting part. Not that I'm a huge Facebook fan or whatever, but I did go out and look, and one parent actually posted on Facebook on the night when this was put out here, and they're saying, I'm still at the board meeting, but I'm so excited, about these student support initiatives. And so this is the fun part of the job, when you get to, introduce things that are for the benefit of kids, to make sure that kids are more engaged, in school, and getting them excited to want to come to school, which then means they're going to learn too. And in the end too, the district will get more money for the students coming. So, it's a win-win for everyone. And I wasn't going to go into detail about the individual student support initiatives unless there ends up being a question from the board, as we're going through here. This is the same information, but I kind of summarized it down so I could show it, both scenarios to you. The multi-year that is being submitted to the county shows that we would have our required reserves in 18, 19, 19, 20, and 2021, but we don't have them in 21, 22. It's a negative 2.63 because we need to make reductions to right the ship. It also shows how we're deficit spending with those red numbers all the way across the top there, 13.26 the current year, 12.35 for the proposed year, 21.05 in 2021, and 25.56 in 21-22. So that is the reason why we're going to have a disapproved, budget, because of that final year out. Okay. This bottom part of the slide is the same information that we showed before, again, just focusing on looking at that net change in the fund balance, so you can see that, again, the first 2 years, the 13.26 and 12.35 is the same between both scenarios, but where it changes in 2021 is the district getting that time to negotiate a solution to at least achieve $16 million in savings as of July 1, 2020, and then an additional 10 in 2021 to then have that 4% reserve at least, and then to have just removed the deficit spending in 21-22. To give just a quick update, because we happen to be in kind of an interesting period, the legislator has passed the state budget on to the governor, and the last time we talked, I had shown you some possible scenarios of what might happen. So this is showing what the governor is receiving, and to focus just on the change itself. The biggest ones for Sacramento Unified are the last three there. The special ed rates, that's the equalization monies. It's $2.3 million estimate for Sacramento Unified, and that actually can just help the bottom line for Sacramento Unified. And then the second one is special education monies for 3 to 4 year olds with disabilities, and that's estimated to be $4.3 million. We'll need to wait to hear the details on that, on how much of that is required for new program, and if any of that can help the bottom line. But right now, just I'm giving you the revenue estimate. And the last one there is any of our after-school programs, there will be an increase in the rate, and it's estimated to be about $600,000 for the district. Again, well, you were a little quick. You did good there, but after the state budget is finalized, any new funds will be included in a future budget revision. And so then we move to recommend for approval the 2019-20 adopted budget and the education protection account.
Thank you very much, Ms. Canfield. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, President Ryan, we have 6 public comments. Cecile Nunley, followed by Sarah Williams Kingsley, John Perryman, Ricardo Martinez, Kenya Martinez, and Maria Rodriguez.
Yeah. It was the only time we could do it.
Good evening again, board members. There's only a few comments that I wanted to make on the budget. I'm not going to go through because I think the district has enough people looking over their shoulder and really reviewing and going through the details. But the thing that I did want to say to all of the board members, it's been really, really good that you guys stuck to your guns. And really, in this very, very difficult time, that you guys held together to make sure that what was going forth on the plan was the appropriate thing. It's also concerning, and I know that you still, even though there's some noise outside saying, oh, everything's fine, they can rescind the layoff notices and that type of thing, that's not the case. And you guys clearly know that, and what was just said, that there still is a crisis going on, and you still have to be aware of that, and you are getting tremendous pressure, and I do appreciate that fact. The one thing, though, that I did want to mention here, because I remember as being with the African American Task Force, and we brought forth so many of those recommendations, and we don't want those recommendations to get lost.
Absolutely.
And one of the concerns was that if we have, and I believe the recommendation was, if there are funds, then we'll try and do this. I know that you have put in at least $150,000 for the African American Task Force. The other thing, though, that I'm really concerned about is that mandatory professional development training for the implicit bias, because you have so many of your stakeholder groups, the students, the parents, the task force, everyone is recommending that. And the thing that I did want to bring to the board's attention, there are reports, and we do have some experience, I know, real quick, on districts have been sued because of their high suspension rates.
Absolutely.
And I really do think that that should be a top consideration, even when it comes to your budget. So,
Thank you. And I
thank
have
you.
to say, Ms. Nunley, one of the things I'm disappointed by in the state budget update is there was not a move to continue funding for the lowest performing subgroup, which is a huge loss to us as we try to advance the efforts that you've just laid out.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and the board. I'm here to thank you for reinstating some of those district-level staff, particularly the GATE coordinator, Kari Hansen-Smith. We, as a parent of a student in the GATE program, really relied on her to find an appropriate classroom for my son, and I know that she makes a difference in the lives of a lot of families. In terms of I have two other things. One is that I'm concerned that the add-ons, those student support initiatives, I'm concerned that they be implemented with equity across the district, in particular, like, for example, the fingerprinting funds. I'm excited to see them. Our school had set aside funds in our SIPSA to pay for field trips, and our students took 0 field trips for the year because we didn't have fingerprinted parents. And that was a huge frustration for our parent community and as a school site council, and we were at a loss as to what to do about it. So I want to make sure that the district is not relying on principals to communicate the availability of that funds, that there's a plan in place to make sure that schools that, Title I schools have access to those funds, and that parents know about the availability of that. I also noticed the funding for the African American Task Force, and I applaud your efforts to support them. But as somebody who serves on the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, we asked for funding to support our work, and were denied. And our request was $7,500 to support speakers and meeting sites and refreshments at our meetings, et cetera. And we're really frustrated that we're volunteers. We are also a mandated committee, and we're not being supported financially in the way that we should be.
Thank you. We'll look into that. I appreciate it. 7,500 is not much.
Good evening, trustees. So I'm here with a cautionary tale. John Perry Minigan. I was on the teacher complaint committee back in the early 1990s when, following a strike, the central office decided to hardline the 1-to-31 staffing ratio for several years in a row. The result was generally that large number of teachers had to be hired after the start of the school year. It created a host of equity problems. Campuses would close at specific grade levels, but kids they wanted found their way in. Kids that were extra work to teach were told to go someplace else. Every sign is that you're adopting a policy of hardlining SETA on the 1-to-31 ratio. Well, not every sign. You just had a slide indicating that you had 70 teachers above class size ratio, and that needs to be in the LCAP plan, right? That data needs to be there. But that's only 8 million, that's certainly not 28 million. You're partway there. Provide more details. Anyway, it's a host of equity problems, and it's a disaster for school sites and master scheduling. 1-to-31 doesn't actually work. Quick example. Elementary school, 350 kids, K through 7, 50 kids per grade level. What do you do in 4th grade? If you have 2 teachers, that's 25 kids, it's not 31, you've got a 20% staffing inefficiency. Multiply that by multiple grade levels, you've got a lot of staffing inefficiency. There needs, especially given contract uncertainty, to be a flex account someplace that pays for this unexpected staffing. I think is highly likely to appear. And then a backup plan that if you're lucky and it all works out, spend it someplace else.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Perriman, is this your last remark for the night?
Nope.
Okay, we have another one from you. Okay.
2 more.
Okay.
Good evening. Hello. My name is Ricardo Martinez. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Bowling Green Chacon. I have participated in various capacities for our teacher union. I was one of the many who invested their time and energy in our last negotiations. Recently, I attended one of your district budget community meetings. I commend you on your setup. Many of you attended and answered many questions. In many cases, you were very honest. After 40 minutes of going over a budget, you were honest in stating that the budget was a desired budget and would be dead on arrival if SCOE ever saw it. You were honest when you shared that district positions were going unfilled. And that was good for the district because it was savings. And right now, we're all about savings. I wanted so badly to go back to school because I am a teacher leader rep, and share the hope that you, the leadership, had a game plan to make changes for our district to be better. Thus, maybe we should rethink this whole thing about the health benefit savings. But honestly, I heard nothing of the sort. It was the same song and dance I have been hearing all year out in public. That same game plan that you guys have put together, maybe for political gain, getting other unions to come aboard with you, or that news coverage on Channel 3. The district is going to run out of money in 2019, the state takeover. Oh no, wait a minute, recount. The district is gonna run out of money in 2020. Come on, leaders, you have to do better. The bottom line is you haven't shown me that you will do the right thing. 100% of those savings need to go back into the school. I'm almost done. As an example of the budget decisions you have made, right now we have an agenda item at our school site where our classroom supply budget for the next school year is going to be $500.
Thank you, sir.
$500 divided by 30. I'm almost done. $500 divided by 30, that's $16 for the school year per student. We have to do better. If you really care about the district, if you really care about the classroom, you need to rethink your strategy about
Thank
the
you,
health
sir.
benefit savings.
We're almost at midnight, sir. We
I
have
understand. I've
several
been
more
waiting for
public
6
comments.
hours. I understand. I'm sorry. Just one final thought. I lost a student teacher this year. A charter administrator came to our school site, saw her. She was great. We are losing talent. We need to do better. I am a leader. I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to sit 6 hours on that chair tonight. I'm willing to listen and vote and support Superintendent Aguilar and what we need to do. But right now, I'm not seeing it. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kenya Martinez. I really don't know what I'm going to say here right now. I'm kind of tired. I'm distressed. I'm sick and tired of coming to board meetings. I'm sick and tired of talking to you about the same things over and over again. As a person who transplanted from the East Coast, I have never seen a district so dysfunctional. I work constantly here within this district, and I am an unpaid volunteer. So I do this work because I have an agenda. I have my own agenda, and my agenda is to make sure that each child has access to a quality education. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I've told that to Dr. Iris Taylor. She knows that personally. I've told that to Director Bryant. And I've said over and over again, my kids will be fine. My kids will be absolutely fine. I care about everyone else's kids and what they will not have access to. So I implore you as the school board to please consider what is happening here within this district. I would like to see a breakdown, if possible, at site levels within Cerner Center. I would like to see real, meaningful change. That is not going to happen if you do the same old. You're going to have to break up the culture that is happening here within this building, and then you're going to have to go outside of the building. So that's what I implore you to do. I've never seen a district so dysfunctional. And this is me coming from Bronx, New York. I've never seen anything like this. Never, ever, ever. So that's all I'm going to have to say. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Good evening, board. I'm Maria Rodriguez, and in my paid job, I am a financial administrator for a nonprofit that's been around for 150 years. I've worked there for 11 years, and for the past 8, 9, 10 years, they've been running a structural deficit, and there is no way they can fix it by cutting expenses alone. It won't happen. They need to find new ways of revenue, and they need to just, I heard someone say today, break it down and start it all over, create a whole new model, because what SCUSD was 50 years ago is not what it is today. It's an inner city school where people with money can go to the suburbs if they want. They have lots of choices. It's a different thing. So is this working? Okay. So this is an upside down graph. But I did say this 2 meetings ago. I said, look at revenues, and the graph, I really love your work, but the graph about enrollment is not fair. It's truncated. And I say this because a graph like that was shown was used to justify school closures. Look at how dramatic our enrollment is. It's dropping off a cliff. When you actually make the bottom line 0, it's not so dramatic. Yes, enrollment is a problem, but it is not so dramatic. And at least on the graph, if you don't want to make it look ugly like that, you could at least put percentage changes rather than just number changes, because I think it's like, I don't know, 5%, 1% drop in enrollment. And I heard, I think I heard this, that it might be referred to some outside consultant. This is an insight to look at it. I really wonder if there aren't people in our city who understand the potential for enrollment. And wouldn't it be great if our teachers and administrators came together in some miraculous unity that made everyone look to our school district as a model in the country so everyone would want to come here? Let's look at revenue, look at ways that will attract people to our school district, not ways that scare them away.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on this item? That I'm going to take board member comments. If I can please ask board members to keep their comments succinct, since we still have 2 other items and are going to need to extend the board meeting past midnight, probably till 1 a.m. Board member questions and comments? Member Pritchett, followed by Member Morawski.
Can you go to the slide where I have the percentage of the enrollment trend?
Do the other one.
I believe that was it, yeah. There's 2. The next one actually was yep, that's it. Can you just explain the 1920 enrollment trend?
Okay, so for 1920, the Decision Insight projected a loss of around 400. So you're seeing 425 there. And so that, again, is a conservative enrollment projection. And that, they hope, is the worst-case scenario. But seeing that we lost 200 students the last 2 years, you know you're at least probably going to lose 200, and you're probably going to lose more because remember the piece that I showed you about the kindergarten. So if the kindergarten trend continues, then you're getting near the 300 number. So, you know, the district has responded and has other staff, you know, already at school sites. Hopefully they're at the right school sites. So, in fact, when I first came and I heard that we had 90 teachers above staffing parameters, I thought that seemed a little high, especially when I saw that there was going to be a decline. But then the way that I looked at it was that hopefully we're getting the right balance, the number of teachers in the end.
Do you know what the norm is in other districts to be conservative? Like what like a higher percentage, like, okay, we know we're gonna lose at least 200, maybe 300. What percentage over do we plan for?
You mean, should we hire more staff? Is that what you're saying? So that's what I thought the
No, I
nine.
meant for the enrollment trend. Like we know that we're gonna, like we know we're gonna lose 200. That's what you said, right? And then possibly another 100 because of the kindergarten issues. That's 300. I'm just wondering if there's like a template or something that all districts use that say like, okay, we need a plan that we may lose 5% more or 50% more. I'm just trying to figure out how we came up with the 425 number, that's all.
So the Decision Insight actually went and they look at data in multiple different ways. And so they look at students by their elementary attendance area and then again by their grade level and what's happened historically and like the residential piece that I was talking about and then the kindergarten. So all those combined came into that number. And when you are in fiscal crisis, you don't want to hire a whole bunch more teachers because then you're going to need to pay for them whether you have the students or not. If your question is different than that, if you're saying that should we have a reserve like was just mentioned, yes, that is something that could have been done. Then again, that just ends up hitting your bottom line, lower. But I felt like the staff had already responded by hiring the additional staff over and above, and that could end up working out to being the number of teachers that you needed.
Okay, that kind of answers my question. I just didn't know how we came up with the 425 number, and it's always a fear of mine that, I think one of the speakers came up and said, 2 weeks before school, and then we're scrambling to hire teachers, or 2 weeks into school, and the districts, our neighboring districts have already hired and started school by the time we even get to that point. And then who do we end up with at that point? So that was the reason why I asked that question.
Right, and we'll recall too that, you have a team that is looking at your enrollment all through this summer. And we used to do that at Fresno Unified too, and so you actually then project, like, for example, you could look at the enrollment for the high schools and you might think you need to hire a whole bunch of teachers, but you need to look at, all right, the high schools in July look like this, but what is it gonna look like in October? And then also you need to make sure we're complying with the CBA. So,
And we'll be getting updates all through the summer on the enrollment piece?
yeah, I don't know if you would want them on a weekly basis, but I think that I think that looking at it really good 1 month in July, and one time in July, and then early in August is really probably enough to get the basis or whatever, unless you
Okay.
see some real big changes happening.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Morosky.
Thank you. And just to follow up on Member Pritchett's points about enrollment and staffing, just wanted to kind of reiterate in the way that I was thinking about it, and I asked the superintendent this question, is projections are projections. They're going to be wrong, right? I mean, the chances that it's going to be 425 are like almost zero. So we know they're going to be wrong. It's just a matter of how much and kind of which way it goes. And in terms of this is a conservative in terms of revenues. It is a little riskier in terms of, do we have enough staff, right? So it's kind of balancing that risk, and where do you want to be conservative and where are you willing to take more risks? And given that we're still in a massive deficit spending situation, I think the district has chosen to go with the more fiscally conservative route, which seems appropriate given the fiscal situation. Which means that on the upside, if we have a slightly higher enrollment, or we don't lose as many kids, or we don't lose them in the places that we have extra staffing, then we may be in that scramble for at least a few teachers, right? And I think that's just it's a calculated risk, right, that the district is taking, and so I just think it's important for our community to understand that it's not perfect, but like you say, we have quite a bit of staffing above class size parameters in terms of FTEs, so hopefully that will cushion any of that kind of staffing risk. So that was the way I was understanding. I guess that's more of a comment. On the enrollment, I appreciated that slide and the additional detail on what they considered, and the detail on the kindergarten. I didn't know it was quite that dramatic. The residential development, I think that's really helpful to know how detailed it was. And so on the enrollment projections, just I want to go back to, you said that the staffing at schools with waiting lists, and you showed that slide of those 4 schools, and maybe there are more, I don't know. So essentially, I think what happened is, in terms of the revenue projections, those like -12 or -13 or whatever it was at those individual school sites, so those students would be kind of counted as lost in the revenue projections, but then when it comes to actually staffing the school, I think what I heard you say is that those student losses didn't really impact the school site staffing, because when kind of the principals and the and the administration was going through, they were like, no, we're not going to lose kids at Crocker Riverside, which is in my area. And so that's what I think I heard. Can you just kind of confirm?
Yes, that's exactly right. So, and that's what I was trying to portray, and I wasn't sure the best way of doing it. But so what I was, the way to look at it here is in 1819, well, let's just use Crocker Riverside. They have 25 teachers, and they're proposed to have 25 in 1920. And they would have lost one teacher if the staffing committee had just gone by the staffing parameters and what the Decision Insight had done. And remember, Decision Insight did not have the information to know this was a school that was in demand.
Right.
So their projection had them losing 14, and the staff said, no, we know this school's going to have the students, so we're going to
Yeah.
maintain the staffing there.
Okay, that makes sense. And then in terms of, but, that negative 14 is still counted in the revenues. Well, in terms of how it might work in my area, someone that is in, would otherwise be enrolled in Sutterville or whatever, but wants to go to Crocker and tries to enroll in that, then you're still losing the same number of students.
Somewhere else.
Yeah, somewhere else, right?
Yes.
So maybe it makes sense to still
Yes.
keep that revenue loss, so. Can you, and I'm willing to take as fast as you want to answer questions, I know it's late. Can you remind us of the process for the budget update? Because you showed those slides of, what we expect, 2.3 million from the special ed funding, and so can you remind us?
So the district has like 45 days after the budget is adopted to do a budget revision, for anything that is significant. You can also do a budget revision whenever you feel it's necessary to recognize any change in the budget. But if the governor goes through and if these estimates that are right, that, with the latest information that we've gotten, we would recognize those in a budget revision for the board's consideration.
Okay, so if this goes through, we are planning on doing a budget revision to recognize those additional?
Yes, we would.
And what's the timeline on that, do you know?
So it would probably be in August, since you guys aren't here in July, right?
Okay, yeah. And then in terms of the special ed 3 to 4 year olds, that's quite a bit of money. I assume a lot of that is in staffing. So what's the process in terms of if we do get those revenues and we recognize them and we have to serve this population with them? What's the process for?
Right, so we do need to hear more details on that one because it is for students who already have an IEP. I know that Becky Bryan is very excited about these funds, and so is Dr. Taylor from the email communications. And we need to hear the details about, what needs to be provided, and then whatever needs to be provided, then the team is going to need to figure out what that is. And then that would also be hopefully at least an idea when we bring forward to you, the new monies, what those funds would be used for. So you as a board would know how the team was thinking of using them.
So just hypothetically, if none of it applied to the bottom line, and all of it had to be kind of new services.
Right.
What would be the process for how we would staff up or address like how to spend that money?
So the team would need to create a plan that you would then see, and
in August?
Well, if they could get it together that quickly, yes, but if they need some more time, you could in concept just approve that, and then they could come back later with, more details on actually how they would want to spend those funds.
Okay, I would just ask that we be kind of kept up to date on when we decide to update the budget. And if it's before August, if that can be provided, I don't know. If it's not approved, at least if we could have that information, I think it would be helpful.
I think we definitely can share board communication when we get more details.
Okay, perfect. And I guess finally, I have other questions too, but I'll just ask one more. I think this is important, and that is 2019-20. there's not additional savings proposed in the budget, but we've talked about kind of combing through and looking for additional efficiencies and looking for other places that we can reduce costs. So I just want to clarify that we're still planning to do that, even though there's nothing built in terms of a savings target, you know, because like, I mean, I was thinking, okay, we could look at, you know, we are deficit spending 12 million, and can we have a target of 4 million to try to find some, you know, just like to have some kind of something to shoot for in terms of still looking at additional savings that are within the board, the district's purview.
Can we count the 2.3 right there?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, it has to be a certain dollar
Right.
amount, but, you know, I don't want to send the signal that we're just like giving up and waiting, because, I mean, we can't afford to do that for many reasons.
So there would have to be some changes that would be proposed. It wouldn't necessarily be that there's like savings of 4 million
Yeah.
ongoing in the budget. So there might be some monies that we're going to save one time here at the end of the 18-19 budget.
By sweeping funds
yeah,
that were not
right,
spent or.
Right.
Uh-huh.
But the other types of items are not going to be fun choices for the board.
Right, and I understand some of those are, you know, structural, and some of them have programmatic impacts, but I think we still need to know what our options are.
I'll work with the superintendent, and then we can
I
come
see
back.
some nodding, okay.
Thank you.
I have a million questions, but I'll give up the mic now, thank you.
Ms. Kent, so we're going to have to extend the board meeting till 1 a.m. Do we have a motion and a second? All those in favor? Aye. Ms. Canfield, I appreciate your statement that there are very few rocks unturned, and the possibility of finding an additional several million is becoming increasingly less. That being said, you know, I believe that you have an incredible expertise and ability to, you know, bleed juice from a turnip, if you will, and this idea that we need to continue to look for savings where we can, recognizing that there might be an economic downturn around the corner is critical to me. I do believe we've heard tonight that the direction from the board is to pursue structural savings, to continue to pursue the route of healthcare savings, recognizing that that is the largest outlier and potentially will provide the greatest source of savings. And yet, so much of that is based upon our ability to negotiate. And so, you know, we continue to say we must do everything in our power to get to the bargaining table and begin those negotiations. And I hope that we can also do the hard work of continuing to look for efficiencies and savings where they might come. And with that, I had the opportunity to join the Labor Management Consortium last Friday. I'm very excited about being a part of a Labor Management Institute, looking at best practices, which I think must be the vision and direction of the board moving forward for trying to build sustainable collaborative labor relations. And one of the recommendations that came from the bargaining partners was based upon their, you know, in many cases, 30+ years experience. They want to be a part of helping us identify budget solutions and potential savings. You know, maintenance talked about purchasing that they know could be done more affordably based on 38 years in the district and what they've seen. We had other individuals who were at the site level who talked about, you know, what they could do in terms of inefficiencies in looking at just staggering some of the projects a bit. And so I would like to propose, as part of this work that we'll be doing with the Labor Management Consortium and Labor Management Institute, a request for ideas from this wonderful group that wants to roll up their sleeves and get to work, and an exploration of some of those savings ideas in an attempt to create additional efficiencies and prepare for an eventual economic downturn. With that, Member Garcia?
Yes, so I too have many questions, but I'll be selective. The slide on the major factors impacting enrollment projections, so the kinder enrollment, the grade cohort, and yes, this one. So kinder enrollment being, I mean, there's a big loss, 4.2 in 2018. What do we attribute that for? Is that low birth rates? Is that, are these kindergartners being enrolled somewhere else outside of our district, private schools? Do we know what's happening there?
So, like I mentioned, all 2/3 of the school districts, urban school districts, are in declining enrollment. It is because there is a lower birth rate and people are waiting longer to get married. But specifically as to why did the kindergarten go down so much this year compared to prior years when it's kind of staying around the same, we're not sure. And so that's the reason why when they're making the projection, they're wondering if we have a new trend. And so they gave more weight to that, again, worst case scenario, to help, prepare the district for the potential of the kindergarten enrollment staying at a lower level. It's obviously one that's going to be watched real closely because this is the hardest one to predict. And you can't necessarily just use the zip code birth rates, like used to, because people don't stay in the same place. So it is a harder one to predict.
So moving forward, who watches that, and what are some of the elements of watching that particular the decrease in kinder enrollment, and also I'm interested in the loss for high school, that transition from 8 to 9. Who watches that?
I don't know who do I punt the question to?
Well, I'm going to just capitalize and ask both Dr. Taylor, Deputy Superintendent Allen, and Kansi Makarn to give the board a more thorough description of the processes that we have in place, even when our revenue and our reserves were much higher, in terms of monitoring what actually is happening in terms of enrollment, even when we did enrollment a different way. Throughout the summer and into the beginning of the school year and such.
Will you be watching Dr. Taylor from Tennessee?
I'll take a first pass at it, and I'm going to invite my colleagues to join in. So the process of looking at the enrollment and seeing what is happening, particularly over the summer, is a team effort, right? And so working with our enrollment center staff as well as the instructional assistant superintendents, and looking at what are the numbers that are coming in on a weekly basis, and so making decisions about where students are in the system, where they may need to go in the system, and what the staffing implications of that are. That goes all the way up until, October, when we're leveling classes and moving staff around so that we are ensuring that there's appropriate staff in buildings.
What I'll add to that is with the cross-departmental team that is put in place over the summer to monitor the enrollment numbers. As school gets closer, it becomes on a daily basis. We then have decisions being made to increase, knowing where we need to shift based on what the numbers look like. Then we also have a leveling process that Dr. Taylor mentioned that takes place within the first 3 weeks of school, where we're able to move people around based on the need of actual students who've shown up. So it is something that is monitored continuously throughout that period.
Okay, so it's a team effort. Who will be watching these percentages? And I'm glad to hear that was going to be one of my questions. How robust is the monitoring of the enrollment over from now until school starts. So it's at times on a daily basis, just to make sure that we have the right number of staff on day one, right? So that it's not as disruptive, not only for our kids, but for our families, the closer we get to starting school. I did have a couple of other questions, and I am being mindful of the time here. We've talked about the reserve policy, a safety policy. So I'm wondering what the status of those policies are, especially around the safety, since we've talked about that quite a few months ago. And there is I think $1.5 million for safety, which may or may not include SROs. We heard someone today, in support of SROs. And so that conversation is still happening. So just wondering what the status of that is.
So I did check in on that, and a survey was done with the principals, and so they're taking in all that feedback from the principals. And the plan currently now, I know the memo originally said that it would be coming here tonight, but is to plan on a recommendation coming to the board in August.
In August?
Yeah, and it's going to focus on safety.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then I just had a question about, two questions. The teacher staffing process, slide. Okay, yes, that one. So you mentioned earlier that currently we are at the surplus process step. And you talked a little bit about how that sort of works. There was an interesting comment that you made that just kind of piqued my interest, that in our process, the teacher who is not laid off. I mean, this is, I guess, a hired teacher who no longer has a spot at their current site for whatever reason, has priority in choosing which site where there's a vacancy for that particular, I guess, subject. Is that a common practice that the teacher choose this where to go? It's news. I've never heard of it, and the districts that I work with during the day do something totally different. So I'm just wondering how common this practice is. Maybe we're, ahead of the game here. Maybe, I don't know. It's just.
So I'm going to let Constance take it, but to answer your question, I haven't heard of it before, but I believe it's in your CBA, but I'm going to hand it over.
It is in our collective bargaining agreement where the surplus teacher, as you noted, the person who is not laid off but has rights to be in the district based on their seniority, comes in and they select two positions that are identified as vacant based on their credential area and based on their seniority. And of those two positions, the district selects one in which to place them. It is generous, given that other districts don't have anything quite like this, at least that we're aware of, but most have something in place to get through a surplus process.
Okay, it was just very interesting. So the last question that I have is in relation to the major state budget education items. So the additional funding coming in from the state relative to special education, which is obviously great news. And I think moving forward, there are pending conversations in terms of how to invest additional dollars, maybe next year or the year after. So in addition to these dollars, but just trying to figure out what this means in terms of our bottom line. So both of these special ed rates and then and then the investment for 3 and 4-year-olds with IEPs, those are both ongoing dollars, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Because to the extent that they're ongoing dollars and they're restricted for special ed services, does that mean that we'll see some sort of relief on the unrestricted general fund pressure with how much we're?
So for
I see
the
you nodding.
for the 2.3 million, I am safe on saying that one will help the bottom line for the district. I really need more detail on the 4.3 to know if all of that has to be used, particularly for that, because the district is supposed to be providing for, 3 to 4-year-olds with an IEP. But because this is supposed to be supplemental funds, to me, and that's the way I read it, I do think some new expenses come with that revenue. So I don't think that you can say, oh, we can just use that 4.3 to, help the bottom line. But for the 2.3, it would make the reserve negative 1.45 and that furthest year out. If it was a 6.6, there would be a little positive number, 0.75, but I don't think we're going to be at that level.
So does it translate to dollar for dollar? So if we get
Yes.
okay. So,
Yes, dollar for dollar. Mhm.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Board Member Vang?
I know it's 12:25, so I'll try to be selective with my comments. I just have some questions and maybe some direction. On the page on the slide that has the major factors impacting enrollment projections, I see here residential development, and maybe you can kind of go over this again, Ms. Canfield, but have we taken into account any kind of like housing development that would, that's within our district? So I'm giving an example of like Delta Shores, for example, where if homes are built, families are moving in, has that been taken into consideration?
So there was a long list, and I'm not Miss Sacramento, so I don't necessarily know all your housing items here, but I put it in here. What was the name of it again?
Delta Shores.
Delta Shores. I know it's that area in particular, maybe Ms. Allen can speak on it, in terms of just some maybe future housing, family housing that would go in, and I'm thinking that will help with also ADA, and I don't know if that was included in enrollment projections.
I think, Board Member Vang, when we saw the preliminary analysis, I remember when you, Member Wu and I met, looking at that as being years out, we were going to see some spike in enrollment. I think it was 5 years out, Member Wu, is that correct? Yeah.
So that's one example, but I'm just saying, overall in our school district, have we done just kind of analysis of any housing development within our district?
So that is what the residential development was. And I can see here that over time, in future years out, like I can see that there's estimating how many, more students you would get from this. I don't see the Delta Shores necessarily, but just know that there was an analysis that was done like that, and that is one of the things that they're good at doing. So if they miss something, then we can work with them to have them check into it.
When we say them, we're talking about Decision Insight.
Yes.
Okay. I do appreciate, I want to call out the high school average loss. I really appreciate, Ms. Canfield, you sharing with us about just the percentage of 8th grader. I do also want to commend the superintendent. I know that when he arrived, we did some marketing for our incoming 9th graders, the type of where to go, which I think is a great start. But it is very also concerning to me that 11% of our students are going to charter schools. And I think in this district, we have not done a good job on really a strategy and marketing plan around advertising our schools, right? I think our neighborhood schools are doing some incredible work. And I know right now we're talking about reductions and savings, but we haven't really this board has not had a conversation around ways to increase revenue. I know that's a long-term plan, but I think we need to keep that at the forefront and think of ways to bring in dollars as well. And that means marketing our neighborhood schools, and we haven't had a strategy around that. And I'm speaking in particular around the high school, the average loss, the 11%. But I think just as a district-wide, we need a comprehensive strategy around marketing our neighborhood schools. And I'm not just talking about charter school, but I'm also talking about competing with other school districts as well. And we haven't done that. And maybe this is not the conversation right now to have, but I would like to table that or maybe direct the superintendent for that to also be a priority of this district. The second, so I don't know if that can be noted down, Superintendent. The second piece, I just wanted some clarity about what we're approving and submitting, just for my understanding and also for the public. So I know the slide doesn't have a number, but 3 slides to the end, the multi-year summary. Just so my understanding, we're submitting the blue portion.
Right, just stop right there. Yes.
And
this is the official one.
Okay. And if we were to submit this today, I see Superintendent Gordon, this would put us in still a negative certification, obviously, because I see all the reds, right? Can you, so I just want clarity, because I know there's the recommended plan and there's this, the top plan. This is what we're submitting if we approve today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I'm incredibly concerned about the budget that we're submitting. And I know that I see in this CANFIL, the recommended plan is, you know, we're not going to make any reductions this upcoming school year, but that, you know, if we are to have a balanced multi-year budget, we will have to have ongoing reductions of 16 million. And I think earlier this year, you know, when we were having our community budget meetings, you know, there was a lot of conversations around finding as much savings as we can, which I think we've done. We've scrubbed as much as we can. But it's still really, it's very concerning to me that we don't really have a plan. I mean, the plan is to make reductions 16 million in 2020-21, right? And I think what we've heard also from FICMAC and from the communities, like, I think one way to do this is through negotiated. It has to be negotiated, right? But again, I think to my sentiment, my comments in previous board meeting is that we can't guarantee on that. That cannot be guaranteed. Like, we can't assume that we're going to have these reductions through negotiated savings. And that, to me, is very concerning as a board member, because it's like we're hoping that we're going to achieve it through savings, through negotiation. And so I think in addition to, you know, negotiating savings, I think there needs to be other options as well. And I know we're doing the best that we can, but I was hoping that we would, in addition, you know, have some proposal. Maybe we pass this, but there needs to be a plan of attack on how we get to the 16 million in 2020-21. Because I don't hear a plan of attack. Like, I hear we're going to pass this, we're going to be negative certification, but there's no plan of attack. I see the negotiation. I mean, President Ryan has mentioned that, you know, it must be through negotiated savings, a large portion of it, but that can't be the only option. And so, you know, piggybacking off of what Member Morowski said, we need to see the menu of options as well. And so, those are my comments.
So I think we're going to be calling Superintendent Gordon up to provide some comments or respond to a couple questions, if you don't mind, Superintendent Gordon. And I think a couple things have come up that are very important. I do want to mention, you know, once again, because we've been using the FICMAT report as one of our key roadmaps to what needs to happen moving forward. 2 findings in the FICMAT report were that we needed to adopt a cohort enrollment trend moving forward, and we have done that. I appreciate that there are bumps in the road when you adopt a new cohort model for enrollment projections, but that was a recommendation, and as you've shared, something that districts across the state use and that probably would have benefited us years ago. Hopefully, we will not see the anomalies and the challenges that we did this year as we continue to build a better database. The second piece on that is really around looking at, what additional savings we have potentially before us. FCMAT said, look for the outliers, the biggest outlier being healthcare savings. And so Superintendent Gordon, you have continued to say that we have to get to the table, we have to deal with the negotiations, that the only way we can find the kind of savings to get to the numbers we are trying to meet for the multi-year deficit is through healthcare savings. And so in response to Member Vang's question, I ask again, is there the ability to find that kind of savings, the necessary savings to close the structural deficit in another avenue of our budget?
Well, first of all, just let me say that we will take some time to carefully review this budget after you approve it. So stipulating we have not had the opportunity or the time to do that.
Right.
I have to go back to what I said the last time I spoke with you. It's crucial that you and your labor partners collaborate to look through the entire budget, including those items that require negotiation, to, for the long term, put the district out of deficit spending and back on a course where you can run the district effectively and also have the investment capital to attack some of the priorities that you have been talking about here in terms of improving particular services around the district. And you've got to do that in a collaborative way where everybody involved comes to the table and shares the responsibility for building the capacity of the organization to be what you want it to be and what you need it to be to effectively serve children.
Do we have any other board member comments and questions? Board Member Garcia, do you have another question?
I just want to make a quick comment, and then I do have one question that I forgot about. So I just want to clarify that I was maybe under the impression, or I had the expectation that we're going to continue to look for plans to address, to make the necessary reductions moving forward. One strategy would be, finding them through bargaining. That seems the most logical, given that everything, I think, has, for the most part, been found, the big ticket items. But it is my expectation that this is an ongoing work, that we continue to look for ways to close that deficit moving forward. I'm talking about in immediate, like in August, this is something we have to continue to get information, continue to work on, so that we can figure out how to successfully close this budget deficit, whether or not the savings materialize through collective bargaining. I don't want to hold my breath for that. I guess that's just my point. And then secondly, I did want to make a comment about, because it's something that impacts our general fund, is our dependent charters. And just wondering what, I know they have I actually don't know, actually. I understand the authorization process and the renewal process for independent charters and I guess dependent. So I don't know if we have a policy, or how do we evaluate their fiscal health absent the charter being up for renewal? Do we have an internal policy or practice to, some of these charters that are highlighted here, they're going to be in, they're going to add quite a financial pressure to our general fund.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Superintendent.
I'm going to just be a little bit broader than I'd like to be, and ask Mr. Kramer to give his perspective on the question. I will also just mention that Mr. Kramer has accepted a superintendency principalship, so I want to congratulate him. So he won't be with us for much longer. But we have started the conversations around the question that you raised, Member Garcia, particularly because on June 6th and in the current budget, we're aware of the continued cost from our general fund for maintenance of some of our dependent charter schools. And obviously, this will be a body of work for Mr. Kramer's successor. But just if you could just kind of explain, Mr. Kramer, some of the work that we would anticipate engaging in with our staff on that question.
Absolutely. I think I'd like to just start with when we think in terms of charter schools, most think in terms of independent charter schools. And so for our independent charter schools, it's the demarcation, it's pretty clear. They have their own governing board and they operate accordingly. And as new board members, and I'm not quite sure if you've had a lot of awareness of dependent charters, but by statute, there is no such thing. And so dependent charters are, in essence, an agreed-upon relationship in which the district chooses to work with a charter school. And in our case, the definition of dependent charter school is that their governing board is you. You are their governing board, the ultimate governance. Also, they are locally funded in that the money does not go directly to the dependents, it flows through the district. And then finally, the third leg, which is we provide the employees, meaning that they follow all of the collective bargaining agreements. So if we look at how we monitor our independent charter schools, we do look through their finances when they submit their interim as well as their actuals. But when we provide oversight and compliance, we can report and let them know what's happening, but we have no authority to do anything. And so ultimately, things will come to its natural course where if they are not performing fiscally, they'll just fold. So the conundrum for the district with our dependent charters, you are their governing board. And so you have to make choices in terms of how you are going to allow them to proceed.
And they are, in fact, all represented by our various labor partners.
Yes, yes. So anything that, how they operate, the teachers, the classified, yes, they're all under collective bargaining agreements.
So do we not have any practice or policy that frequently monitors their budgets and maybe provide them with assistance in terms of having a balanced budget? Because ultimately, it'll come out of the general fund, right?
Yes, yes.
So I'm just wondering if there's a process in place to do that, since we're ultimately responsible for that deficit to backfill.
The practice is that they go through the same type of monitoring that the independent charters go through. And so through the monitoring of our fiscal services, we know what their position is. And certainly every year when we go through their one-stop, we absolutely know what their position is. One of the main things that we've tracked over the years is their reserves. And until recent history, most of our dependents have had pretty strong reserves. Very strong to good reserves. But I think the fiscal impact of the last year or so with the increased compensation for members within our district, that was a huge impact to them. And including the timing of how that happened was not able to be accounted for in their respective budgets.
Okay, so, but Superintendent, so there's work happening in this space, right? And the board will hear about it at some point.
Correct. Correct. And certainly that will involve sitting with our staff internally to begin to look at ways in which we can look at promotion and marketing and such. But I do think that it's important to recognize all these moving parts, particularly the salary structure effect. In some cases, the responsibility by Ed Code to make sure that we have enough faculty and staff so that students can graduate as well. But yes, I think it's important that we come back with ongoing reports for those sites that are going to require support from our general fund.
And lastly, I just wanted to congratulate you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Jack, we're sorry to lose you, but happy for your opportunity. Superintendent Gordon, can we ask you one last question as we close out this item? Since, we've identified such a significant amount of money still necessary to close the structural deficit, I really just wanted to ask you, what support can we expect to receive from SCOE in identifying additional savings if we are unsuccessful in our labor negotiations?
Well, I think you have to, to the question from Member Garcia, you have to keep looking at both, the non-negotiable part and the negotiable part. But I really have to tell you that my strong recommendation is that if for the long term, the district is going to reset the budget in a way that doesn't have deficit spending, and really enables you to look ahead into the future to reach the kind of goals you've talked about here tonight for students into the future, it's got to be everybody buying in and everybody participating. I can't say that strongly enough, because if everybody on the team isn't on the team and isn't talking together and working together and sharing ideas and figuring out ways to move the organization forward. It's all your organization. It's not this group and this faction, it's everybody.
We're all part of the same team, yeah.
It's got to be everybody, and I think if you look around at places that do that, it works. It really does work. So I just encourage you as much as I can in that direction.
Thank you, Superintendent Gordon. And again, thank you for staying till almost 1 o'clock in the morning. This is an action item. Do we have a motion? Second? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained? The motion carries. Item 9.5, approving the 2019-20 Special Education Local Plan Area, SELPA Annual Service Plan.
So as I watch the time, I'm like, is this intentional to make my last board meeting the longest one on record?
Yeah. And Dr. Taylor, before we begin again, as a board member pointed out, we just want to once again thank Ms. Canfield and her entire team for the incredibly hard work she's been doing. We are so grateful for your leadership and contributions to the district.
Okay. So good evening, good morning, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Iris Taylor. I'm the Chief Academic Officer, and I'm joined tonight by Becky Bryant, our Special Education Director, to present to you and present for board approval the Special Education Local Plan and Annual Service and Budget Plan. So it's fitting that this is coming after the overall budget presentation, because through Ed Code, this is a statutory requirement that the SELPA plan is brought before the board, that a public hearing is conducted, which took place at the last meeting that we had, and that this be adopted on or before June 30th in order to ensure that the special education funding comes through for the upcoming fiscal year. So in preparing this plan, and what's really grounding this work, what we shared with you before, is that we really want to put forth this budget in the framework of, first and foremost, our special education students are general education students. And therefore, there's an extra layer of supports that are needed, and that funding is above and beyond their contribution, what we generate from them from the general funds. These students qualify for a host of services that enable them to be successful and receive educational benefit within the least restrictive environment. And so the SELPA is committed to providing these services and allocating the appropriate resources that are needed to serve our students with disabilities for the upcoming school year. So we're going to share with you just some additional information that was requested in the previous board presentation, some facts that are specific to who are the students that these funds support.
Good evening, good morning, everyone. I'm Becky Bryant. I'm the Director of Special Education and the SELPA Director. At the last board meeting, you asked for some specific facts about the students that we serve. We take an official count. It's called the December 1st count, and last December, our count was 6,584 students. That was an increase of 160 students from the prior year. 64% of those students have some sort of a language need or a specific learning disability. To disaggregate it just a little bit more, there are quite a few federal qualifying conditions for students to receive services, and so on the December 1 count, this would show exactly the types of students and the types of disabilities that we currently serve. As I said before, speech and language and specific learning disability those are the largest populations. However, our population of students with autism is growing at a rapid pace. In terms of how we serve students, we have speech and language services on all sites in the district. We have RSP, or specialized academic instruction, on all but one site. And then we have special day class programs located throughout the district in geographical patterns to serve the students as close to their resident school as possible. Currently, we have 368 students in non-public school, although I did learn today that we brought back about 9, that was a good thing for next year. And then we have 6 students currently in residential treatment centers. As I shared at the last board meeting, we have seen an upward trend in revenue, but the upward trend in that revenue is a district contribution. Our anticipated budget for next year is $129 million. They come from a variety of sources. We have state and federal funds, a flat rate for special education transportation, and then other grants and entitlements. Our biggest ones are in the areas of educationally related mental health, a much smaller federal preschool grant, a very small ADR grant, and then, of course, the district's contribution. And one of the things that we have to prove in the annual budget plan is that the revenues and the expenditures match. So in terms of the expenditures, we anticipate having administrative costs of about $1.9 million for our students with more severe disabilities, and those classrooms, including students served by the County Office of Education and non-public schools, about $65 million. Our students with more milder disabilities, $39 million. Some of our specialized services, such as program specialists and behavior intervention specialists, $5 million. Transportation is another big item for next year, and we are anticipating that those would be about $11 million. In all told, for next year, the district will be contributing about $89 million. And these figures were all calculated before the most current budget information with the new funding that we expect to get. As I shared at the last board meeting, we also have to adopt an annual service plan. These codes are state codes, and they describe all of the range of services, and you have a very detailed document at your podium. And then again, you have another document that lists every school in the district and a number, and that describes the type of services that are served. Services follow students, so every year these services change from school to school. We would ask that the board adopt the 2019-2020 annual service plan and annual budget plan.
Do we have public comments on this item?
Switch microphones. The other one died, sorry. We do have public comments. We have about 8 public comments. Monica Harvey, followed by John Perryman, Renee Webster Hawkins, Sarah Williams Kingsley, Kenya Martinez, Benita Ayala, Al Hernandez Santana, and Angie Sutherland.
Before we begin our public comments, I need to have a motion to extend till 1:30 in the morning. So moved. Second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees, both for staying up this late and putting up with my mild abusive process about speaking on multiple agenda items. I did pull my 2 items on the consent agenda about Measure R bond money impacting the general fund and about the consolidated app. With respect to special ed, you're using a staffing formula for severely disabled kids that dates back more than 40 years, when severely disabled kids were segregated into special day class. They're largely mainstream today, which is appropriate and legal. When severely disabled numbers were small, it wasn't significant. They fit in the gap between the 31-to-1 staffing ratio and the 34-to-1 average class size maximum in contract. However, when severely disabled numbers are high, it's significant. Average high school is 15% special ed, half severely disabled. Burbank's sitting in between 18 and 19%. That means 9% severely disabled. 9% of 31 is 3 kids. If you try to staff a school at 1 to 31 and then put 3 severely disabled kids that aren't staffed for in general ed classes, it doesn't work. So ultimately, you need an organized system of checking for the numbers of severely disabled kids that are being mainstreamed. This past year, our master schedules documented and complained. The area soup came and checked our numbers and agreed that we needed 2, we said 3, but he said 2 FTEs. The truth is, Burbank gets a ton of extra class size reduction money from supplemental and concentration and from Title I, but other schools don't. We can handle it only because of this additional class size reduction money. This is something the board needs to look at a systematic way and not based on individual schools with aggressive complainers. Thanks very much.
And Mr. Perryman, I want to thank you since this is your last board comment for the night. I know that you are going to be retiring soon, and we appreciate your longtime advocacy and your willingness to spend hundreds of hours diving into the budget on behalf of our students. You are very much appreciated.
Anyway, I will be back to complain about Title.
Yeah.
Good morning, members of the board. I've kind of woken up, so I was falling asleep during my last comment. I'm going to actually use Ms. Ayala's time and Mr. Santana's time, so that's going to equal 10 minutes. Okay, we're going to combine the time for them to, because I'm going to.
For 5 people?
For 5 people.
Okay.
Yes.
Who are the other?
Yeah, because Benita Ayala and Al Santana, who is our parliamentarian, he left.
Oh, okay.
So they put in comment cards, they couldn't stay, so.
I see.
Okay. So I'm going to read this letter. It's on behalf of the Community Advisory Committee. The Community Advisory Committee for Special Education has appreciated the willingness and spirit and partnership displayed by the Special Education Local Planning Agency and Special Education Department this year to better understand the budget and expenditures associated with special education services in the district. The CAC also consulted with the Director of Special Education and the California Department of Education to understand the budget of the SELPA and the district, as well as what implications there would be in the event of a state takeover of the district. Based on our conversation this spring and our review of the draft annual budget plan, the annual service plan presented for your adoption tonight, the CAC officers have the following recommendations for the district to support students with disabilities to successfully graduate to the college or career of their choice. 1, the board and the public need an annual budget plan, an annual service plan that includes transparent or meaningful information so we know effectively how our students with disabilities are being served by the special education dollars spent. The problem: the annual service plan and the annual budget plan and the annual service plan prepared by the SELPA and the special education each year are based solely on reporting templates provided by CDE. The ABP lacks transparent fiscal data sufficient for the board, the staff, or the community to accurately understand how federal, state, grant, and general fund monies are being spent, or how the budget next year includes investments or restructuring to provide services mandated by law and compliance audits. Likewise, the ASP lacks data or other strategic information to understand how the district might improve the accessibility and effectiveness of the instructional and social emotional services for students with learning differences and other disabilities. As constructed, the ASP is a reporting tool, not a plan, because the CAES codes simply report the services at each school based on the needs of individual students. The ASP lacks critical information explaining strategies or implementation timelines for initiatives underway, such as the district's response to the CDE comprehensive review findings of noncompliance, the plans to correct the areas of deficient documented in the 2017 Council of Great Schools audit, the progress and implementation plan for the district's MTSS, the pilot project to provide evidence-based intervention for students with dyslexia. The staff report acknowledges that the Education Code requires that the plan must demonstrate that all individuals with disabilities have access to services and instruction appropriate to meet their unique learning needs as specified in their individual education program. The factual findings in the audit referenced above, plus the increasing numbers of due process, CDE compliance cases, and Office of Civil Rights claims collectively demonstrate that the district is not providing access to appropriate educational services to students with disabilities. And the ASP does not demonstrate how well that will change. The solution: during the 1920, the CAC and the SELPA will collaborate on the development of the annual report of student demographics, services provided, staffing resources, alongside a report of expenditures in key service areas. On an annual basis, the special education budget and service plan should include more meaningful information about students with disabilities and the staff and resources directed by the district to meet their needs. Not only would it provide greater transparency into the annual expenditures, it would also provide the basis for monitoring and evaluating whether the expenditures are effective or should be shifted. The report should include student demographics by type of disability, services needed and/or received, placement and career or college goals, percentage of students who are grade level on track, and graduation rate. Staffing levels by site or district assignment, by classification, and by credential. Program descriptions of all separate classes, including separate day classes, alternative schools, non-public schools and agencies, residential treatment programs, extended school year programs, and after-school programs designed primarily for students with disabilities or suspected of having disabilities, whether or not they are funded by special education monies. Vendors listed by name, by service providers, by number of students served, and whether the students served are achieving their goals, moving into less restrictive environments, and moving towards grade level. The ASP should describe the plans and timelines for all district initiatives essential to improve the outcomes of students with disabilities, including the elements for MTSS planned professional development, recruitment of key staff, and strategies for moving students into less restrictive environments, including those returning from non-public schools, while supporting their needs and successes. The CAC would like to work with the Special Education Department on a reporting format that would provide the board and the public better information about the effectiveness and expenditures of the SELPA and the department.
Hi, I'm Sarah Williams Kingsley, and I'm picking up sort of where Kenny left off. But one of the things I wanted to point out is we're referencing this letter to the board and the superintendent from the entire CAC executive committee that we collaborated on and have discussed at length at our meetings. So the second item that we're concerned about is past accounting practices need to be corrected to accurately identify the expenditures by service need and those that are delivered to students rather than the places the students are assigned. So in the discussion, we were talking about students of high need or mild disabilities, and the way that those dollars are accounted isn't necessarily tracking the student, it's tracking the staff person. That's the concern, right? And the places versus where the true disability of the students that are reflected. And so we have suggestions within the letter that I'm going to sort of skip over a bit so that we can get to the later parts of our concern. The third item would be the district needs to adopt a policy requiring data collection and performance standards in all service agreements with outside vendors to ensure contracting, oversight, and accountability. We have a deep concern as a CAC that we have contracts with non-public schools, with other service vendors that don't include accountability for making sure that they're actually meeting the goals in our students' IEPs. And then I'm going to hand it over to Renee, who will finish up. Got it.
Thank you. And so our fourth recommendation is about more deeply about the format of the annual budget plan and annual service plan. We believe that it should clearly document the district's commitment to adopting a multi-tiered system of supports. We're thrilled that it has been included in the annual update for the LCAP as a modified action for this last year of the 3-year plan. The annual service plan for special education should have conforming language, commitments, both in terms of what's the strategy, what's the timeline, what are the services going to look like, and what's the funding going to look like to support that at all sites and at all grade levels. So the solution should include that. The framework, the MTSS framework itself should clearly include evidence-based, differentiated practices for academic success and emotional wellness for all students, including students with disabilities. Sometimes MTSS is used primarily for behavioral issues. It's all needs for all students, including and primarily academic. And just as a footnote, as we say a fond farewell to Dr. Taylor and for all she's done for the district and students with disabilities, we would ask that in recruiting her replacement, that the superintendent should only consider candidates with demonstrated success designing and implementing an MTSS framework. Our last recommendation, the district should abandon the assessment MOU.
10 minutes, yeah.
The lack of system-wide assessments is a violation of Child Find under the Individuals with Disabilities of Education Act. The ability of students to access their education and receive high-quality evidence-based instruction in the least restrictive environment should not be negotiable. The lack of system-wide assessments of student progress undermines every teacher's effort to improve academic or social-emotional wellness of their students because the district lacks objective data to understand and meet the needs of students who are struggling. System-wide assessments and site-based leadership are not mutually exclusive.
Renee, thank you so much. We're way over, but I do
Thank
want
you.
to, I do want to tell you, I'm so grateful that you bring this up, and this is actually going to be one of the primary goals by which the superintendent is evaluated over the next course of the year.
Thank you.
So we appreciate that.
I would like to add that the assessment MOU is unenforceable.
Thank you. And before we move on to Angie, I just want to thank you for all the time you put into such an incredibly well-informed and detailed set of recommendations.
I think it's great, too. I'm Angie Sutherland, and I'm a parent in this district. I've been involved in the CAC and the LCAP committee, school site councils, done lots of different things. I don't really have a clear picture of this special education service plan and budget plan. I can see the schools and where their different services are going to be. Some of the school names are not included, and I think they need to fix that document and add in the non-public residential schools names. They're not listed. There's a whole lot of children in our district receiving behavior support. One vendor alone is getting about $5 million for that. So one would think that more students are being supported and that more students would be successful, but a lot of students are not, and they're being sent to non-public schools. And right now, I don't think students in non-public schools are included in the dashboard data that the state dashboard has. So I think maybe you guys might want to check on that, because I don't think we have any data on how our students are doing in those settings. The district said that it wants to reduce class aids by 5%. I don't know where that came from. If the district stands for equity and access for all students, so many families should not be leaving the district. A lot of families are leaving to homeschool or private school. My child is one of the 6 in the non-public residentials now. It's really sad. After lots of bullying, the trauma is there. And she told me yesterday, "Mom, Sac City has never supported me. The only thing they've done is made me feel ashamed for my autism and given me anxiety." So I'm wondering how the other students are feeling about that as well. And lastly, I'm very disappointed that the CAC was denied any funding. I know they get childcare and translation, but they need other things too, like speakers and, parent education. It's in the Ed Code. CAC is a mandated body through legislation, which means it's a state mandate. And SELPAs get money for the state mandate. It's part of the grant that they get. So, yeah. And it's in the Ed Code that they are supposed to provide fiscal and logistical support, and that the CAC sets its own priorities for that. So,
Angie, we will look into the $7,500 that you brought up tonight. We very much appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
This really should not be the last plan on the agenda. It's very, very disheartening, and it feels like it's a side note. It should roll up into the LCAP and into the district budget, not be after like it's a side project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutherland. Okay, do we have any board questions or comments? Board Member Morawski.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to thank the CAC for this really sophisticated and comprehensive set of recommendations. Thank you, Renee, and team. And I just wanted to say also, as the chair of the Fiscal Transparency and Accountability Committee, I would love to work with you on and our team on developing what the format for the budget and the plan that would be useful for the board. So look forward to collaborating with you on that.
Thank you. It looks like we don't have any other comments at this time. Once again, we want to thank all of you for staying so late tonight. We're grateful for your comments. Do we have a motion to take action? And a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Final item in Board Workshop Strategic Plan and Other Initiatives, 9.6, approve policy, BP revision to high school graduation requirements by Dr. Taylor and Matt Turkey. I think that this should be fairly brief. This actually was heard through the policy committee, and we had an opportunity to weigh in, as well as have community organizations come in and also weigh in on this proposal.
Yes, good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. Iris Taylor again, here with Matt Turkey, to just give you some of the highlights of some revisions to the high school graduation policy that are being made, just consistent with changes to state requirements as well as local district decisions. So the first revision that we'll share with you. These are the areas where we are making revisions in terms of math, science, ethnic studies, exemptions and waivers, and then the ed code around retroactive diplomas. All of these changes are being done in alignment with our guiding principle and our SUSD core values in terms of making the system more equitable. The changes in mathematics requirements are really fostered by the changes in the mathematics framework as well as the Common Core. Historically, Sac City has offered traditional math courses, including Algebra 1 and Geometry. We are changing the graduation policy to align with the district's decision to move to an integrated pathway, so changing those courses to a requirement of Integrated Math 1 and Integrated Math 2.
Thank you and good evening all. This is Matt Turkey, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. So the changes in science, the change in science seems pretty slight, and it's just one of wording. So changing from 20 credits, including biological and physical science, and just putting in the slash, so it's biological / life science and physical science. And the reason for that is so that we can be more inclusive, so that can also include environmental science as well as biology. The next one, so in 2015, the board voted to include ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. The district currently requires 40 credits of social studies, including 5 credits of contemporary global issues. The proposed change would swap out contemporary global issues for ethnic studies and will keep the required numbers of social studies credits at 40. Ethnic Studies advances SESD's position on creating a learning environment that welcomes different voices and perspectives into the classroom, while providing narratives to better understand the experiences of all students and communities, especially those who have been historically marginalized. This course is especially important in today's socio-political atmosphere, where many students and families are feeling targeted and discriminated against because of their racial and ethnic identities. Ethnic Studies aligns with our guiding principle by actively working to create a more equitable system and supports other district initiatives such as the Safe Haven Policy, which promotes the protection of some of the most vulnerable scholars and families in the district. A couple of exemptions here. Well, AB 1806 and AB 2121, between them support foster youth, homeless, former juvenile court students, migratory children, newly arrived immigrant children, and children of military families who arrive into the district after 10th grade, who can then graduate with the minimum state requirements rather than the district requirements. So that's 130 credits for graduation rather than the traditional 225. So AB 830 in 2017 canceled the CASE as a high school graduation requirement. So any student who did not pass the CASE can actually retroactively be granted a diploma. This actually came off the heels of SB, a Senate bill in 2015 which suspended the CASE, and in 2016 we did an outreach, and there were 65 students, former students, who we retroactively granted diplomas to since 2016. And then lastly, the last change here is AB 3022. So this is for 12th grade students who were on track for graduation, but were removed from California against their will. And this is really for students who were removed by ICE for immigration purposes, and so they can be granted retroactive diplomas. So the recommendation here is to, for the board to approve the proposed revisions to the board policy 6146.1 regarding the high school graduation requirements. Our next steps here would be communications outreach to all stakeholders, including district staff, school site staff, so site administrators, counselors, parents, students, community members, and to update all of our communication and school site communication regarding the graduation requirements. Okay, thank you.
Any public comment? Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have one public comment from Chris Wong.
Okay. Oh, Chris, you are an all-star. You have been providing the best public comments the last few board meetings. Thank you for staying for another late night.
No, we're all in this. Okay. Okay, one more comprehensive question. So this is a small set of students, but how will the ethnic studies requirement affect students in high school specialty programs, like namely HISP and PACE? And I know getting this requirement to those programs is probably high priority considering, like, do we remember like the science project incident that happened
We
last
do.
year?
Very
Yeah.
vividly, yes.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, because I've been in contact with Ellen Wong from HISP, and she said that she proposed that the class be taught during zero period of sophomore year, but she hasn't gotten back, no one's gotten back to her yet. So I was wondering if that would be allowed, and if we've been in contact with PACE yet, and if we have an idea of where we'll go with how the requirement will affect PACE.
Great question. Dr. Taylor?
So, and help me out, Matt Turkey, but with PACE, we've worked out where this will go, and it'll go in the 9th grade year. HISP is another challenge, and so we'll be working with the coordinator in HISP, because HISP will require some revisions to not just the social science class, but the English class, because in that program, those courses are paired. And so we'll have to work with them to revise the content so that the course is aligned, right? But the expectation is that this is a graduation requirement, and that work is done over the upcoming school year.
If I can add as well that it will be required in HISP next year, and I believe it will be put into the 10th grade into zero period. It's not quite in alignment with everything else within the district, which is within 9th grade. And then there's, to do that, it would require some realignment of the HISP courses and some switching around of the 9th grade and the 10th grade courses.
Okay, thank you. We have board member comments at this time. Board Member Vang?
So I'll just keep my comments brief. I just want to say I'm really excited that tonight we're voting on this. In particular, I really want to speak to the ethnic studies. I know in 2015, this board passed a resolution to basically begin the piloting process for ethnic studies. And I remember as a community organizer, I stood alongside the Ethnic Studies Now Coalition with HIP, Black Bear Law School Board, Brown Issues, also folks from Sac State, Dell, Margarita, and some of the faculty. And it's super exciting to see that we've done the pilot piece, and now we're actually this is really this is really happening. Like, we are making ethnic studies a requirement. And so it's really exciting for me in particular, because I know going through the school district, I didn't even learn about my own history until I went to college and took a sociology ethnic studies course. And that class transformed my life. It gave me the tools and the rhetoric to be able to articulate my lived experience, and for our students to be able to do that in our high schools is going to be extremely powerful. And so I'm excited to move this from conference to action, and just want to thank you, Dr. Taylor, and the team for the incredible work to get this in our district. And now, it's really a requirement after we vote tonight. So thank you so much for all your hard work.
Board Member Garcia.
Yes, so it is exciting to come at a time and be in a district to have this requirement of ethnic studies. I too did not learn about my own culture until I was in college.
Oh, you're nice.
I, through a sociology class, took Chicano studies. But as a psychology major, I didn't have access to those courses. And just the impact and the power that it has to learning about your own cultural background and how it feeds into your identity and your sense of belonging in this world, right? Not just in the community, and being proud of the contributions that your ancestors have made to the world, because it's just not your immediate community, but to the world. So it is exciting to be on a school board in a district that is ahead in this regard. So that is that's good. So thank you for all that work. I did just have just some general comments in terms of just briefly, what's the process in terms of reviewing the requirements, not only the mandated requirements, but the requirements that the district decides to make requirements for high school graduation? So how does that process work? Are they staff-driven? Are they board-driven? Ethnic studies is not a state requirement. It's moving in that along those lines, but who drives here locally what requirements we should be looking at to incorporate locally?
I don't mind. Okay, so really, at the end of it, it's the board's decision, okay, and is driven by multiple different factions, right? So it was actually the ethnic studies decision was driven by the Student Advisory Council, and so it was the students who came forward and said that we as students really want this to happen, and they're the ones who pushed it.
So
other instances, it may be ed code, right? That's driving some changes in the graduation requirements. And then in other instances, it just may be district desire for certain courses to be included.
Okay, so thank you. I appreciate that. And has the conversation, I don't know, maybe this is a requirement, and I just don't know, to complete the FAFSA and the financial aid for Dreamers, is that a local requirement, or is that conversation happening?
So I recently learned actually that in Riverside, it is a requirement.
That's why I'm asking, because I work with districts in Riverside, because I know it is a requirement there, and they have had incredible success. So it's something that maybe I'd like to look into that.
So in Sac City, it's not a requirement. There is, however, a lot of work that's happening with our counselors in terms of not just in terms of working with our students to complete FAFSA. We actually have one of our elements in our Performance and Targeted Action Index that looks at the rates of FAFSA completion, so that we can monitor and track, how many of our students are exiting out of our system having completed that. So we're very excited about the work of our counseling team who are working on that, but it's not a requirement. And that's
Right,
different.
and I'd like to be more aggressive in that, and to explore making it into a requirement, and realize that there's that tension between state mandated requirements and then local, right?
Right.
And how do you do that? But I think Valverde is the district that has it as a requirement, so they could potentially be a model. But again, it goes back to the incredible increases in FAFSA applications and completions, especially from underrepresented student groups. So
We can definitely research.
so I don't know if that's a clear direction, but, but I certainly want to hear back on exploring that. And not just FAFSA, but also, and I can't remember the name of the application for the AB 540 or the Dreamers. I can't remember the name of it right at this moment.
And Member Garcia, I would support that as well. I don't know if that has to go through the policy committee, but I think being aggressive about that, I know we have a lot of policy in the policy committee right now, but I think absolutely making that a priority. Yeah.
Board Member Pritchett?
Thank you. I just want to say that I'm really pleased with these recommendations, and I appreciate the staff time getting them ready for our students. My question is not related to the high school graduation requirements that are in here, but other requirements that we have. And the first one has to do with government econ. And I know, Dr. Taylor, I've brought this up maybe 5 or 6 years ago about how our seniors have to take government econ their senior year. And if they fail one class, they fail, let's say they take government, they're at the beginning, they fail it, they don't get to walk with their class. And so I've asked in the past about what can we do? Is there a way that we can structure this where they take one class their 11th grade year and one class their 12th grade year? It's kind of like the resolution that we talked about earlier that Chris Wong brought up about how, if we have, all these math classes and they fail one, do they not get to graduate? So it's kind of the same thing. So maybe that's something that we can look at in the future. And I don't know if there's something with ed code or what the requirements are. I don't know the answer to that. So maybe you can tell us in a board communication or bring it back to us, but it's just something that I've seen myself and through other students. So, and then the other thing is senior projects. I know a lot of districts don't have senior projects as a graduation requirement, and I know we do, correct? And so I'd like to see something like that be brought forth and the board can discuss the senior projects as being a requirement.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. So I need a motion to take this from conference to action. Second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I need a motion to adopt. Second? All those in favor? Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you.
We are moving on to our next item, which is consent agenda 10.0. Do we have a motion to adopt the consent agenda? Second? All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Item 11.0, business and financial information and reports. We have 1 minute before I'm going to need to extend again. I will extend by 5 minutes. Do we have a motion and a second? Okay. So, and we have an item, we have a comment, public comment on 11.2, our monthly suspension report by Cecile Nunley. Thank you so much for staying with us for that.
Yes, my 4th time to the podium and last for the evening.
Surplus.
Okay, so this is, I assume this, well, if it's not the end of the year, it may be one more. And I do want to just take that last little trip. The average for the district is 5.42. If I'm not mistaken, that's higher than most of the districts in the state. So there still seems to be a culture of doing the suspensions. Of course, when it comes to elementaries, I would like to point out those that are especially high. Bret Hart, 9%. Cesar Chavez, 9%. Ethel Baker, 7%. Ethel Phillips, over 6%. Hollywood Park, over 6%. John D. Sloat, over 9%. And Woodbine Elementary, over 7%. For the middle schools, Albert Einstein, almost 10%. John H. Still, 10.72%. Rosa Parks, 16.05%. And then the high schools, Hiram Johnson at 11%, Rosemont at 10.6%. Again, African Americans are at 12.9. They are literally double anybody else, as well as triple what the white students are. And then the foster youth are over 18%, and special education, again, is over 8.72. It's really still shocking to see these results, and which is one of the reasons why I think it's so important to bring it up. I also was reflecting at one point, not too long ago, there was the anniversary of the Brown versus Board of Education, and there was a little review talking about Thurgood Marshall. And one of his strategies was that when you're looking for equity, so many times you had to go to the courts because there was nothing else to do. And that reminded me of those articles where people are finding where they have to go to the courts. And Renee mentioned that when it came to assessments, you have to go to the courts. I hope we don't get to the point where we have to go to the court just to find some equity in our school systems.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nunley. Okay, so with that, we are going to adjourn back to closed session for one other item. Thank you for everyone who has hung with us for the night. And since we have several of our new LCAP Parent Advisory Committee members in the audience, congratulations again. We are so appreciative for your service.
Let's not delay it. Let's actually